Well, hello there. Right, how's everybody doing? I've got bored. I've reached out to MC and a couple of other people that I have on my right side of politics. And MC, sorry, the Nomad, because MC's still banned. But the Nomad was gracious enough to be able to accommodate my timekeeping and time schedule to be able to come on and talk about this. And by the way, I've titled this to be a bit provocative simply because I kind of want some more views out of stuff. Because if you're gonna argue with people, you may have people watch you do it, right? So I've titled it "Why Are You Against Abortion? Why is viability important?" It's more of a cliche than anything. It's just a way of being able to get people to join in. But yeah, I'm the Common Sense Guy. This is my shitty channel. Welcome to it. We're now going to talk a load of absolute bollocks because we're not going to change anything. But we have opinions, and that fucking matters.
Yeah, I can admit that. Yeah, we have a lot of opinions.
and I'm already being called a fool, and I haven't even given my position yet, which is fun.
Well, sure, Artie, you got to take it for what it's worth. I mean, what do cyborgs know?
Hey, I'm not a transhumanism.
No, I'm talking about CSG. Or I'm not CSG. I'm talking about Sherardi. She loves being called a cyborg.
Yeah, that's because she loves transhumanism. She loves it. She loves it. I suppose, obviously, as people can see, I'm with the Nomad at the minute. But I just want to quickly give what my position is for abortion in general. I do think that there should be a limit to abortions. I think the limit should be around about 26 to 28 weeks. That seems to be where the cutoff should be, where at that point in time they're almost at 90 to 100% viable. So at that point, for my argument of being viability, if you're at 90 to 100% viable, I don't think that you can go around saying, well, I'm still killing a lump of cells because it's viable to live outside of the body. So to me, that's basically a baby. So I do have positions and I do have my cut-offs. I just think it's the most interesting aspect of this topic is always going to be, when do you say a baby is a baby? When do you say that conception turns into a baby? Because you have some people like Ben Shapiro, a couple of Matt Walshes and people like that literally come out and say, as soon as they have conception, that's it. That's it. That's viable. It's a baby. It's just like,
They didn't say it was viable. They didn't say it was viable. They said it's a human life.
To them,
it's an
by definition, that
life.
means it's viable.
No.
To them, by definition, that means it's viable.
Somebody that doesn't have the ability to breathe in their own lungs is not technically viable unless you put them on an iron lung, right?
I completely agree with you, but I'm going by their position.
Right. No, hold on a second. But you're saying that if their viability isn't the ability to breathe on your own, then, right?
I agree. I'm not arguing that viability means that you don't rely on something.
So the problem with using the standard of viability from their perspective, right? And quite frankly, that's my perspective generally as well, right? But there's other aspects about this that I'll talk about. Sure. It starts with the fact that technology is what makes things viable or inviable, right? The fact that we now have technology today, all right, we have pushed viability back how much further? And going with the idea that we'll always have medical advances, okay, you can push viability into, quote unquote, an artificial womb at some point, correct?
I mean, technically that wouldn't be a viability because then you're creating an artificial womb, but I understand your point of argument.
Well, I mean, it still comes down to, when does human life begin? It's not necessarily a stance of viability in and of itself, but a stance of, when does human life
But you understand
begin?
the conflation there, right?
I
You
do.
understand the conflation there.
I do, all right? I do understand the conflation, but I disagree with that being the standard, all right? Because you still have to come down and to choose, when does human life begin as an individual in order to deserve societal protection.
Okay, so when when and what do you think classifies as viability under your opinion? Obviously, other people's opinions are going to differ, and this is not going to be a universal. But what do you think on that aspect?
On what I consider viability at this point in time?
Yes, not. Let me rephrase. Forget viability for the moment. What do you classify as when human life begins? Excuse me.
At conception.
Okay. Why do you think that that's the point of?
Because it's independent growth at that point.
By definition, it's not independent.
No, it's only no. It is independent. Like I said, at some point in time in the future, as you're looking forward to the future of medical things, in an artificial womb, it can independently grow. It's not gonna. It's not gonna grow with you. It's not gonna grow with me. Now, it's not saying that it can grow completely on its own. It's got to be fed. It's got to be nourished and everything else. But so does a plant. So does a tree. So does anything else. The difference in this case is the production is of a human being. So it's human life.
Okay. Are you telling me that it has the potential to be a human life, or
No,
it is always going to?
It is human life. It's not going to turn into a tree. It's not going to turn into, a vegetable or rutabaga or anything else. It's going to be a human being. It's a human being at that point.
So, what do you know any human beings that have gills? Because we start off with gills.
When we have gills, we'll know, won't we? I don't know of any.
No.
When
When we are being made, so to speak, in the womb, we start off with gills.
we start off.
We also have a tail.
We have a we do have a tail, all right, but that's still not going to turn into a chicken. It's still not going to turn into a rutabaga. It's still not going to turn into a spider. It's still human. It's still a human. It's still DNA. A human develop. It's still a human developing. No, we have DNA, and there are certain DNA structures that are also in fish, that are also in monkeys, that are also in other things. We don't have a DNA that's perfectly human, and nobody has any DNA like our DNA. That's not how we evolved. All right.
Sure, but that's not what I'm arguing. You're stating that at that point in time from conception that it is a human being. Not that it has the potential to be a human being, but it is a human being.
Yes, it is a human being.
So what makes it a human being to you? Is it the potential, or is it the DNA structure or the DNA strands that are going to make it human, or is it already human at that point?
They're already human. As soon as the DNA mixes, right? As soon as you have the XY chromosomes come into contact and they create life on their own, and it becomes the zygote. Okay? Yes. At that point, it's an individual human being.
How can it be an individual human being when it's
because it's not? It's like nothing else. It's like
no. What I mean is, how is it individual?
I'm telling you, it's like nothing else on the planet. It's like no other human being that exists. All right.
Is that the same thing for twins?
Well, okay, a twin is going to be a zygote that breaks apart and it's still there, but human life just began at the same time. Now it's just separated into two.
Yeah, but what I meant is the individuality. Are you talking about the individual DNA structure of that zygote, or are you talking about it being an individual at that point?
Well, I'm not saying it's going to be an individual at that point. I'm saying it's human life at that point. And will remain human life throughout its growth.
Okay, so when should that human life have rights?
That's a good question. And what kind of rights are you going to assign to it? All right. Now you have a question. Now we got a problem. Now we have a distinction here. All right. The problem there comes into, okay, what are you going to assign these rights? Do we assign the same rights to children that we assign to adults? No. Okay, so what rights are we going to give this new human being, or what rights are we not going to allow this new human being, and at what point do we apply these rights? Now, the best way to determine that is for society to get together and determine it.
Sure, but I'm under the assumption that at the minute society has mainly come together and said that the way that we want to bestow potential rights onto these children is the fact of them being after the point of viability. That seems to be a westernized idea. It's not just a Americanized idea either.
I don't think that that is nearly as acceptable as you think it is, number one, especially when you talk about it from here within the United States. Now, you have a large range within the United States, all right, between groups that sit up there and want to ban abortion upon the moment of conception. You have a large segment of the population in certain states that want to sit up there and be able to kill a child 2 to 3 days after it's born. Okay? So you have a huge discrepancy here across the United States. It's not that concept that you try to utilize, in my opinion, is not as universal as you would like it to believe. Viability has never been the standard.
So when I said that at the minute, it seems that westernized standards seem to go by a lawful definition of viability. What I was saying was that there seems to be laws that go on the viability of when a potential human life becomes a human life, and that's when that viability question is then answered, rather than it being a case of there are people that are on the opposite ends of the extremes that are trying to put their ideas forward.
I'll tell you, in the United States, that is not even close. That is not an accepted overall arching concept. It is not. And it is not as popular as you think it is. You would not have states constantly putting in laws that restrict abortion to 8 weeks, to 10 weeks, to 12 weeks, to 15 weeks. All right? If that standard, all right, was so universally, they're not trying to, they did it.
Yeah, I know. Texas did the heartbeat bill. I know.
Right. It's not just Texas. You got Oklahoma. You got Nebraska. You got Arizona. You got a number of states. All right, that have put these in. It's not, and it's not just a few. All right, Georgia put in a law not too long ago. South the Carolinas put in a law not too long ago on these same rules. All right.
I'm not disputing with you. Do you think that that's to do with the fact of the Senate, the governor's structure at that point, or the Senate structure at that point, about who's representing that state, rather than that state actually deciding what they want?
No, I think it's the people of that state are the ones who are electing the representatives to make that determination.
Okay.
All right. So, and that's what it's supposed to represent.
Sure. Do you think that that's to do with religious ideologies rather than it being medical ideologies or medical ideas?
I think that there might be religious ideologies inputted into that, and to some degree, and some of them probably not.
Okay. So, if you're of the opinion, which I can grant this, because I don't see why there would be a need to argue it. If you're saying that human life begins at the point of conception, when would you say that there is a way of being able to cut that life short, so to speak, as an abortion type thing? Do you classify the morning after pill as a form of abortion, or does that not count?
Do I classify it as that?
Yeah, because okay. I'm asking you your opinion, not what.
In my opinion, that you're taking a human life. That's my opinion. All right. Now, that's a long ways to say from saying, okay, whether or not that person deserves, all right, all the protections of society, though. Okay, and this is where you run into a different dynamic. The reality is, I'm also for the death penalty. Okay, so you have to understand there are areas that people would consider quote unquote gray areas that I can understand and say, okay, if we're going to sit up there and agree from a societal standpoint what these standards are going to be, all right, we'll find this acceptable, all right, but at a certain point it becomes unacceptable. Now, granted, at that point you're not talking about human life in and of itself, all right, because you're trying to come to a common ground. Okay, sure. But at the same time, all right, we live within a society. Society has to make rules for itself.
Agreed. So how do you reckon that we should go about that? Should it be via political or religious ideologies, or should it be through medical practices?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter through medical practices. It doesn't matter if it's for anything else. It's always going to be political because that's how it's going to be. That's how the state is going to sit up there and manage this. It's going to have to be managed from a state perspective anyway, not from a religious perspective, not from a medical perspective. It's going to be managed whether we like it or not through the state. So it's got to be political.
Sure, but does that not mean that even though something is going to be managed by a particular aspect, does that not mean that it can be rooted in something else before it's managed?
Whether it's what difference does it make what it's rooted in?
Because, say for instance, I have the most craziest of conspiracy theories. Say for instance, I think that the Earth is flat, right? And I get together with
I knew it. I knew you were one of them. You were definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I didn't used to have so many arguments with Ogre over that one. Never. But yeah, let's say that I'm a flat earther, right? And I'm able to get people that are in my state that come to this agreement that we think that the Earth is flat. But we come to this agreement not through going through scientific method or going through any sort of measurements. We go through it through the idea of ideology. That it must be this way because the Bible says it is, whether it is or it isn't.
Okay.
Should we not actually be trying to say, well, what you should do is root it in fact, rather than say you should root it in your ideology or belief?
Okay, now, if I'm a member of that society or am I a member outside of that society?
Sorry, say that again?
Am I a member of the society or a member outside of that society?
Let's say the society is classified as the state and you're living in that state.
Okay. Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna have people, right, individuals that are going to that are part of that ideology and not part of that ideology. And the ones who are part of that ideology sit up there and say, hey, this is what we're gonna go with. If I don't want to be a part of that society, I guess I either leave or I just live with the fact that I have this disagreement with other members of the society.
So, let me just quickly dial that back down again because I was going to get annoyed at that point. So let me dial that back down. So you're saying that if people have a false premise with the idea of, again, saying that the Earth's flat, you're saying that if you would have to live in that society, and if you didn't want to live in that society, you would just have to move.
I would either leave or I could try to change it, but I'd have to change their minds.
That's my question. How would you? Because their point is from a point of an ideological standpoint, where you're trying to say that you should root your ideas in this version of a fact or the scientific method. Whatever. Where they're going, I don't want to.
I would have to make that choice as to what I use to argue the point that I disagree with them with. All right, I can try and do it through logic. I can try and do it through examination of the science. I could try and do it through a number of different means. I could just stand on the street corner and call them, "You're all stupid." All right, and then that's my method that I choose to do it. I can choose to try and change their minds. So I'd have to look for what's the most effective method to try and change their minds. The problem, all right, when you get right down to a lot of this stuff, however, is what you use to change their minds. If you're trying to use logic, if you're trying to use intelligence, you're going to be going up against emotion. And you've got to then try and say, okay, we've got to sit up there and take the emotion out of the argument. You've got to take that out of the context. Now, that's easy enough to do when you're talking scientific type of things and you're talking ones and zeros and so forth, and what you can look at and what you can see at, versus something that is, let's be perfectly frank, philosophical. All right, because when it comes right down to it, all right, we're talking about a philosophical discussion in this case, not necessarily one that's rooted in science or one that's rooted in anything but a discussion that has no way of identifying it, all right, from an empirical type of standard. When does human when does human life begin? We're already disagreeing when human life begins.
No, because I've already said that human life begins at conception. I'm talking about the viability.
Okay. Well, then the question then becomes when does viability matter? All right.
Viability then matters about when that potential human life becomes human and is then able to be able to live via itself and not
I'm
have the
already-
choice of the mother affect that child.
They're already a human.
No, but
Whether
you've
they're
checked-
viable.
you've-
But
you-
this
you've
has been my
cherry-picked-
stance.
Yeah, but you've cherry-picked one aspect of what I've said. You said,
No.
oh, that's already a human, but that's not what my argument is. My argument is it already is a human. It's just when a potential human becomes
No,
human life.
It's not a potential human. It's human. We're already
So-
disagreeing what a potential human is. No, they're already a human being. They're already an individual human being.
Okay, so what do you think I mean by individual? What do you think I mean by individual human at this point?
I think unique human being. They're unique.
Yeah, okay, so what do you think I mean by human being?
That they're a unique human being.
So when I say I'm talking about unique human beings, I'm talking about beings that you can recognize as being human.
Okay.
Not because their DNA structure is humanoid and has
So-
humanoid structures.
But humanoid and human are two different things. All right. You can sit up there and say that, like, for example, an ape has humanoid DNA. That doesn't make them a human. But a zygote does not have ape DNA. It does not have fish DNA. All right.
But by
it's not gonna turn
definition,
into
it
a
has
fish.
all of those.
No, well, it's not really. All right. It's because
it
it's
does.
unique. No, is it going to turn into a fish? No. Are
No,
you going to
but
regress
it's
it
part
to,
of our-
to an ape?
It's part of our zygote cycle of turning into an embryo and then from an embryo into the human. It's literally part of our cycle.
No, well, it's part of a human cycle, but it's a human cycle. It's not going to
I
turn into
agree.
a fish. All right, fish have a similar cycle. Okay, it's not exactly the same cycle. It's similar. All right.
Yeah, but I'm not
Because
saying it
the
is.
things are
I'm not
different.
saying it's the same, MC. When I say that
But you
they've
just-
got that... No, listen. Because we're talking past each other. And I don't want to do that. So when I say that they have similar DNA, or they have that type of DNA, I'm not going out of my way to say, oh, well, they could become fish, or they could become an ape. I'm saying, well, they have these structures already within them, and we grow from these things into the next. Like, literally talking about the idea of how a zygote turns into an embryo to a child is amazingly amorphous of how evolution works. It starts off as towards a fish, then goes towards a reptile, then goes towards an ape-looking mammal-looking creature, then goes towards an ape-looking like creature, then goes to looking like a humanoid creature. It's amazing.
Do you believe that we are superior evolved beings than the fish?
I don't know what you mean by superior.
Right? Do you think that we are the end point of the fish's evolution?
No, because there is no end game to evolution.
Well, at some point they didn't make it, right? Because they're just fish still.
Yeah, the whole point of evolution
We
is
evolved upon that, so they're failures of evolution. I'm taking this to a...
Yeah, very, very quickly. The reason why that we have different types of evolution is because we find different niches, and those animals fill those different niches. That's the reason why you have fish with some fish that are turning into having lungs, because their niche is that they can stay in puddles throughout dry season, and they can survive that way.
Right. But what my point there is what I'm trying to get across is they're evolved. They're completely evolved as themselves, right? Yes, will they continue to evolve? Yes. All right,
Sure.
But they're already evolved to their point. They didn't just make a mistake or have a roll of the dice and I'm sorry they got left out and they're still fish. Okay? No. Right? They are not. But the other thing is that they're not human beings. Just because we have similar stages of life, right? Doesn't necessarily make
Sure.
us these other animals, all right? We're still human beings, even at that stage. We're not anything else.
Yeah, but I don't know what you're arguing at the minute.
Well, you're the one who came about and said, well, we go through these various stages because it's potential human being. I'm saying that they're already a human being. Whether we go through those stages, these are the stages human beings go through. All human beings go through this stage, all right?
Yeah,
it does
I don't
not
disagree
make
with you.
us that does not make us a not human being. It doesn't make us a potential
never said it
or a
didn't.
proto-human being. But those were the
Exactly, a
words you were using.
proto-human being. No,
We're
no,
not
no,
a
that's
proto.
exactly what my point. It does at that point. We are definitely going to be humanoid because that's what our DNA structures will lead us to. I'm not saying that
No.
we're not ever going to be a humanoid. I'm saying that at that point of conception, the DNA structures at that point is more fish-like compared to human-like.
No, because it's part of human evolution. It doesn't make us more fish-like. All right, at this point there's a similar evolutionary state, perhaps, but that doesn't make us fish-like.
Okay, I don't think that we're actually disagreeing. I think we're just nitpicking over the terminology of words because I completely not agree with you that it's human life. It's the potential for human life. I'm not like going out of my way to disagree with you here.
I'm not thinking you are. All right.
Yeah, but
Saying
that's
that
why
this
I'm
is a human
confused on
being.
why we're so hung up on this point.
Because you want to use the terms like potential human being instead of saying human being right then and there. If you say that it's a human
Because
life, they're a human
because
being.
I'm talking about when human beings get rights and when they look like a humanoid being.
Right. Well, when they get rights, we make those assessments once again artificially for a variety of reasons.
Yeah,
Right?
I
From a
agree. I'm not
societal-
talking about DNA aspects. I'm not talking about DNA aspects. I'm not trying to say, oh well, the zygote is never going to be a human being. It obviously
Okay.
is because it's been made by humans and it's got the DNA of humans. Of course, it's going to be a human. I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
I'm not
Then-
arguing DNA standards.
But
I'm
you're
talking about
arguing
moral.
why. But you're arguing why then should I establish a point of viability, all right, afterwards, all right, as being this is where I assign these want to assign these rights, okay? But that is all going to
Do
be.
we not do that anyway?
We do that, and that's what that. But that's,
that's-
done. That's one of the problems with Roe v. Wade is that wasn't done, okay, because it was a judicial ruling. This is why there's always been such chaos in the United States about abortion, while you guys in the European standards and the rest of the Western world kind of looks at this going, why are they having these issues? Because America isn't like that, all right? Because it wasn't established that way. And the result is that the different societies within America, okay, didn't all coalesce together and say this is what our standard is going to be. Okay? America was never created with the idea, by the way, of a society, an overarching society, being the same. We were supposed to be established so that California was its own society, so that Texas was its own society, so that Nebraska was its own society, and so on and so forth. And you would have these many little laboratories of democracy, all right, that would only have an overarching federal framework, all right, for self-defense.
Do you not think that classifies as a common sort of law that should be followed then?
No, it's not some common law that should be followed, because it's not. We don't have those things in common. You have states that are far more religious than other states. You have states that are far more technologically advanced than other states. You have states that are very, very rural in comparison to a very urban type of environment. Okay,
I completely agree.
Okay, so the answer to that is no. We shouldn't have a commonality on that regard, because it should be left up to the individual states.
So, I don't understand on that aspect. Do you think that murder should be a federal offence then, or do you think that should be left to the individual states?
It is left to the individual states. What they
Well,
define as
the sentencing is, but the
No.
case of murder is a federal charge.
there is a federal law against murder, right? But that federal law does not supersede state laws. As a matter of fact, you can be charged with the requirement for what is considered murder between state to state to state are different. What's classified as second degree murder or third degree murder or homicide,
I understand.
right, are all different for each and every state. There is no federal rule that says this is what will be murder in all states. In fact, in a state, something that's not considered murder, or it could still be charged as murder in the federal court system.
So you're telling me that there is no such standard set by federal law that says that murder is the unlawful killing of somebody else, and then having various different degrees of that standard in states?
No, you have a federal. This is what the federal says. You could be breaking federal law, and you may or may not be breaking state law.
Fair enough.
And that also goes into the point of who's going to enforce that law, by the way. Right? There's nothing that sits up there and says, if I sit up there and break a federal law, for example, smoking marijuana, right, that the state or the county or the local sheriff, all right, is going to enforce that law. Now, he could, all right, he could sit up there and say, okay, I'm going to enforce federal law and turn you over to the federal establishment for trial. Now, whether they do that or not, obviously is up to them, because that's their choice. They could cooperate with the feds, or they could tell the feds to go, pound sand.
I was right.
What?
There is a felony murder doctrine. That is the case of the government. The government sets the requirement of what murder is, as in for the definition of murder is the unlawful killing of somebody else. And then it gets set for the determination of the degree of murder and the sentencing process of the state.
No, the states can sit up there and do what they want.
I'll send it to you.
What are you sending me?
I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, no, like I said, what are you sending to me?
It's to do with a federal statute of murder.
All right. Well, I didn't say there wasn't a federal statute for murder.
But that's what I asked.
No.
That's what I fucking asked.
Okay, but
that's not what I wanted to send you.
all right. I still haven't gotten whatever you were trying to send me.
Yeah, that's not the correct thing. You don't need to know that one. You need to know this one.
Okay.
Apparently, it doesn't want. Yeah, there we go.
For example, like I said, all right. Let's say that you want to do smoke marijuana. We'll take it away.
But I'm not talking about marijuana because that.
No, I understand that, but it'll make the case. I'm trying to make so that you understand it. All right. Just because the federal government, the federal government says I find this illegal, okay, doesn't mean that the state government, all right, has to even acknowledge it. Okay? Because they don't have to obey it necessarily unless it's something that has been saying the states must do this. Okay? Now, can the federal government, can the Congress and everything write laws that basically tell each state what it has to do? Sure, it can attempt to do that, and often does. Right? And the states, for the most part, acquiesce, but they don't have to, right? And they can take that up, which is where we end up with states, taking cases against the federal government, all right? But just because there's a homicide, for example, just because the federal government says this is homicide throughout the United States, doesn't mean that the state organizations have to abide by that. In that they have to then arrest people, put people in jail, all right, utilize their police force to enforce that standard. Now, does that mean that they can prevent the federal government from coming in, for example, and saying, okay, we're going to send in the FBI to convict you on this murder charge? Okay? The answer is no, they really can't do that, and that'll create another problem. But
that's not what I was talking about, was it?
But then what is it? The feds aren't creating a standard that the states then abide by. Okay, that's not how this works.
It's the foundation.
No.
So let me explain what I've just sent you, and let me explain what it is. So what
did you send me?
It's talking about felony murder doctrine. This is specifically about through the state of Indiana, but it talks about the federal murder statute.
Okay, well, hold on a second, because I still haven't gotten whatever it is you suppose.
It's on the private chat of stream.
Oh, I was looking at another thing. I was looking in Discord. So I was trying to figure out what you were talking about.
No, that's fine. But what this talks about is that the federal standard is set as saying that all states need to understand the definition of murder is the unlawful killing of somebody else. It is then up to the states to define what the degree of murder is and the sentencing procedure for it. But the federal statute is that murder is defined as the unlawful killing of somebody.
Okay.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's the common law that structures the states together.
No, in this case, it doesn't necessarily. You're thinking that this structures the states together. It doesn't necessarily. Okay.
No, it sets the definition of what the murder should be.
Well, it's saying what it wants to describe murder to be. Okay. The states don't have to follow this. Okay, just because the federal government puts out a saying, well, we kind of like this, all right, doesn't mean that the states have to sit up there and agree with it or even enforce it. Now,
so why do that?
Okay, so now that's a good question. The main reason is do you want to sit up there and have a fight over murder, all right, with the federal government through the court system? And the answer to that depends on, whether or not they totally agree with the law, whether or not that they can live with the law, or whether or not the states sit up there and say, no, I think this violates our rights as states. Now, over murder, when it comes to murder, all right, if they sit up there and the federal government said murder is any time a person has died even while defending themselves murder, then the states would go ballistic. All right, so it's not just the federal government putting down a standard. It's got to be put on a standard that then is generally accepted. For example, you have these cases now, right?
Very quickly. Do the states not have, through representation, have the legal points of when these statutes were put down to vote whether they agree with the statutes or not, and if they wanted to remain part of the United States, you agree upon the vote or don't?
Okay, the to agree to be part of the United States entails you are not.
No, that's not what I meant. The most important part of this is the beginning part of it. So, when the federal government, or the national, as in the whole US government, says that this is the definition of murder that we want to have adopted by the states will then go yes or no, they agree with this, and it's normally done via a vote, which then puts it as a statute.
No.
No?
It does not. No.
That's not how statutes work.
That's not how our government works. Okay? You think of the federal government as being superior to the state governments. Okay? They're not. The federal government is not superior to the federal government. It exists with the federal government or with state governments. Okay? And in fact, the federal government exists only from the agreement that the states want to utilize, because the states could just come back and totally wipe the federal government out legally. Right? That's what the Convention of States could do. Totally remove the federal government. So the idea that the federal government is...
So what did I say that was wrong? Because I wanted to check.
Okay, you're trying to establish a hierarchy that doesn't exist.
It does exist. I can send you another how laws are made and how statutes are made. And it's literally how I described it.
And I would tell you that anybody who tells you that it comes from the federal government and then the states all get to vote on it, no, it does not work that way. You have federal law, you have state law. At times they mirror each other. At times they don't.
No, I'm talking about federal laws then being passed in all states.
If a federal
which then comes into statutes, which is done via bills.
No, but they don't have to be. The state doesn't have to take it up.
But I'm talking about that Nomad. I'm talking about that specific point. I know that they don't all have to be, which is why state laws differ from state to state. I'm talking about federal laws and how the definition of certain statutes affect all states, and then they have different degrees of how they accept that definition or statute.
A statute could be done that way, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
How do statutes come into effect then?
The states themselves sit up there and will propose legislation or not propose legislation. It has nothing to do with whether the federal government did it or not.
I completely agree. Who enforces the statutes after they've been put forward as bills and passes and statutes?
Good question, right? And that depends upon who passed the statute. If it's a federally
No, it's the federal government. It's that easy, MC.
No, it's not. Because there are plenty of state. There are plenty of times that the state statutes sit up there and do not sit up there and mirror the federal government.
We're not talking about state statutes. We're talking about statutes that then get put forward as a national or federal statute or bill.
When you have a federal statute, okay, that goes through Congress, right, with our two houses of Congress, and then sent down and applied to the states. It's automatically applied. That statute is automatically applied to the states. Okay. However, whether the states agree with that statute or not depends upon how it gets regulated. To say that it can be enforced by the federal government, yes, they are saying we can enforce whatever regulation we put on. For example,
I understand all of this, MC, and that's not what I'm talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
I don't mean to be a dick, so when I say this, I'm not
dickish. I'm not trying to. I'm not thinking that you are. So don't take it that way. Come on.
So, I've said 3 or 4 times that the reason why federal statutes come into effect is because a state will put forward that they want this to be a federal statute. The rest of the states will then vote on that as a bill. That bill will either get passed through the Congress and then through the House of the Senate. And then if it gets put through that, it then becomes a federal statute.
No.
No?
No.
That's not how statutes work then.
No.
Federal statutes.
That's not how federal statutes work, right? A representative sent from a state, all right, may propose a bill in Congress, all right? But that doesn't mean that representative represents a state. He only represents a federal district within that state. Okay, so as that law then gets applied to the federal government, the other representatives, all right, whether they're part of the same state or not, all right, will sit up there and vote on this, all right. But that's federal. That's a complete different system. You got to understand that system is not the same as it is for the states. It's not the states getting together and saying, okay, I want to do this, and then the states sit up there saying,
what do you think my argument is here?
Well, I think what you're trying to say is that a state, if the state wants something to be on murder, that the state then would say, okay, we're going to send this person over here to elect, to bring this up into the federal government. And it doesn't work that way.
No, I never said that.
But that's the slope that you're trying to, or
no, that's nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Stop arguing what you think I'm arguing.
I'm trying to understand what you're arguing. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but what you're saying doesn't make sense.
What do you think I'm arguing then?
That the federal government, all right, can sit up there and tell the states, oversees the states.
Of course not.
Okay. So, where are you in this argument then? Where are you trying to go with this argument?
I'm saying that with federal government, there comes a universal type of basic common law. So the idea of definition of what a murder is, as in the idea of an unlawful killing, is set by a federal precedent that comes as a statute. The states then will individually decide what constitutes to a degree of what each individual action within that state falls underneath that murder. So as you said before, it could be a first-degree murder, it could be a second-degree murder, it could be a third or a fourth-degree murder. These things are always set by the state and not by the federal government. But the federal government sets the fact of it is an unlawful murder. Unlawful killing, sorry. Unlawful killing.
No. Okay, it's unlawful from a federal perspective. The feds can sit up there and say we can enforce it this way. Okay, that the states will decide how they want to enforce this law. In this case specifically,
I just said that. I literally just said that.
No.
I literally just said that.
I understand that, but not only do they have to, can the state say we're going to agree with this, right? The states can say we don't agree with it and we're not going to acknowledge it at all.
What, they're not going to acknowledge... Wait. So you think that there's states out there that would say that we do not agree with the statute of murder means unlawful killing?
Yep. They could
Name
theoretically.
one. Name one.
No,
name
no, no.
one.
We're not going to.
Name
You're
one.
talking.
Hang on. No, MC.
I'm talking theoretically.
MC. Name one, and will they still be a part of the U.S. Government if they reject that bill or statute?
Does the federal government right now have that statute applied to marijuana?
But I'm talking about
No.
MC.
But you're talking about a specific instance, all right, where everyone had a commonality to agree with, and I agree with you there.
Agreed, because it's a foundation of argument.
Okay.
That we're literally arguing for 20 minutes over. But
that process, but your process, the process that you're describing, is inaccurate. Okay.
How so?
Because it doesn't necessarily have to follow this process.
Who said about necessarily following?
No, you're saying that this is how it happens. Well,
No,
then what
I'm
are you
saying
referring to?
This is how it happens for murder and other versions of common law.
Well, this is how it's
I'm not
happened.
saying this is a universal.
This
I'm
is
not
how
saying
it's
this
happened.
is a universal.
This is how actually the states had what their definition of murder was long before the federal government did. They actually you're putting the chicken before the egg. Okay,
I'm not, because I'm not saying that the states didn't have that, because the federal government come into effect, what, 1920s, 30s, or whatever it was? I can't remember. I haven't checked in a long time.
The federal government came the current federal government that we have, all right, came into when we passed the Constitution. The states set up and ratified the Constitution, right, which was in the I think it was the 1790s. Okay.
Federal government for the United States started in 1800.
Okay, 1800 was when it was.
As I said, I'm pretty sure it wasn't at the founding of the United States.
It was
federal
not,
government come afterwards. Admittedly, I was fucking off in the 1920s. Admittedly, but I knew it wasn't at the beginning.
No. The first attempt of the quote unquote federal government came under the Articles of Confederation. The current federal government does not function under the Articles of Confederation. Right.
Okay, most of the federal government or the cabinets of the United States or United States in general, Congress and so on and so forth, happened in 1789.
Right. Congress. Well, okay, Congress. There was a Congress that existed under the Articles of Confederation. All right, it was not the same Congress that we have today. All right, where you've got a Senate and a House. All right, and even the Senate and the House that we have today don't look the same because there's been amendments to the Constitution from the past. So the current federal government, it kind of depends on how you're trying to look at it. Do we have all the trappings?
So what's this got to do with our argumentation of what we were talking about before, mate?
Okay. When you're talking
we're
about,
starting to go down so many different rabbit holes that we're not even talking about the main subject.
In the first idea of what murder is or isn't, okay, doesn't necessarily obligate the states to say or define something one way or another. Okay,
it does as if a federal statute, and they agree to be part of the federal states of the United States.
They can, if in this case here, the federal government said we're going to leave this in a nice broad thing to give viability to situations where the states don't apply. Okay, for murder, all right, because it wasn't just the states that were involved in the federal government. For example, territories are not part of the states, all right, and their establishment could be completely different for murder, all right, and was obviously for long periods of time in our history in the larger sections of the country that were deemed territories before they became states, all right. So just because the federal government has an overarching document doesn't mean that the states has to respect it and has to follow it.
So, I don't want to get bogged down into this again, but it literally says, as part of how US laws are made, federal laws apply to people living in the United States and its territories.
Correct.
Okay, that's different to what you just said. Congress creates and passes bills. The president then may sign these bills into law, which it then comes as a federal law.
Right. Okay. Just because
which is literally what I was talking about.
But
why did we have to go through this
Because just because something has a federal law, right, doesn't mean that the states themselves have to acknowledge it or respond to it.
But then would they not be part of the... If it is an actual federal statute,
Mm-hmm.
would they, if they disagree with that statute, like in the South, would that not mean that they would have to succeed from the government?
No.
So there's territories that refuse to follow the federal laws that are still part of the US.
Yeah, you have California right now.
Don't say marijuana. It's because it's not in effect. They're not affecting it.
All right. Well, we'll talk about another one. Immigration.
What about immigration?
Right? They're required to report illegal aliens to the federal government. They're intentionally right now hiding illegal aliens.
Not under the sanctuary laws.
No. What sanctuary laws did the federal government ever write? There are no sanctuary laws.
Remember your point?
All right. No. The state is ignoring federal law because it contradicts state law.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to search this up now, aren't I? So federal law for immigration. Let's see what that is. Federal law for immigration. No, not immigrants. I want immigration. Be a bit redundant to have federal law for immigrants. That would be a bit stupid. Immigration. Federal law for immigrant. My fucking mouse is not working and it's starting to piss me off.
I know that rule. Whenever you want to do something, your computer starts to act up.
Right, okay, so what law specifically are they breaking? Because I've got all the statutes in front of me that I can look at, so what are they looking for?
I'm not sure exactly which statute it is, but there's a statute that sits up there and says that federal or illegal immigrants must be turned over to the federal government, all right, upon certain litigation, right?
So the litigation matters then?
Well, for example, if an illegal immigrant, all right, is caught in a state, all right, and it goes through this court system of the state, because that's how they were initially caught. For let's say they were drinking and driving, okay, so because they were caught drinking and driving, they go into the state court. The court then, once they find out that person is an illegal alien, they are required by law to turn that person over to the immigration authorities.
So you're saying that California doesn't do that?
No, they don't.
So when illegal aliens commit actual crimes that then go through the court system, you're telling me they don't release them back and send them back?
Not always, no.
Not always.
They
so
can.
That's changed.
Oh, no. They're refusing right now. They're refusing to turn over illegal aliens directly to the government. In fact, that's what's happening.
For what reason?
Doesn't matter. They don't.
It does, because you just said that there's different litigations.
Because the main reason is because the state believes they're going to send them back to their country, all right? Because
so
they're
you're
illegal
talking about
aliens.
Refugee status then?
No,
that are in the sanctuary cities.
They're not a sanctuary city. There's no such thing in federal law that recognizes sanctuary cities at all.
But there is federal statutes that recognize refugee status and asylum seeker status.
Only the refugees can make that. Only the federal government can make that determination. It's left completely up to the.
Where does that
federal,
state that?
That came about because when a state stood up there and said, "Well, we don't have to sit up there and enforce these laws," they went up for example, in immigration, since you and this federal government, in Arizona, for example, decided to say, you know what, since you and the federal government aren't going to enforce immigration law, we're going to do it. And as soon as they did that, the federal government took them to court, and it went through SCOTUS that said, okay, these are two different things. You can't decide to sit up there and do this completely on your own at the behest or not at the behest of the federal government. You'll have to turn them over, because what we were doing in Arizona is we were catching the illegal aliens and immediately sending them back across the border. All right? Even if you take a look at all the way back to the Dred Scott decision.
I'm now confused what you're talking about.
All right, it's the same thing.
No, immigration,
it's not. Hold on a second. Immigration, even going back to Dred Scott, the Dred Scott decision with SCOTUS said, U.S. citizens and the status of immigration is totally at the purview of the federal government. It is not at the purview of the state. So in other words, a state can't sit up there and say, okay, this person has refugee status. We're going to give them refugee status, all right, and the federal government has to respect that. No, the federal government doesn't have to respect that because their purview is the only determinate one. You cannot, as a state, assign status to a person that affects other states. It's one of the things that Trump was arguing about. He was trying to sort of say, let's go in there and hold these states that are sanctuary cities and say, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to send in the feds. And what was the response? The response was from the Fed, from federal agencies. No, we don't want to do that.
So, from what I've just looked at, it says that states can be able to deal with people that claim asylum. And then while that claim of asylum is going through, the only people that can say that they are refugees or not refugees to give them asylum is the federal government. But the state can say that they are applying for asylum and keep them there while they're applying for asylum.
They can make that claim, but these people are not. They can make that statement.
That's a different claim, MC.
No.
You can say that they're claiming this, but we're talking about the.
Where you can say that the states can say that. The states can try and say that all they want. They don't have the authority.
That they do for asylum.
No, they don't. There's no asylum law for the federal government that says whether the feds actually engage in it is something different. But there's no law that says the states can sit up there and determine, all right, or can sit up there and say we're going to say that this person is a refugee.
I never notice how you changed the words. I never said that the states can determine who's a refugee or not.
Well, then who determines if they're a refugee under refugee
The
status?
feds do. That's why you should listen to what I said.
So at that point right there, so if a state is saying, well, these people are refugees,
But I didn't say that.
No, but you're saying that the state, when it's doing this, is saying they're holding these people as under refugee status, and I'm telling you who assigned them that status. It wasn't the federal government. See, this is what I'm trying to say. A sanctuary law says we're going to sit up there and determine whether or not someone is under a refugee status until the final adjudication is done by the feds.
Yeah, because when you claim asylum, you're assumed until you get the status or refuse the status that you're a refugee until you either have or don't have the status.
No,
that's how asylum laws work.
Well, that's how yours may work.
No, that's also how yours work. Do you want me to send you a copy of it?
Ours do not work. I can tell you that right now.
No, you said yours do not work. I'm saying that those are the way that they do work. Under state law, states can decide that if you are claiming asylum, they can hold you as an asylum seeker to be able to then get your process confirmed or denied via the federal government. That's how your system's supposed to work.
Well, hold on. When do they say that they're a refugee? They have to claim that they're a refugee status to a federal authority first, right? That's not happening.
No, they claim asylum in the state.
You cannot claim asylum in the state, all right? When the asylum has to be claimed initially to the federal government. They have to be turned over to the federal government. Yes, they do.
Bearing litigation, you even stated
Once again, litigation is federal. It stays within the federal system. It has nothing to do with the state.
So it has nothing to do with state litigation either then?
No. Not at all. Which is one of the reasons why what's happening under Biden is he's taking people that are claiming asylum.
So let's move away from immigration, MC. Let's move away from immigration.
I know why you're having a headache. All right, it has to do with the bifurcation. All right, between our governments.
No, it has nothing to do with that, MC. It's that you assume people's arguments rather than listening to them.
I'm listening to your argument, but what you're reading, all right, isn't the actual statute that sits up there and says the state is.
I can send you the exact statute, which is why I'm not doing it in a public chat, MC.
Well, go ahead and do it in the public chat.
I don't want to. That's not the conversation. I'm not here to to do anything like that, MC. I'm here to talk to you about your opinions, mate.
All right, but in the way my opinion goes, and you can send me the statute. I assume you put it in private chat again. No,
As I said, I can't be. It's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to do that to anybody, MC. I'm here to talk about your opinions.
Well, I was looking at the private chat, right? But the federal law determines whether or not you have to apply to the feds, all right, for asylum, not to a state. You have to apply to the federal government. Now, if the state is saying, okay, they can stay in the state as under refugee status, that's the state's determination.
No, they
right?
stay under the... Could stop. When somebody comes into the country, they claim asylum. Mm-hmm. So that's the first status.
Who do they claim asylum to?
Well, they talk to the state litigation first. The litigation from the state then goes to the federal aspect, and then they decide whether or not it's refugee status or non-refugee status.
Only the federal government, all right, can you apply for refugee status.
Correct.
All right. In other words, you cannot talk to a state entity and saying, I'm a refugee, therefore I get to stay. No,
that's
you have to apply.
MC.
No, hold on a second, because that is what's happening.
No,
all right,
MC. When they are under state law, they are saying that they are claiming asylum within that state, which is why they're able to do sanctuary cities.
No, that is not what you cannot sit up there and claim to be a refugee in a state. You have to sit up there.
Correct.
Correct. In other words, you have to have been turned over to the federal government first.
For litigation.
No, not even for litigation.
Read it again, MC.
For application of refugee status, you have to go to the feds.
Where do you think that happens? You can send that via letters.
No, you send it via that person. Otherwise, somebody sending a letter saying, I want refugee status, could do it in Timbuktu.
Sure, they could do, but I'm talking about when they're in a state.
Well, then they're in a state, the states are required to initially turn them over to the federal government. At that point,
for
they
litigation.
can claim. No,
for the claim.
No, they are required to turn them over to the federal government. Now, whether or not what the federal government does with them, as far as saying, okay.
So I'll ask you this one last time, MC, and then if you don't have it, then we'll move on. Where is the statute that says that all states have to give the refugees to federal aspects and not litigation?
Right, you're already establishing something, though. You're already saying that they're refugees. Okay?
No, I'm not.
They are not. You just did.
No,
you just said, where does it show them that they have to turn over the refugees?
I was talking about how you phrased it, MC. I was talking about how you phrased it. I'm talking about states talk about asylum seekers.
All right, but asylum seekers are determined initially by the federal government.
And I don't disagree with you.
Which means they have to go to the federal government first.
Okay? No, it means they can... Listen, it means that they can claim asylum in the state and then claim for... Listen...
No, you cannot sit up there and abrogate this by going to the state first and saying they can act as a proxy for you to the federal government. There's no statute that says that. You're misreading this.
Says what you're saying.
You're misreading the statute here. You're saying they've already been given refugee status or asylum or claiming asylum. Okay.
I was just about to ask you the question. What do you think asylum means?
It doesn't matter what asylum means.
Of course it does.
Okay, asylum means you're asking for asylum from your previous country. That's what asylum means.
Yes. Okay? Which means they're not asking to be refugees at that point in time.
Okay, and so
they're claiming asylum.
But who do they claim asylum to? They can't claim
asylum. As I said, they claim asylum to the state, and then they claim refugee status.
No, they cannot claim asylum to the state.
Okay, let's just move on, mate. Let's just move on.
You fail to understand this. They cannot walk
you're
into
correct.
the state and say,
you're absolutely correct. I am absolutely wrong. You are absolutely correct. I'm wrong. I don't care. I don't care. I can send you literally all of the statutes. I can send it to you as the whole page if you want.
And I can tell you that as it gets litigated going through this, they have
well done, litigated. Yes, through federal courts. I know. I know.
then that person then isn't a ward. Now that person can be a ward of the state. However, in order to apply for asylum, they can't be a refugee first and have refugee status in the state, can they?
Sorry?
Can a person be a refugee without asking for asylum first?
They can do, yes, but that's
How?
generally not how it goes. As
Well,
you
then,
said
okay.
before, they can talk to federal members on the border
All right,
and do it that way.
So, wait a minute. But to determine the refugee status, they have to have been granted asylum, that the asylum request has been granted. All right? Or
Correct,
that
which is
the
normally
request
done
has
via
been
the
approved.
state. Which is
All right,
normally
no,
done
it's
via the
not
state that
normally
they're
done
caught
by
in.
the state. I live in a border state. I know what we can do and what we can't do. We cannot do what you're saying. Okay? To say that
How does
we
it
can
work
determine,
then, MC?
Very simple. You sit up there
Okay.
and have a person come across the border. The federal government, they talk to whoever the Fed is, normally Border Control or CPB or someone within the INS, and they say, we're claiming asylum. They are not talking to state authorities at all.
So there's no state authorities in when they get caught via, say, state police or anything else like
If
that.
the state
when they claim
police,
asylum.
if they state police and then they come back and say, we're going to claim asylum, you can't claim it to them. You got to claim it to the feds.
No, they can claim asylum, but then
No, they cannot claim asylum unless you're asking for it from the federal government.
That's not what the statutes say, but okay.
I'm telling you, you're misreading the statute. I'm telling you're misreading it.
Of course I am.
Well, once again, can you be a refugee without having been asking for asylum from the only relevant authority that can make the determination?
As I said to you before, yes.
No. How's that possible?
If I get caught by Arizona police, the state police, and I go, well, I'm actually a refugee, so I want to claim asylum, that's how litigation starts from the state.
No, the state
It then gets passed on. It then gets passed on.
By law, that person has to be turned over to the federal authorities. He can then claim asylum.
Do you think that I disagreed with that?
No, because that's what's not happening.
No. The litigation has to be turned over to the state.
No,
the person doesn't.
The person has to be turned over to the state.
Yes, I agree.
Or to the federal government. I'm sorry, the federal government. No, the person has to be turned over to the federal government. The illegal alien has to sit up there and personally be turned over to the federal government.
Okay.
I know you don't want to believe me, but by law, that's how it's supposed to work. Why do you think people have been so upset about this stuff?
Because I think that they have a very similar way of how you're looking at it.
Why do you think the states are like Arizona are arguing with the federal government to do something about this stuff?
Yeah, but what are they arguing? What are they arguing to do about it?
They're arguing they want enforcement of the federal laws. Because the power to enforce the federal laws has been stripped from them, all right? When it comes to the border and immigration. Let me ask you a question. What happened in Texas where Texas shipped a bunch of illegal aliens to Washington, D.C., right?
That's correct. That's correct in how they did that, sure.
How did that take place?
Because they had to be processed by the federal government because they claimed refugee status.
But they'd already been processed by the federal government and then released into the state. Released into state custody.
Sure.
And then
so did they have their status or not?
They had the status already because they had asked the federal authorities. They had already started the litigation process.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the state started the litigation process?
No. The individual illegal alien started the process by talking to the federal government directly on the border. By being captured by
Which is what I said can happen.
No, that it has to happen that way. All right? This is what I'm trying to tell you. That is the way the process works. The process isn't, okay, I claim asylum in a state by walking up to a state patrolman and saying, okay, I'm claiming asylum. You can't claim asylum to a state policeman. You have to do it to a fed, and it has to be done in person.
Yeah, as I said, you can apply for asylum status by submitting an I-589 form.
Right, but they have to do that in person.
Correct. You can only apply for asylum in person in the state that you're in.
No, to the federal government. It has nothing to do with what state you're in. You have to apply for asylum to the federal government directly, personally. Because I guarantee you the California policeman is not walking around with that form on his hands.
Well done, MC. Why are you taking things so literally? I'm not saying that the state literally holds out the forms for them, mate.
Well, unfortunately, while you're not saying that, that is happening.
Well, you're now saying that the police do that?
No, I'm saying the states have been doing stuff like that. That's what California has been doing, and that's what's been illegal. You were asking whether or not states can ignore federal law and whether or not they're still part of the United States. Well, California is ignoring federal law in the cases of immigration, and they're still part of the United States.
Okay, shall we get back to the actual topic of killing babies, shall we?
All right, let's talk about murdering babies.
Yeah, let's talk about murdering babies.
All right.
So when should a baby have a right?
In my opinion?
Yes.
Right. In
It's
my
your
opinion,
it's not going to be. Neither of us are going to have legal doctrine on it.
All right. Well, obviously, in my opinion, it should be all right. The moment of conception. All right. Now,
how would you enforce that? Who has superior rights, the mum or the child?
Depends.
No, it doesn't depend. That's your argument. So now go through it.
Well, okay. Well, hold on. First of all, you don't just have a mother involved; you have a father involved. All right.
The mother's carrying the child, so the rights between the mother and the child are the ones that we're talking about.
No, that's not a right between the mother and child. Well, I guess it is in this sense.
It's literally a biological connection. We're talking about a biological connection.
We are talking about a biological connection. I will agree. All right, although that biological connection doesn't exist without the father. Okay.
No, you don't need a biological connection for a baby to be born after conception. You do with the mother, though.
Not if you have an artificial womb and technology.
We don't have that, MC. Stop talking about what ifs.
We don't have that. We don't have that yet.
Sure, but we're talking about what we have now.
It's not beyond. It's not beyond. It's not beyond. Okay.
Are you a contrarian?
No. Well, to an extent, I am. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You got me in that right. Okay. What do I believe? I personally believe, all right, at the moment of conception, that baby has human individual rights. They're a human being. Okay? And that's
so how is that litigated?
All right.
And how should it be litigated?
That will have to be through a society making the choice of saying, okay, at what point do we make that determination? Because we're going to have to get together with other people, all right?
I'll ask a simpler question. What rights does that baby actually have before it's born?
It has all the rights of a human being.
So how does that transfer to something that's not even born, that may not be made properly, that may be stillbirthed, that has all the deformities that can happen? How does that? How would you put that to a child?
They still have the natural rights.
What natural rights are you on about?
I'm talking about the natural rights of the human being. They still have fully. They're still fully human. They're still a full human being, and they have all the rights of a human being. Now,
yeah, and I'm asking you, what are they?
Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
So how can you do that when you don't even have a brain that works? How can you find your happiness and your pursuit of it if you don't have a brain that works?
That's your assessment.
No, that's medical.
No. Okay, you can say it's a medical assessment if you want, all right? But it's still a medical assessment of what's happiness for them. I don't know, all right? I don't have to know.
If your brain doesn't even have stimulation, it cannot comprehend what happiness is, let alone have a pursuit of it.
What is happiness?
Happiness is chemical reactions that are stimulation through the brain, which does not happen until about the 18th week of conception. So
you're saying to you, happiness is only some kind of chemical reaction within the brain?
No, I'm telling you what it medically is.
No, that's how you defined it from a medical perspective. All right, that's not necessarily. That's not.
You definitely are a contrarian.
No, hold on, because somebody says that they've noticed that when people are really happy, they have these chemicals going on in the brain. But that's not a definition of happiness in and of itself. Okay? So a person can determine to be happy even when they're in pain. Okay?
Sorry, what?
Even when they're in pain, people can be happy. They can determine their own happiness. They can be fully satisfied. They can be enjoying life. All right? Maybe they're enjoying life through the pain. Okay, so to sit up there and say that it's just a chemical process...
Sure, but you do realize that you can still measure that, right?
You're going to measure it in somebody that's going through pain to see whether or not they're having happiness? No, you're not going to find that.
Yeah, you do. You measure the endorphin levels. There's also other serotonin levels that come through it as well.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that's happening in a
It's a direct correlation. It's a direct correlation.
There are... Okay, but it's not 100%. It's not complete.
Nothing is 100%.
No. Well, but then that's what you're dealing with now. All right? I agree. Nothing is 100%. But when you're talking about an establishment of saying, well, when people have endorphins in their brains, they are happy, not necessarily. There are plenty of people who are high as hell and the most miserable people on the planet.
Not at the same time.
Oh, yes. At the same time.
Then they're not happy when they're high. There's a difference between being high and happy.
Their endorphin levels.
You can be a manic depressant while you're on drugs. Yeah. That doesn't mean that just because you're on drugs that you're happy.
That's okay. And just because you're on drugs, but your endorphin levels could be high.
Your endorphins level could be, yeah, sure, but there is other levels that go along with being happy that are measurable.
Not all are quantifiable.
We can quantify levels of happiness. It's literally measurable.
You cannot quantify levels of happiness.
You can. It's literally measurable.
No, you can measure emotion, all right, but for a level of emotion for a person. But you can't establish that this person is at this level versus this person at this level strictly through the chemical reactions, because how a person reacts within those chemical differences, all right, can be starkly different.
Sure. But you can still have averages, can't you?
Well, we're not... Okay, but are we talking about averages?
We live in a society. How do you think society works? Do we think that we talk about the extremes and the singularities that happen with it? Or do you think that we talk generalities?
You asked about my opinion on an individual level, and then you're trying to say, okay, well, how do you sit up there and apply that on a societal level? I didn't say there was a way to apply it to a societal level, though.
But that's what we're talking about.
What?
But I want your opinion on how things would work on a societal level.
On a societal
I'm not asking
level?
you for your your perfect worldview.
Okay, well then make that differentiation ahead of time.
That's my fault. My bad.
I'll blame you for everything. Don't worry. I know you talked Putin into invading Ukraine too. You bastard.
Yeah.
It's a joke, folks. I'm choking with vetoes.
He's choking. It's fine.
Actually, hold on a second, because I am kind of choking. Give me a second here.
Yep, no worries.
Move over here. I gotta get some water in me. That's what the problem is. My throat.
Yeah, that's why I have a nice big bottle of Coke. Notice I said bottle and not powder.
Okay, now back to this. How can we do this from a society? How can we make some kind of basis within society? All right, if you're going from a societal point of view, where does that happen at? In my opinion, it happens at a heartbeat.
Okay, so heartbeats generally don't start until around about 6, 7, 8 weeks, depending on the process of the babies.
8 to 10 weeks is what I look at. All right, and that is a medical determination from what I accept. Yes, you can take a look at certain processes early on, but at 8 to 10 weeks, I think it's 10 weeks, you can always see on a sonogram, all right, heartbeat.
Sure.
And I'm creating a medical. I realize that I'm creating a medical standard at that point.
Yes, you're now talking about a viability option rather than it being a conceptional.
But but that doesn't mean that I don't agree that we're killing a human being. I still think we're killing a human being even before that.
But you're a supporter of the death penalty, so you don't actually care about killing human beings.
I'm saying that that in these cases we can't avoid it.
And I don't understand what you mean by that. If you're a supporter of the death penalty, you believe that there are certain aspects and reasons of why we should be able to kill human beings for certain reasons.
Yes.
Why does that not go for people that are not even born yet?
That does go. But although initially my support of the death penalty is adjudication, all right, meaning a judge is the one making the determination of whether or not you've gone through the process where those rights have been removed from you. We've had a process where those rights have been removed from you. Okay.
Do you not think that a person can have that idea of being able to judge for themselves?
I failed to follow.
Because I know you do believe that, so it'd be disingenuous for you to say no.
Well, okay, but I failed to follow your logic here.
So if I can determine to be my own judge of whether or not that I want to have children or not, and I'm a female now and I'm the one carrying the child, why can I not decide when we have the idea of viability whether or not to have an abortion or not?
Whether or not you can, as an individual, you can do that, but that's not social. That's not a societal determination now, is it?
But if we can agree that we can do that as an individualistic level, why can we not let individuals in society decide that?
Because
what you're talking about is restrictions.
Why can't we not? Because we have to live within a society. All right?
Sure, but what you're talking about is restricting those people's choices rather than letting them allow them to have those choices.
I disagree with you. All right, because that choice whether or not they're pregnant or not. All right, is made the moment they allow themselves to become pregnant or not.
Notice how you didn't address the point being made. You went to, well, they decided they were going to get pregnant.
Okay.
Not everybody decides to get pregnant, my friend.
All right. Okay, you're talking about outliers of rape and so forth, all right?
No, I'm talking about there's loads of people that have one-night stands where condoms break, where they don't always work, where people just do it bareback because they don't think they're going to get pregnant.
But then they made that. Then they took the risks, didn't they? They engaged in an adult activity, knowing what the consequences could be, and decided to engage into that concept.
I agree with you, but does that not mean that I can then judge to amend that consequence?
Well, what do you mean I can't? Well, can't the man then amend that consequence? He's a part of that too.
How would the man amend the consequence?
By forcing an abortion.
Why would the man be able to force an abortion?
Well, then why should the woman be able to force the abortion?
Because it's her body.
No, it's still okay. It's still her. It can be her body, but it's his DNA.
Sure,
and that baby is an individual, all right?
Sure, you do understand that the man can actually litigate to say that they can have a financial abortion from that child from day one, right?
Not so much in the U.S.
Do you want me to look for the statute? Do you want me to look for the laws in every state?
Try to look at that in the United States and see how often that is even accepted. Let's be perfectly honest here.
Do you know how many times that it's actually gone after? It's normally gone after alamo's already been decided.
There, in the United States, there was a case that they ruled against the man, all right, who then had to pay, all right, child support to a woman who received his DNA, all right, through artificial insemination.
Sure.
Now, why is he then accountable for that child?
I agree with you. He shouldn't be.
But he was.
But that's a law. But that's a law that we can change.
It was litigated. Right. It's a law we can change.
We agree. No,
Very good. No. It's a law we can change. Just like when we're talking about a societal situation here and we're using the medical viability option that you're coming back with as to what we can do. We can put it in law that we can change if we decide as a society to choose 10 weeks.
Sure, you can also decide that murder is no longer illegal. That doesn't make it right, though, does it, buddy?
It doesn't mean that an abortion is ever right either, does it?
Of course it does.
No. How does it become right?
Abortions can have a righteous meaning to it. As you said before, with, say, for instance, you've been molested by your father or your son or your brother or whatever.
There's a difference between righteous and tragic.
No, you could have the righteous abortion.
I don't think there's such a thing as a righteous abortion.
No, you don't think there is, but there is by definition.
That's your definition, right? You're applying that and saying that this is you. Okay, but we as a society may or may not agree with that. Now, you're still going to have to live within our society, or do you plan to sit up there and blow me up at the next convent?
No, I'll leave you to raid the Congress instead. I'll leave you to raid Congress instead.
It's a joke.
I'll lead you to raid Congress. It's fine. But on a serious note, when you were saying about the idea of changing the litigation for men, for instance, I agree with you that there should be a change in laws where the men could be able to say that I want a financial abortion from children. The same reasons and rhymes that women should be able to have a physical abortion to the point of viability.
Right, but I disagree with that. Right?
But disagree with it how, though?
I disagree. What do you mean how?
That's the whole point of the how, the whys.
Because I want to sit up there and create a society, all right, where accountability begins at your actions, all right. And if I'm going to hold the man accountable for his actions at the moment of conception, right, why shouldn't I be doing the same thing for a woman?
But I've already just said that we could give the concession of saying that you don't have to. You can have a financial abortion from the child.
But but from an individual accountability standpoint, right, you're better off with these people making a better decision early on than making a bad decision later on. Making a bad decision and then trying to cover up what they're considering a mistake.
So what are you actually saying here? Because I heard a lot of good, a lot of bad decisions. What are you talking about on these decisions?
If you sit up there and take a risk to get pregnant.
But not everybody takes the risk to get pregnant.
All right. If you engage in sex, you're risking getting pregnant.
Great. If you walk outside, you're risking getting run over by a car.
No, it's not.
There's probability in everything.
Okay, there's a probability in things, but the vast majority of what you're talking about when it comes to abortion and everything else isn't because of they've engaged in sane behavior or adult behavior. It's because they've engaged in risky behavior knowingly.
Wait, are you saying that having sex is not sane or adult behavior? Is it childish or something to have sex then?
With the expectation of I can fix it later, yes.
But that's not what their aspect is. I will fix it later.
But it is.
No,
if
it's not.
Too many in this country. Too many in this country are engaged in sex.
Wait. Are you telling me, MC, that you think there are literally men and women, specifically more women, that are literally going, oh, it's okay, I'll get an abortion tomorrow?
Yes.
Show me them.
Right.
How do you quantify that? Or is that just an opinion that you have?
The number of abortions that are taking place. There's 12,000
That doesn't mean that they're no. That's like me saying, well, there's a number of Dodgers fans. That means everybody that's a Dodger fan is a horrible person. Just because the numbers are there doesn't mean that what you decide of the numbers there are because of is the reason why.
All right. So then why are these numbers at 12,000 abortions?
Because people have bad choices sometimes, and they have to make choices between either having kids or not having kids.
They made a bad choice when they opened their legs and acted like sluts, whether they were male or female.
But that doesn't mean that they've always done that, mate. And that doesn't mean that that's the reason why they've had that done.
But it's the majority of the people that are doing it.
How do you know that it's the majority of people?
Because you didn't have these kind of abortions taking place before. You didn't have these kind of
What do you mean before?
Back in the past. This
Of
is
course
only
you
a
did.
recent. No, you did not. You did not have them. You did not have
You
the
did. You had them in Greek times, MC. You have them done in Greek times.
I'm not talking about Greek times. I'm talking about back in the 1950s. You did not have the. No, I didn't.
Of course you did. Have you not heard of back alley abortions?
Oh, I do believe that there were things like back alley abortions take place, right? But it wasn't in the tens of thousands in a single state that's as small as Arizona.
How would you be able to quantify that, MC, if it's done illegally?
But what's more, I can do that very simply. By the amount of sex that's been happening. Because the amount of...
Do you think that there's more sex now than there is yesterday?
Oh, hell yes! There is far more premarital sex going on today, all right, because of the teenage pregnancy rate than back in the 50s.
But that's not what I said.
No, that's exactly what you said. You said there's more sex going on.
I said more sex. I said more sex.
Yes,
you then changed it to premarital sex.
It's more okay. So if they're getting sex earlier, all right, that somehow it's dropping off sooner or later. Is that what your assessment is?
What do you mean by sooner or later? Because premarital sex now can go all the way up to the age of premarital sex can go all the way up to 30 or 40
okay,
now.
If you're sitting up there dealing with teenagers where you have less marriage, all right, and let's be honest, for a variety of reasons, and all of a sudden their teenage pregnancy rates have skyrocketed, are you saying then that now that teenage sex has skyrocketed, that somehow the sex that comes after that drops off?
What?
If you're having more sex early on, then if it's going to be the same amount of sex, then you're going to have less sex later on. Right? In order for those numbers to work.
I don't get what you're saying.
If you try to say that just because there's not more sex today, okay? You said, how do I prove that? Premarital pregnancies, all right, or teenage pregnancies is one way to prove that.
Okay, but there was more pregnancies in general all over the world when you were younger. I'm
talking about the United States, and I'm not talking about the rest of the world.
And you're specifically focusing on premarital sex.
We're also talking about the United States with Roe v. Wade, so keep it within the same context.
I'm trying, but your arguments are weird. You're literally saying that because people have babies out of wedlock, that means that more people are having abortions, right?
No, I'm saying that the teenage pregnancy rate.
But people were having more children in general before. That's the reason why we talk about birth rates being so shallow now.
Right. But the reason you don't have the higher pregnancy rates today are due to what? Contraceptives more than anything else.
Yes, more than anything else. Yes, correct. Contraceptions, yes.
All right. But that's the birth rate. We're not talking about the birth rate right now. We're talking about teenage pregnancies. All right. So
yeah, but why are you so focused on that?
Because you tried to say that there's less sex today, or the sex today. Is
no, I said how would you quantify it? I never said yes or no.
And I said by taking a look at teenage sex, the teenage pregnancy rates.
So does that mean that I can talk about marital sex then? Because there was a lot more people having babies in marital sex than there was then. We're talking about sex, but you're focusing on premarital sex. Do you see that the reason why I'm trying to point out to you that your argument's about premarital sex, not sex?
No, my argument's not about premarital sex. You asked me for a definition. Are we having more sex today? And how do I prove that you're having more sex today than the past? Because when I said yes, we're having more sex today, you said, well, how do you quantify that? I said, I'm not quantifying it. I believe it because of the indications of teenage pregnancy rates going skyrocketing. That's why.
Okay, so my counter to that argument is, if you're going to compare the out of wedlock baby rates, birth rates, then why would you not look and consider about all of the birth rates within marriages between the last 50 to 100 years? And see that the sex rates are basically the same?
No, they're not.
There's just people got married younger. And you're focusing on premarital sex more than you are about sex.
The teenage pregnancy rates, all right, back in the 1950s versus teenage pregnancy rates today, all right, are at a higher level today by far.
So?
Okay, seeing as you had less contraceptive means and everything else, it means sex started at an earlier lifespan, right?
Sure, but that wasn't your argument. You said that they had more sex.
Hold stop right here. I'm saying you said, are we having more sex today than we had in the past? And you said, how do I judge that? Okay, if you start early, having sex early, all right, in order for the amount of sex to be exactly the same, you've now got to have less sex later on, after the teens.
Do you think people do that?
No, I don't. I think
so. You don't think that after people, if they start earlier, would finish earlier?
No, I think that because lifespans have extended, I think it just continues on. I think
so you think women that have gone through menopause and have children and are no longer are producing lubrication, for instance, still want sex at the same rate as other people?
But is the age of when they have menopause changed to the teenage years? Has it dropped 20 years?
I don't know about 20 years, but it has dropped, yes. It has changed.
Bit. Not significantly. I think a year or two is what they've calculated.
No, it's roughly about 5 years on average that it's changed, it's dropped.
Okay, 5 years. Okay, I don't know about how far that goes and what demographics you're looking at.
But my point is you can't quantify. We're arguing about trying to quantify something we just can't quantify. We're talking about what we think and feel.
Right, but you want to quantify that. I don't. You want to put a
yes, because you're going on feeling.
No,
yeah, because you're going on feelings.
I'm not going strictly on feeling. I'm also going on data.
What data?
The data that says teenage pregnancy rates are higher.
But that's not data that says that we are having more sex overall.
Yes, it does, and here's why.
No, it doesn't.
Because it does not make. It does not. No, it's not about premarital. It has nothing to do with premarital sex. All right,
okay,
it has to do with teenage.
Sorry,
pregnancy.
teenage. Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm saying now?
No.
I know you don't.
It's the same. You do realize that marriage sex was at a different age because you could get married at like 16s. In actual fact, I wouldn't even go into the actual age range that's still around in the US now.
The age range encompasses that, though, doesn't it?
No, that just means marriage sex and premarital sex, which is the reason why I did that in the first place.
Teenage pregnancy rates have nothing to do with whether or not you're married or not.
So you're telling me that if a man of 20 married a 14-year-old, which happened quite a lot back in the day, you're telling me that they wouldn't have had children by the age of 18?
No, they probably would have. They would have been
but
counted.
That's teenage pregnancy then, isn't it? I know it wouldn't have done, which is my whole point.
All right, but it would have been a teenage pregnancy rate, right? It would be
correct, but it wouldn't have been counted.
And it would be counted. And it would be counted.
No, it wouldn't have been.
Yes, it would have.
No, it wouldn't. It would have been counted as a woman pregnancy because she would have been classified as a woman because she was married.
No. Now you're sort of saying, oh no, the people before, they didn't classify a woman as being a teen, all right, under the teenage pregnancy rates by age. No, they classified it by age and marriage. That's nonsense.
They did.
No, they didn't. They did not.
So you were around in about the 50s or 60s, right?
I was around in the 60s, not the 50s.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
My dad's a bit older than you. My dad would have been classified the man of the house between the ages of 14 to 16, depending on whether or not his dad was around, right?
Okay, yeah.
So, I'm guessing that if your dad wasn't around and you were there to look after your mom or your sisters or your brothers or whatever, that between the ages of 12 to 16, you probably would have been called the man of the house at that point.
Okay.
If you got married at that point, you would have been classified as a man of the house.
Okay.
That's the point. The marital structure and status would determine whether or not you were a man of the house or not, or a child.
All right. Well, not necessarily, but...
By definition, it does.
Right.
It literally changes, like for women as well, from being a miss to a Mrs.
Right, but it doesn't change when you're doing a demographic by age, all right, whether or not you're a teen or not.
It does if you don't do it by age at that point.
Where's your evidence that they didn't do it by age at that point?
That there's no statistics for age at that point. They do premarital or married.
No, they did not. They did teenage. They have records of students in schools. And if you're 14, you're still using students in schools, whether they were married or not.
Sure.
And there were girls.
Sure, but there's a difference from a 14-year-old being in school to a 14-year-old that's married that's being a homemaker, is there not?
She could be in. She's just as likely to be in school as not. How many 14-year-olds?
No.
Hold on a second. How many 14-year-olds? How many 15-year-olds do you think were getting married? All right. When they were
depending on what state, because it's still available now.
Let's talk Louisiana. All right, we'll go or Alabama. Alabama even better. All right, well let's say the state was Alabama.
Virginia and Georgia are the best.
All right, Virginia or Georgia. What percentage of the people, all right, were being married at those ages?
I don't have a clue at this point in time.
Okay. So we would need to find that out and then see.
Why would we need to find that out for this contrarian argument?
Because you're the one who's saying that the reason that the teenage pregnancy rates are different now has to do with the fact that they were getting married earlier, and there
none of these are my arguments. None of these are my arguments.
Then what the hell is your argument here?
I don't have an argument against you. It's to point out that your assertions are just assertions. I can counter your assertions with other assertions. They mean nothing.
They're assertions based, all right, on data, though.
No, they're not.
They're not just assertions that are based on feelings, on total wishful thinking. No, they are not.
Okay.
Do we have a higher teenage
Shall we carry on rather than talking about hypotheticals? Shall we carry on rather than talking about hypotheticals?
No, we're not until we move on from this point. Do we have a higher teenage pregnancy rate today than we did in the 1950s?
I don't know. Our records are much easier and easier to keep than they were back then. So I have no idea. I have no idea how you'd be able to gauge that accurately and properly.
You have to sit up there and can't do every single one. You've got to go through a metrics to sit up there and says, okay, we've got this many counts of people that we're using within this sample, and this is what the sample result is. Now, can that be adjudicated and massaged?
But you're not asking for that.
All right.
But you're not asking for that. You're asking for actual records, not sample sizes.
You're asking like actual records of pregnancies and births in this country.
No, you're asking for that.
1950s. No,
you're asking for that.
You're asserting that they didn't exist and that they weren't counted correctly.
No, I'm saying that the records don't exist because they didn't have enough time to bother to do the records.
Well, then how the hell? In the 1950s, the records for teenage births and everything else were all the same. There was not a huge discrepancy like you were back in the 1920s.
So you're saying that the teenage pregnancy fluctuated depending on the decade you were in?
I'm saying that the teenage pregnancy rate since the 1950s has skyrocketed.
Okay.
All right? And if the teenage pregnancy rate has skyrocketed, so did teenage sex. Especially when you take into consideration... All right, and if sex stays the same all the way through to when you die, on average, all right, you have to be.
But it doesn't. You're saying that people that are 60 and 70 are still having sex, and they're just not true. Not as a commonality. There are obviously people that are still doing it at that age, but not as a commonality.
Okay, but the number of people at 60 and 70 having sex in the past has changed as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, because they died.
All right. Well, okay. So you're saying now, since they're living longer and they have more opportunity for sex, they're even more or less likely to have sex.
I don't know how you think that this is an argument worth arguing.
Because you came back and you're trying to say that there's no reason to believe. It doesn't make sense to believe.
That's not
that
my argument, MC. I've already told you twice what it is. It's to say that your assertions can be dismissed because I can also make the same or similar...
No, but you're dismissing my assertion by saying it's not based on anything. And it is based on actual data.
MC, I'm not saying it's not based on data. I'm saying your assertion is a causal relation, is a correlatory relation. It's not a causal relation.
How can not having sex as a teenager, all right, and then sex as a teenager not be... Where's this as a causal thing, all right? Aspect.
What?
You're the one who's coming back and trying to say now that this is not a case of.
No, I'm saying your argument from the data.
Mm-hmm.
Not the data's wrong. I'm saying your argument from the data is wrong. It's an assertion.
Well, and I'm saying it's an interpretation. It's not an assertion.
What do you think an interpretation is?
An interpretation is not necessarily an assertion. Okay?
Do you want me to look at synonyms?
When you take data and you sit up there and analyze data, the data itself doesn't necessarily say that. For example, when you're dealing with a Geiger counter, all right. When you're dealing with a Geiger counter, your assertion is saying, okay, the data says that one blip is one transition. How many transitions, however, weren't taken into effect? We have a percentage that we sit up there and utilize to say what the viability of that device is. All right. At which point we can say, okay, here's how we go about this. If you take a date range that's similar within a different time periods and say, okay, through these time periods, if this is increased, to then say on these other time periods, all right, it has to have somehow decreased, All right, and that's common sense versus overall it's increased, the total has increased. I don't see that as something saying, "Oh, wait a minute here, it's an interpretation." No,
do you understand what the difference
anything more
is
than
there?
interpretation, rather.
Do you
Right?
understand
Or
what
an
the difference is there? Do you understand what the difference is there?
I do understand what the addition is. You're not.
What is the difference?
The difference is you don't have solid numbers versus numbers that are actually
No,
based
you
on
do
the
have
facts.
solid numbers. You have solid numbers for both aspects.
You don't have
One
solid
is a
numbers.
direct. Listen. I will explain it to you.
Okay.
One is a direct measurement that you can measure and compare over time. One is a aspect of what is going on, and you're trying to assert the reasons behind what's going on. You have no direct measurement for it.
I have not sat there and asserted that at all. I said the amount of sex, which is an act, has to have increased if the amount of teenage pregnancies.
Let's just say yes.
has
Can we
increased.
move on now? Yes, you're correct. Let's just move on.
Okay. If that's the case, okay, is that a good thing in our society? So
I don't care. As long as they're safe and secure and they're both enjoying it, I don't care.
Well, first of all, there's your first problem, because you care about whether or not they're safe and secure. I don't even care about that. All right?
Okay.
I care about the overall effect on society as a whole.
So you think people having sex between the ages of 16 and 18, for instance, is having a massive effect on society?
I think that it is. I don't think that it has a massive effect on society.
Okay, sorry, let me rephrase. You think it's having an effect?
I think that it is an indication of an effect where we are within society of not holding people accountable, all right, for their actions.
I don't understand what you mean by that. Please elaborate.
All right, is sex an action, or is it sex not an action?
Sex is obviously an action. You have to do it to be able to. It's literally
right. Does sex have a consequence?
Not if you're using protection. No.
There's no such thing as perfect protection. You already said that, right?
Sure, but 9 times out of 10 you have good protection.
All right, but so what happens in the 10th time? Right now, what happens in okay? If that's the case, that's fine.
Sure.
That's fine. Is that what we're seeing today? Are you seeing a rise in unwanted pregnancies through abortion because people are having unprotected or protected sex and it just happens to be happening?
So you think the majority of people that are having abortion are teenagers?
I think between the age of like 16 or 15 to about 35.
Okay.
Or not even 35. I'd say to 30. I'd say the vast majority of abortions in the United States are between 16 and 30.
I'll just have a quick look at that.
Okay. Why did you use Pop Goes the Weasel tune? There's lots of other ones that you could hum like.
There's a reason for it all, right? So, right, facts. 60% of women get an abortion are in their 20s.
Okay.
That breaks down to about 33% of all abortions to women who are just 20 to 24, and about another 25% of abortions to women aged 25 to 29. So I don't see where your teenage sex aspect is the problem here.
No, it's okay. It's not. You're missing the point when I was talking about sex as a whole. Okay.
So why focus on teenage sex? Okay, carry on, sorry.
I focus on teenage sex to tell you, to explain why I think we're having more sex today.
What? Okay, carry on. I'm not even going to bother with that one. Carry on.
That's what's been the whole point. If the teenage pregnancy rate has increased, okay, then sex throughout society, if everything else stayed the same, then sex throughout society had to have increased as well.
Okay, so what's inherently wrong with having sex if you're using protection?
Well, nothing's wrong with it if you're having protection in and of itself, all right? Except for the fact that the people that are getting abortions aren't having that on the vast majority.
So you think that the vast majority of women that want abortions are doing it with protection?
I think they're doing it without protection.
So do you not think that the actual point to this would be give more women access to contraception then?
Women, to say that women somehow don't have access to protection today is stupid.
This is a really interesting one. Did you know that 37% of women obtaining abortions identify as Christian?
So, they didn't have access to the pill?
This is the fact of the matter. 37% of women obtaining abortions identify as evangelical or Catholic.
Okay. Once again, does that mean that they did not have access to birth control?
Yes, which is the whole argument I'm stating.
How is it that they don't have access to birth control?
Because Catholicism specifically states that you can't or shouldn't use contraceptions.
Okay. How does that abrogate the individual's decision to use contraception or not?
You do realise that, say for instance that you were doing anal sex, not you, but you were doing it to somebody else, right? And
You've been waiting to talk about anal sex, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's the best thing ever. It's why I've got my hands clapped and everything. I'm ready for it. Right?
Anyway, go on.
Let's say that you finish, right, and it all starts dribbling out. You do realise that dribble can actually get the woman pregnant if it goes inside, right? Not the anus, the actual vagina.
If she sits up there and wants to use a turkey baster, it could go inside as well, right?
But that's...
Are you saying
that's a great point, but that's nothing to do with what I've just said.
All right, no, but it's the same thing.
No, it's not. It's an accident.
What's the likelihood of that happening?
With Catholicism, quite a lot.
Oh, really? You think most of the women who are Catholics, all right, got pregnant without having vaginal sex? That went to get an abortion?
9 times... I would say that it's probably 6 times out of 10, yeah.
I guarantee you it's probably not.
Okay.
I can tell you about, because the idea of how Catholics react. Catholics are no different than other people. Trust me. All right, I was raised Catholic. I know what I'm talking about. All right.
Sure.
The reality of this situation for like birth control and things like that for women. It's not that Catholics sit up there and don't understand that birth control is out there. Whether or not they prescribe it, whether or not they use it, it's always been a personal choice. Whether or not their children use it as teenagers, although we're not talking about teens anymore, right? I shouldn't have even brought that up. I apologize. All right, it doesn't matter. All right. The thing is that irresponsible, all right, actions are taking place. All right.
What's irresponsible about having sex?
It's not irresponsible to have sex. It's irresponsible to have sex and then say that I don't want to be held accountable for the consequences of it.
Why do you think that they have the option of an abortion if it gets to that point?
Well, why do you think they have the option? They shouldn't have that option just because they have it. They should have been making that decision before. If you're going to sit up there and hold the man accountable at conception, you have to sit up there and hold the woman accountable at conception. And I want to hold the man accountable too. Guys shouldn't be running around, sleeping around, and not willing to pay the consequences and run the risk.
I think that's your main problem, that you think this is a last line of defense.
It isn't a last line of defense. It's a matter of societal depravity as a whole.
What do you mean by depravity?
All right. That's a good question. Depravity is over-individualistic pleasure-seeking. That's what depravity is.
So having sex is over-enthusiastic. Carry on, please.
No, you asked the question. I answered it. Well, do you have a problem with my definition of depravity?
I don't have a problem with your definition. I don't see how sex falls into it.
You don't think people are having sex because it pleasures themselves?
That's like saying I shouldn't have an ice cream because it pleasures me.
All right, and if you eat too much ice cream, what happens to you?
I get bloated and I have a lot of shitting on the toilet.
All right, but then how does that affect? does that have a consequence in society?
Yeah, I can't go to work because I'm shitting for the next day.
It's not just work. Okay, so productivity goes down. So from a societal perspective, people are fatter. They're not as healthy. They die sooner. All right.
Sure.
All these things. All right. Is this good for society as a whole? No.
But you're talking about overindulgence,
Okay.
not just having pleasure seeking.
Okay.
There's a difference, is there not?
Overindulgence and over seeking of pleasure is the same thing, right?
Yeah, but you didn't say over seeking. You said seeking.
All right. So, well, okay, over seeking. Let's put it that way then. I'll agree with over seeking then. I'll adjust it.
Okay, so what's wrong with seeking sex like once a month?
Did I say there was anything wrong with sex at all? I didn't say anything wrong with that. I said that.
So if you're saying that you don't like depravity, hang on, no. Let me finish my point. If you're saying you don't like depravity, and then you throw in, well, why are we talking about sex with depravity? I'm with you. I don't think it is, but you put it into that category, so you have to explain it.
Because it's an indication of depravity. I didn't say in and of itself that it's depravity. That's the only definition of depravity. Has to have sex as part of it.
So sex is an indication of depravity, but isn't depravity.
Can be, yeah. Because when you're overindulgent with individual seeking of pleasure. And how do I define an overindulgence of an individual seeking pleasure? I define it by over-individualism. All right? However you want to look at it.
That's a tautology. It means absolutely nothing.
Okay, well then how else do you want to describe depravity? Okay.
No, I want you to describe what you. No. I want you to describe what you mean by overindulgence. I understand what you mean by depravity.
If you engage in an activity too much, all right, consequences result. All right, regardless of what it is, those consequences, any activity taken to an extreme becomes a negative.
Sure. So, what do you classify as an extreme?
All right. Well, it depends. Everyone's going to have to make a determination from a societal perspective. All right, is whether or not society is moving in a positive direction.
I'm talking to you. What do you describe?
No. You can't sit up there and talk about what my personal feelings are versus what my societal. This is the effect on society.
Okay,
we're sticking with
your
society.
Prescription for society, then.
All right. Well.
Yeah. What is your prescription for what society should do then?
Well, society should be growing in a very measured.
No. In this context of what you classify as overindulgent depravity.
Okay. What I'm talking about in overindulgence of depravity is a breakdown of social norms and of
what does that even mean?
Civility in society.
What does that even mean?
What does what mean? Breaking down of social norms?
Yes. What does that mean?
Right. Do you have societal norms in the UK called marriage for rearing of children? A breakdown of societal norms would be an indication of having children outside of marriage. It's a breakdown of the societal norms at that time.
So what do you think marriage is supposed to do?
What do you mean?
What do you think marriage is supposed to do for the relationship?
Provide a stable environment, all right, for the rearing of children.
Do you think that you can have that stable environment for rearing children without a piece of paper to say that you're married?
No, it's not a piece of paper.
You don't think that?
Once again, a piece of paper is not what marriage is.
But that's how most people, I would presume, that are not religious would see it as.
Well, how people would see it as or how they define it, that's not what a marriage is. All right?
But sure, so if people define it as how you did, which is a case of them coming together as a social norm to provide a safe environment for child rearing and house rearing, do you not think that people will see that they don't have to have a piece of paper to have that environment?
Right, they can believe that, yeah.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that the paper or the title of marriage gives you that environment, or do you think the two people that are in that environment create it?
I think it promotes that environment.
So you don't think that the people create it?
No. I think
so the paper creates it?
No, the people create it, but it's promoted, all right, not by the piece of paper, but by society.
Sure, but you can have the ideals without the name, can't you?
No, not really, because when you start applying it on a broad scale without that, there's other consequences that you ended up dealing with. For example, whether or not you're in a relationship with someone, all right?
Sure.
From a societal perspective, if you're in a relationship and then somebody hits on your girlfriend, for example.
Sure.
Okay, that's looked down upon. But if they hit on your wife, there's a severe degree an increasing degree to that. You now have other things that are added to it. That's really what a marriage is. A marriage isn't an individual's recognition, and a marriage is societal recognition of that environment. And yes, it promotes more stability to get more people within the society working toward a stable environment for rearing children.
Does it? So why was
Yes.
it in the 1950s and 60s you had a massive divorce rate?
You did not have a massive divorce rate.
Do you want me to check it for you? It was really high.
You can look at it. You can look at it, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not people are creating a stable environment for children. Do I think
If you're
that the
having a
children of the
divorce,
19...
hang on. If you're having a divorce, do you think that there are happiness and sustainability in that relationship that's conducive for children?
Can be.
How?
All right. What having the divorce creating
No,
endorsement?
the relationship of why you are in process of getting one, the reason for it.
All right, because it depends on whether or not you're deferring to the children. All right, when you're working together with people, all right, you can have people that don't like one another, all right, rear children correctly.
But you're talking about people that are supposed to be loving of each other, that are supposed to be raising children.
That's okay. Your idea of love, all right, is the idea of romantic love that's been created.
No, it's not.
By this. Then what is love to you?
Love is knowing that you can trust a person to be with you all the time, knowing that they accept you for all of your faults, regardless of what faults that they may be.
That's an interesting description. That's not love to me.
Yes, to you. You asked me what it was to me.
Right, I did. All right, and the reason I say that is because love has to involve self-sacrifice.
Why does it?
Why? Because otherwise you can't truly express it. All right, you don't express somebody by saying I love you. No, you express it by be willing to sacrifice things. Now, what could that sacrifice be? That sacrifice might be as simple as shutting up. All right, when your wife tells you to shut up. Okay, it could be simple little things. But if you're not willing to sit up there and self-sacrifice,
that's the same as a friendship.
If you don't have friends that you love.
Not in that aspect, no.
No, what's the only difference between that aspect and loving a spouse or a mate is the sexual aspect of it, in my opinion.
So you think that I would have the same type of relationship with my friend that I would with my brother and how I would with my partner?
No, and I wouldn't say that all relationships are going
to... But you're describing it as such, but the only difference would be the sex I have with my partner.
I'm describing that you can have love in all three of those relationships.
Of course you can. There's a different degree of what love is, but you're describing it as the same.
No, I said that's an indication of love is self-sacrifice. All right? The amount of self-sacrifice between those can be considerably different, obviously. Would you be more willing to sacrifice things for your brother than you would be for a friend that you'd only known for a year or two? All right? Versus somebody that you spent your entire life with.
It really depends on the situation and circumstances and who those people are, doesn't it?
How long?
Just because I've known somebody for a long time doesn't mean I like them as much as somebody that I've met for 2-3 months.
Well, liking somebody and enjoying their company isn't necessarily love.
Which is why I'm trying to get you to define what you mean by it.
I did. Self-sacrifice.
Yeah, but that doesn't... You were talking about how you would say that you would love somebody for the longer that you've been there with them. Well, I can say, well, I don't necessarily believe that's true.
I agree with that statement. That doesn't correlate. I was just using that as an example, just overall kind of an example.
But that you understand that overall doesn't define anything. You're broad-churching it.
Once again, when you're talking about broad terms, you have to talk about broad terms when you're dealing with something that's social. You're not talking about individual, narrow, little.
But you told me my definition was wrong.
I said that's not how I define it. I said I define it because you
sure,
asked.
but now you're talking about how you define it, not how society defines it.
Well, I'm talking about how from a societal standpoint. All right, you have to do it on a broad scale. Okay, you have to what society just chooses.
But your broad scale is your scale, not the broad scale.
No, well, the broad scale. When I talk about this and then trying to translate that in a society, you're going to have to talk about generics,
Sure.
not the specifics that we were talking about earlier.
Sure, but we were talking about the specifics of two people coming together to making a conducive relationship for a environment for child rearing. That was your definition of marriage and love.
But that isn't marriage, because marriage isn't about the two individuals. A marriage is about societal's view. That there's a societal view aspect of it. In fact, that's really what marriage all is. It's not about the two individuals engaging in action. It's about the way the rest of society looks upon them.
So you really think that people that get married only get married because they want society to view them in a different way?
No, I didn't say that. I said that
that's what it was
marriage,
implied.
I'm saying what marriage is marriage is a societal construct. All right, and that it's society.
Everything's a societal construct.
No, not everything is a societal construct. If you don't have it between a society, and a person engaging with another person isn't necessarily a societal construct. It's that person.
It is. It just means it's a small society. It is by definition. It's just a small society.
Right.
You're talking about degrees of separation.
We're talking about larger societies. Then, okay, we're talking about overall society as a whole.
Okay.
Right. And where's the societal unit at that we're describing it in this case? We're talking about a societal unit outside the family unit.
No, you're saying that marriage is defined by outside of the family.
It is.
I'm saying it's not. I'm saying it's defined by the family.
No, it's not defined by the family. All right, it's decided by society. When you say that you're... No, it's not.
So, can I ask you a question? If you had two gay men that were able to adopt a child, and they classified themselves as a family, and they were the best of families. They loved each other unconditionally. They had their self-sacrifice. The parents would do anything for the child and never did anything horrible to the child whatsoever. Would you classify that as a family? Because they sure as hell do.
Okay, they're classified as a family. What does that have to do with the discussion? I said marriage is not defined by the family.
So civil partnership is not marriage now?
No, I'm saying that
even though it's recognized by society as the same thing.
Okay, that's the point. It's societal recognition.
Sure, but you understand that that's because it's set to say that they give each other to each other, right? That they're ready to make family and so on and so forth.
Well, okay, whether they give each other to each other or not is not the societal recognition aspect of it. Right, the societal recognition aspect is they are now in a relationship that's recognized by society.
So, people that are in relationships that don't get married are not recognized as in relationships?
No, they're not recognized as being in the same societal relationship as people who
What do you mean by societal relationships?
Once
do
again,
you mean recognized by government?
No, well, society and then reinforced by, you can talk about government. I'm talking about the group as a whole outside of the family unit.
I don't understand what your argument is, mate.
Okay, so what is a marriage? You think that a marriage is just between two people? Wrong. What is a marriage? It has to be somehow documented by an outside agency that's outside of the family. All right, that people then recognize. That's what marriage has always been about. And in marriage, the purpose of marriage.
But I wasn't talking about.
Hold on a second. I'm going to go on.
MC, I wasn't. No. I wasn't talking about what a marriage is. We were talking about the connotations of what makes a marriage.
All right, but we got here by talking about, all right, why society sits up there and wants to promote marriage. Why is marriage existing?
But we weren't talking about that.
But you can't sit up there and just divorce it in pieces as individuals when it's all part of a whole.
But I'm talking about abortions, and I'm talking about the idea of what fucking makes a family. And you're trying to tell me that, we need to talk about what society thinks a family is.
No, you're sitting there asking me why in abortions, why I want to sit up there and classify it down further than what you're trying to do. All right?
I'm sorry,
and what the consequences of that. And I'm saying that there's social consequences to this.
Well, actually, we were talking about sex, but...
Well, when you're talking about... All right, unlimited sex is an indication of depravity. It means you're having a problem of breaking down social norms.
Yeah, I still don't understand.
Let me ask you a question. Are social norms important?
Depends on what social norms they are. So slavery used to be a social norm.
All right. It depends on how society then evolves around it, right?
Yes, because
Now-
I'm a moral. Oh fuck me! I'm a moral subjectivist, so I believe in relativism.
No, I think that. Well, I think I'm more of a relativist than you are, actually.
Okay.
But that's not what I'm referring to in this case. Right? We're not talking about moral relativism, right? What I'm talking about is societal norms. All right. If you take a look at
What do you think societal norms are based upon?
society, the group think. What as
Which
a group
entails
decide?
to what good or bad you should do, which
For
is
the-
classified as a.
for the whole of the group, then.
Okay, I'll
they
finish off the
determine-
sentence for you. It's an ethical system, which is classified as a moral system.
Okay, however you want to try and talk about it from that perspective, fine. It's still
No, I
something-
was just being specific about what we're talking about,
okay.
rather than going on
Whether or
tangents
not
again.
can human beings exist outside of a society?
They can, but they generally don't do very well.
All right. as human beings on our own, can we exist without a society? Would we exist without a group for any length of time?
We can, yes, but not very well.
Only if we've had supportive society in the first place.
Not necessarily, no. You can go out and live by yourself and literally learn how to be a caveman. You can live by yourself, just not very well.
Oh, you think you could hunt by yourself?
I couldn't.
All right.
I couldn't, no.
Right? You think you could find all the meat and food and vegetables that you want to do and live a life as a caveman?
No, but I reckon that there'd be people that could do quite easily if they grew up from that way without knowing society. After all, it's mainly instinct.
No, well, okay, but that instinct requires certain things. Right? In order to be able to
You
do
do
that,
realise that by definition, instinct doesn't require anything. It's
okay,
just
but
genetic.
It does, whether you want to do trying to live through all of this, in order for you to survive in a society today, all right, or to by yourself, all right, you need something that without any kind of social involvement, without any kind of societal involvement, you need to be able to do something, and that's called move. You cannot do it without nomidity, right? About being a nomad, right? Or
But you can't do anything without moving. So
right. However, in order to move, you're going to encounter other people within society. Right? In other words, you can't exist that way anymore.
it depends on where you want to go. You can literally go to the middle of the North Pole and you probably not see anybody for the whole of your life.
You would die if you tried to stay in the North Pole by yourself, all right, without any kind of other human contact. You would end up dead.
Okay.
Right? Very quickly, I might add.
Okay.
You're not going to survive. So that's no matter who you are.
Okay, so now you're in the middle of the Red Forest in the middle of Canada. Miles away from anybody.
Okay. How long?
There are places where you can go where you won't see anybody for the whole entire of your life. You could go to the Amazon rainforest and be able to do it down there.
Even in the Amazon rainforest, you do not see people by themselves wandering around.
No,
right? For any
you
extended
said,
period of
can
time.
they?
Well,
Not do they?
no, they can't. You would not
MC,
survive.
You said, can they?
And I'm telling
They
you,
can.
no, they can't. Then why aren't they doing it?
Because nobody wants to, because it's easier to survive with a group of people.
I think it's because you wouldn't survive, because there's plenty of people that would try it. There's
No,
plenty of people.
there ain't, because people want human contact.
When I say plenty of people, I'm talking about, all right, if we go back to the 1800s, the early 1800s, the late 1700s, all right, you had a group of people called mountain men in this country.
They're still around, but yeah.
All right, well, but they themselves couldn't exist by themselves. All right, could they survive temporarily without encountering anybody for months on end? Yes, but they could not survive by themselves without the implements and everything else by a society that was willing to trade with them and willing to interact with them. In other words, they couldn't exist without society to some degree. Now, granted, it's a minimal degree, but they sit up there and couldn't survive on their own by themselves without any kind of input from someone else.
Okay, that's great. Let's move on. It's literally a no point. I mean, I don't want to be like a dick, but we spent 2 hours talking about not the subject.
Okay. Well, not quite 2 hours, because we've only been going for 2 hours.
I was being an
arsehole.
arsehole. I was being an arsehole on purpose.
All right. But when you're talking about, okay, let's go back to what we're talking about now, right? With society, is society better off, all right, with abortion or not? And I think right now it's one of the things that is destroying social norms, and I think they're important social norms, all right, to be in place at this point in time because as I see society going right now, it's becoming so individualistic. Societies as a whole are breaking down.
So how do you think that? No, hang on. How do you think that abortion rights are individualistic rights?
It's all about the woman's right to choose, right? Isn't that what you just said?
It's about the women's choice. Yes.
Right. So it's
they're talking about a demographic of people, right?
It's an individual choice, right?
To that individual woman that is then legislated from the whole of womankind. Yeah.
But it's an individual choice, assuming, of course, that you know what a woman is. You freaking commie. But that's a separate. That's a joke. It's a joke. I'm just teasing. Don't take it personally. All right. But that's still an individual choice.
And one thing, I just want to quickly respond.
Do what? What do I have against sex?
Well, yeah, that it does seem that you have a slight problem with sex, that you think it's always going to lead to that potential outcome.
I didn't say always.
Okay, majoritively. Sorry, pedantic.
All right. I think if you get to the point where you're having sex without consequence, then you're going to run into problems of depravity. All right, it's a sample of depravity. In other societies.
How? No. How?
What do you mean? How?
How do you think it's an example of depravity?
Because it's all right. Depravity is over self-indulgence of pleasure.
I understand. That's why I asked how.
So why are you engaging in sex if you're not engaging in sex for pleasure?
No. I asked, how do you think that it's depravity?
Okay. Well, how do I think it's when it gets to the point of depravity?
Yes.
Right. When there's too much sex and depravity. Right.
But what does that mean?
All right. Good. Okay. When you end up in the situation where you're doing it, what happens in society is society begins to break down. All right.
No. You keep on doing this. I'm talking
because we're talking about society.
No. At this minute in time, we're talking about what your definition of depravity for sex is.
Well, sex is just one example of what.
But we're talking about sex in the context of abortion.
We're talking about it in the context of depravity as a whole, which is the whole society going down a depraved.
Then, by definition, by your definition and your lights, and all of society is depraved.
It's becoming more depraved, yes.
Yes, but it's always been depraved because we do everything for self-indulgence.
We don't
in one shape, form, or another.
We do not do things when you have self-denial and you have self-discipline. You do not do things for pure pleasure purposes.
Do you not?
No.
So playing on a computer game after a hard day's work or drinking a bottle of wine because you want to isn't to do with pure pleasure.
Well, no, that could be pure pleasure, and that can lead to depravity too. That's an area when you're doing too much of it, it goes into depravity as well. It becomes antisocial, or it detracts away from the social dynamic.
Which is why I was trying to get you to define what you mean by how sex gets you to a depraved point.
I didn't say that it gets you to. It said it's an example of it as you keep sliding in all these areas are pushing at once. If you don't try to stop at least one area, all right, society doesn't have the ability, all right, to react enough in order to contain itself, and it'll just self-destruct. If you have too many pressures going. I am answering that question. You're asking.
Not. You're sideskirting.
No, it's one example. All right, it's overindulgence in this leads to a more individualistic. It's one aspect.
What do you mean by overindulgence for sex?
I have said this many times. When you talk about overindulgence of sex, all right. Now you're looking for a quantifiable answer to that. There's no.
No, I want to know what the fuck you mean by it.
No, it means you're looking for sex all the time.
What's all the time? Every day?
To the exclusion of social norms.
What exclusion of social norms?
Right. Good God, you have a society, right? Society has.
I agree. We live in a society.
All right, but society is at war with individuality all the time, right?
Okay.
You can't have a society and be an individual simultaneously.
Okay, so why do you want to legislate to stop individuals deciding on their body autonomy?
Because that's not the only problem that's leading to depravity. It's only
But
one
I'm talking
symbol.
about abortion.
And I'm telling you now, if you wait a second, I'll explain it. Because it's one of many pressures that are placing on society that are causing it to disintegrate. All right, and at some point, you're going to have to pick and choose which areas of that pressure you're going to sit up there and try and apply societal pressure in order to keep society going. Otherwise, the society as a whole, with all these different individual pressures being applied to it, disintegrates.
How so?
How so?
It's fine you giving the platitudes of society.
You're watching it right
crash.
now. Right now, you're watching civilization where people used to get along with one another, actually trying to kill one another in the streets. Right? You have more people dying.
No. I'm sorry, how do you even come to that assertion? Especially when in America where you had literal people lynching other black people.
When was the last time there was a lynching in America?
I agree.
Bullshit! No, you said that this is happening now.
I did
Don't
not.
tell me what America is
not.
like. You
I
just
did
said you
not.
had people lynching in America.
I said when you had. When?
When was that? And when was that?
Probably in around about the 1950s, 60s, maybe the latest. Maybe the 70s, the latest.
The last confirmed lynching took place, I think, in the 50s. All right?
Okay, fine.
We can say it. But that is an American society. All right? Because America is not a single society.
So now that you got off of your little explosion, can I finish my point?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So you're saying that society was more polite and safer earlier on when you had more chance of being shot and killed, especially in America, the further back that you went?
No, you didn't have more chance to be shot and killed back then. You had.
I just meant violence in general. I was being over pedantic on the terminology. But more violence in general.
I think we're having more violence today than we had back in the 50s. Within American society
really?
as a whole. Yeah.
Really?
By quite a bit.
Okay.
How many school shootings did you have in the 1950s?
So school shootings are the only things that should be measured, are they?
No. I said I'm just using that as one example.
Yeah, sure.
Violence.
Let's talk about all of the police shootings that used to happen with black people. Does that count as one individual
How
thing,
many?
or should we just leave that?
Well, let's talk about that for a second. How often did that happen? You guys act like this
in
was
the
happening
50s and 60s and 70s. A hell of a fucking lot.
No, it wasn't happening a hell of a fucking lot. It's been overemphasized by the media. All right, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but to say that there was just an open field, an open thing. No. You want to sit there and talk about American society and what it was like. All right, and what it was like.
Societies in general, but okay.
All right. Well, you talk about societies in general. Back in the 1950s, all right, in British society, 1950s, was it calmer than it is today?
The hell no. We used to have fucking Nazi people fucking walking around trying to beat fucking black people up. We had fucking...
How many black people are running around? A lot? What percentage of black people exist demographically within Britain?
What, back then?
Yeah, back then.
Probably around about 8%.
No, it was less than 3. All right? In fact, it's less than 3 now.
It's not less than 3 now.
Yes, it is. Well, it's around 3%.
No, it's 12%.
We just looked it up. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jensen. We just looked up the demographics. It's not 12%. It's not even close. 12% is American. 13% is American society today of black people.
Do you know why that is?
Why what is?
Why it states that there's fuck's sake.
Actually, I think it was 6%, to be honest. Now that I think about it, I do apologize. I misstated. I do think it was around 6% is what they expect it to be right now. 6%.
For a start, the census is from 2011. The data that we're using for this is 2011.
Okay. I can't help that. I didn't create your data.
The whole aspect of what they call BAME people is 7.5% at that point in time for 2011.
Of what they consider black?
Black, Asian,
Okay.
Latino, and something else.
All right. So all of those demographics together.
Yeah, but when they talk about black ethnic groups, that's at 3.3. They then mix it and say other versions of black as well. That goes to 2.2 and 1.
Okay. Well, in the United States, we have those breakdowns completely different.
Yes, because luckily enough, your data is actually stored on a yearly basis. Our data collection is shit.
10 years. We are required by law to do a census every 10 years. The federal government has to engage in a census every 10 years.
I was supposed to be every 4.
Yours is supposed to be every 4?
Yeah.
I think that'd be awful hard to do, to take a census every 4 years. The census,
not really.
I engaged as a census taker once, right, for one of these centennial things, or decennial, whatever they are, decadal things, right? And it was the amount of work, legwork involved in that is pretty extensive, all right? Now, granted, the majority of it is they just send out flyers to houses for them to fill out and send back, and they take that. But if they do not get a return, an individual census person has to go and visit all the domiciles to try and get a census record. It's massive.
No, I agree, because yours is a lot bigger than mine.
I'm not talking about bigger. I mean, can you imagine everyone going to your domiciles? You guys have what is it, 70 million people approximately right now?
I'm not sure it's 70. I think it's about 68, but it's just a quibble over whatever.
Right. So about a quarter of what the United States has, right?
Yeah, that's because you have a lot more space than us.
Right. And for us to sit up there and do this just within the city of Tucson, which is where I did the canvassing at, right? The amount of legwork that takes going through it, I mean, it is a massive. And this is an urban area. Granted, it's not as densely populated as like London is, right? But it's still pretty extensive. It's quite an undertaking. A census is quite an undertaking. It really is.
Because I'm an actual nerd. I had a look at the breakdown of what they classify as black in general for the UK from the 2011 census. And that breaks down to black African, black Caribbean, black other, then goes into mixed white, black African, mixed white, black Caribbean, mixed black other. That ends up being 7.8% of our population is some form of black.
Okay.
So almost 8%. Yeah.
Okay, then our definition of black and your definition of black are obviously different.
Yeah, but we're more racist than you because,
I don't know about
we have
that.
conservative governments.
Do you think conservative governments are racist?
Our one is, yeah. Especially with Boris fucking Johnson in charge.
Your definition of a conservative and my definition of conservative are different as well. We know that as well, too. Even
That's
your definition of
true.
liberal versus what my definition of liberal is in the United States is different. Right? We're different nations, all right, to a large extent. In fact, each state is different, and that's what they were supposed to be created for from a societal perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of the reasons why you're having, when you go back to the abortion issue, the problem with the Roe v. Wade was that it was applied to all 50 states rather than allowing each state to make its own rules.
Yeah, because it was classified as it being constitutional to be under the pursuit of happiness, the 14th Amendment.
But they had to create a pursuit of happiness under the 14th Amendment that didn't exist before, and it wasn't a pursuit of happiness; it was a right to privacy that they based it on. Not a pursuit of happiness.
No. That was part of Roe v. Wade, and specifically a part of Roe v. Casey, which was to do with privacy laws.
Right.
Roe v. Wade was about the idea of access to,
which is nonsense, right? That was not what the intent was of the 14th Amendment, to even try and apply it in that kind of a broad scale, right, was absolutely ridiculous.
What, the pursuit of happiness doesn't apply to women?
No, it had nothing to do with the pursuit of happiness being applying to women. All right, you're telling me a woman's happy when she gets an abortion? No. All right.
No, but the pursuit of happiness doesn't just mean you're happy, does it?
Well, but once again, if we're going to go by pursuit of happiness or anything else, it isn't defined by abortion, especially when what are the rights of the child? When does the rights of the child have effect? And the Supreme Court left that intentionally during the initial ruling of Roe v. Wade up to the states, and then turned around and tried to play games with it for the next 50 years, which is why it kept coming up.
So, what's your argument here?
My argument here is it should have been left. It is not something that can be applied to the United States which has multiple societies within it, and it should be left up to the lower levels of the society to make the decision as the society sees fit, not 9 frickin' justices, all right, on the Supreme Court, to determine the one thing that's very important: when does human life begin, and when does it deserve special protection from society?
So I'm still trying to find out where life, liberty, or property without due process of law isn't an aspect of them being able to have an abortion.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is the same thing for the child? You're not.
The child doesn't have any rights until it's born, does it not?
No, the child has rights as soon as it's declared a human being. Human beings have rights, and when you
not under the definition of law, it doesn't. That's the whole point of viability.
Well, no. Who's law? All right. Who gets to make the laws? All right, the judges.
The country.
All right. No, the country never made that law. That was never a statute in the United States law.
What wasn't a statute?
Abortion.
No, because it's part of the 14th Amendment, and that's why they ruled it as part.
Nowhere in the 14th Amendment does it say that a child gets rights only upon birth. Nowhere in the 14th Amendment does it sit up there and specify that a child or a human being that's still in the womb does not have rights. Nowhere does it specify that.
Show me where it does say that, then.
It doesn't anywhere.
No. Show me where it says that child in the womb...
Once again, the Constitution is a negative rights. It says what you can't do, not what you can. Okay?
I understand.
Apparently not, because you're making an assumption here that the 14th Amendment has already determined that only upon birth do these things have rights. Does a child have rights?
So when do rights start? And show me where that's written or where it's given.
It's not written anywhere, which is why.
Okay, show me where it's given.
It's not given anywhere. Rights are inalienable.
No, they're not.
No, yes, they are.
Prove it. How are they inalienable?
Welcome to the way we look at the way the Constitution is written. The Constitution is written.
The rights come from the Constitution.
No, they do not. No, they do not.
Okay, so what are inalienable rights?
Right. Inalienable rights are to own a gun. All right. Inalienable right.
No. Right? I want the definition.
No. These are inalienable rights. You're asking me what they are. There's no
No. I'm asking definition. I'm asking the definition.
The right that governments can't take away. That's what an inalienable right is.
Okay. So where do they begin?
What do you mean where they begin? They begin upon.
You're saying that unborn. Listen.
They begin upon the moment of conception. I am answering your question.
So you're saying that at the moment of conception, all people have rights.
Right. Correct.
How so?
What do you mean how so? They have rights.
Yeah, okay. Just saying that they have rights doesn't tell me how they have rights.
Because they're a living being. They're a unique living being. They have rights. And they're a unique living human being.
So?
All unique. You're talking about this from a philosophical standpoint. Rights are not granted.
No, I'm talking about it from a law. I'm talking about it from a lawful aspect.
From our lawful aspects, begin with the fact that our rights are not granted to us. that they are rights that exist because we're human beings. Okay? They're not given to you. They're not given to me. They're not given by the government. They're not granted by any other agency. They're not even granted by society.
Okay. So how does that then apply to unborn?
What do you mean unborn? They're still a human being.
How does that apply to somebody who's unborn?
How does it not apply to them? If they're a human being, it applies to them.
Because they're unborn.
So what?
You can't have rights given to somebody that's not
Your
born.
rights are not given.
They cannot
Once
have
again,
rights. They cannot have rights if they're not born.
Your rights exist without you being born.
How can they exist if you're not born?
Because
in any shape or form?
They are not given to you. Okay?
You're missing the
They
point
exist.
on purpose, aren't you?
No, I'm telling you, nothing grants you rights. You have them. As a human being, you have certain rights.
So are you telling me that if I went to goddamn fucking Mars,
Yep.
and somebody else went to Mars that wasn't human, does that mean that they have to give me rights or say on me that I'm allowed a gun and free speech?
No.
So how the fuck can you have any rights?
What do you mean? How can you have any rights? You have those already. No one can tell you you can get a gun. You could just have a gun.
I'm not sure if you're missing this on purpose or not.
Can you give me like 15 seconds here? I gotta walk away for just a little bit. Talk to me.
Sure. So at the moment, we're having a bit of a disagreement on rights and things like that. And I understand where Nomad's coming from, where he's trying to suggest that you have inalienable rights that are just shafted upon you because you are human, and they are rights that you are born with, so to speak, because you're human. I understand where he's coming from on that one, but for me, if you go to any sort of form of society in general that's not humanistic, there are no rights. They are human concepts. They are, by definition, constructs.
No, that's your view. As you're viewing it as a construct. I'm back, by the way.
So if we went to, say, I don't know, Klingon. We went to the Klingon home planet, for instance. Do we have inalienable rights on Klingon? Yeah,
we do. Now, whether or not they choose to recognize them or violate them doesn't matter. You still have the
okay. So how do you have those rights on somewhere else?
You still have them. You have the right to freedom of speech. You have the
right. But how? How?
You have them. You have the ability to do it.
So you're saying that because I have the ability to do something, I have the right to do something unless told otherwise?
In this case, yes.
So I have the right to do anything I want unless told otherwise.
Right, you have the right to do it. It is your right to do something. That doesn't mean that other aliens have to respect your rights. Okay. That doesn't mean that they have to respect them.
What do you mean by rights in this aspect then? Because rights is something that you're allowed to do or permission to do.
No, rights are something that you can do. It's not something you have to do or not something that you will do.
Okay, thanks for being pedantic on the language, but that's exactly what I said.
What? That's something that you can do?
Yes.
Yeah, you have the right to do it. Yeah.
Sure. Just because you have the right to do it, where does that right come from? I can go and piss and shit in the fucking floor, but that doesn't mean that I have a right to it.
That right exists from the day you're born.
But I don't think you understand what I'm...
From the moment you're conceived. All right? The right exists because you have this right as an individual human being.
Do animals have it?
Are they individual human beings?
But that's why I'm trying to ask you. What makes us so special? No, what makes us so special that we get these rights?
We're human.
Yeah, but what makes us so special that we get these rights but animals don't? Why are these rights given to us?
We're humans. We're that's it.
So we give ourselves these rights then?
We have the rights. These rights.
So we give ourselves these rights then?
Once we exist, we have these rights. Once we exist as human beings,
So we
have
give
these
ourselves
rights.
these rights then?
No, we're not giving ourselves these rights. These rights exist whether you want to give them to somebody else or not.
So these rights just exist because we're human?
Yes.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Just because I can do something, that doesn't mean it's a right.
No. Just because not everything you could do is a right. Okay, I'll grant you that. When does
But by your definition of
Hold
inalienable
on.
rights, it is.
No, because where your rights end is at the rights of another unique individual.
Oh, you're a fucking ANCAP.
I'm not an
You're-
ANCAP. Oh my God! To say
me.
I'm an ANCAP, I am not an ANCAP.
You must live by the non-aggression principle and fucking the first
No.
principles, right?
Have you ever heard me espouse the non-aggression principle?
No, but it seems to me that you have this idea that only humans have these rights in general, but animals don't. But yet we're animals. So how do we have these rights that are given to us?
I said,
or have?
I said that we have human rights. Animals have their own rights. All right.
I don't understand the differentiation. I don't know how you get to that.
I know you don't understand the differentiation, and I'm not saying I have a perfect understanding of the differentiation either.
No, I think it's a case of you don't want to do the introspection.
But human beings have. No, I'm not trying to avoid the introspection. I'm just saying that when you.
So
once
where
you're
did
a
they
human
come
being,
from?
You have rights. They
Okay,
didn't
so
come
where
from
did
anywhere.
they come from?
Let me ask you a question. If you think, do you think that animals have rights?
No.
All right. So you don't think anybody has any rights?
Not until government or other people in a society to declare it, no.
I disagree with you. All right. I think they have the right.
So
to
prove me
breathe.
why that's wrong then.
No. I'm not trying. It's a philosophical question about when do rights exist.
It's also a law question. That cannot be presupposed.
Okay, hold on a second. Yes, it can be, because that's how our government was written. They are presupposed. How do you think the Constitution is written? It's not written to say that we are given rights. It's saying that the government has no right to do this, no right to do that. The government can't take away this. And of those rights that it recognizes that can't be taken away from the individual are the rights of free speech, of the right to sit up there and own and bear arms. These are things that are written that are saying these are already your rights, and you can't violate these.
I agree with you. These are positive and negative rights. I understand that, but these are still given to people via government and jurisdiction of government, said that they are able to because we say that you're not allowed. It doesn't matter. You can do these things because we don't care.
No, the government can violate the rules that it's supposed to live under.
And it generally does quite often, but that's not the point I'm making.
I agree. All right, but the problem is that the rights are already inherent in the fact that you're a human being. They're not because they weren't given to you. Okay, these are not something somebody else hands to you.
No, they're what other people have fought for.
Your ability to breathe air.
You're telling me that's a right?
It's a right of life, yeah.
No, that's a fucking action. It's not a right. It's a fucking action.
Did somebody grant you the ability to do that?
No, that's why it's an action. There is no right to it. It's an action.
So somebody speaking is an action. Is that
correct? No, it's an action.
Okay, so you're saying it doesn't exist as a right. I disagree.
I agree.
I say it is a right.
So what do you mean by right in that aspect?
I mean, you have the right to be left alone.
What's a synonym for right?
I don't know.
It means allowed or condoned specifically.
Well, you can say that it's a right or condoned or allowed. I mean, that's not necessarily something that's necessarily condoned, all right? But a right is what you have the recognition automatically to do. Now, who grants you the right? You want somebody to say, okay, this person is granted a right. No, the rights are inherent about being when you're a human being.
So somebody somehow condones or gives the permission or whatever before you're even born.
Before you're even born, all right, you exist. You have the
permission granted to you to exist.
No, you exist. Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you have permission to exist. That's your definition of rights as we're going at the minute. Or that's what it seems to me.
An inalienable right is a right that the government cannot take away.
But yet it has done multiple times to multiple people.
That doesn't... Okay.
So it cannot be inalienable if the government takes it away.
It's inalienable just because you can't... just because somebody violated your rights. People can violate rights all the time. There's no guarantee that someone's not going to violate your rights.
Sure. But, you know, when the Constitution was written, it says that we consider these rights inalienable rights.
We consider these, yes.
Yes, we consider these inalienable rights, yeah?
Inalienable rights. In other words, these are rights that can't be taken away.
Yeah.
That we have no authority to take away.
Correct. We consider being the most important part of that sentence, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what right, and where does it say we consider? In the Constitution. I believe what you're referring to is the Declaration of Independence.
Sorry, yes. Yes, no, you're correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
We consider life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is the part of the Declaration of Independence and what we consider part of our founding documents.
Yes, correct, which is why that they thought that it falls under the 14th Amendment and why that they had Roe v. Wade.
14th Amendment has nothing to do with that.
It's literally life, liberty, or property without due process of law. It's depriving them.
Due process of law. It's not depriving them of anything. Because you've got to balance that against the right of the individual,
if a doctor,
the baby.
Listen. If a doctor says, I want to give you an abortion, and a woman says, I want to have an abortion, and you, as a state, say, you're not allowed this abortion, guess what the fuck the state's doing?
Well, the state is sitting up just saying, we're in favor of the rights of the child.
No, remember?
Yes!
No.
Yes!
No. Because
yes!
you're depriving the person.
No, I'm depriving her of nothing in favor of the child because her rights end at the unique child.
There isn't unique. It's literally
It is unique. It's a unique human being. No, it's not. It's a unique human being. When does human life begin?
That's a symbiote.
When does human life begin? If you're a human being, it has individual rights. It does not lose its rights to that woman.
Hang on. Are you asking me when I think conception, when point of life begins, or point of rights
when
begins?
Human life begins. When is that a human being?
You're always a human being from the point of conception, but when
if you have a human being when you're always conception, you have rights at conception when you're a human being. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You can say you do all you like, but you don't.
Yes, you do. All right.
Name one right. Name one right. Name one right that an unborn child has.
Right to freedom of speech.
So an unborn child that is inside the vagina and birth canal of a woman has the right to freedom of speech.
Yes, it does.
Are you fucking with me at the minute?
No, I'm telling you exactly. Now, whether it has that capability or not is no different than the guy who's mute. He can't speak either. Just because you don't have an ability doesn't mean you don't have a right to it.
You do realize that freedom of speech also means that you can communicate. How can a baby communicate?
Kicking?
Well, sorry, let me rephrase. How can an unborn child that's still in the womb communicate?
Kicking?
That's below the ages of 20 weeks.
All right.
18
Kicking?
weeks. 18 weeks.
All right. Movement, having a heartbeat.
So having a heartbeat
independent movement?
So independent movement is communication.
Can be.
So if I'm in a coma and I just have some stimulation from my brain that makes me shudder because it's a stimulation, is that me communicating?
Yeah. Your body's communicating that there's stimulation around it.
Right. Okay. So to you, these unborn children that are not even technically citizens of the United States until they are born have apparently superseded rights over the mother.
No, I'm saying that the mother's rights versus the child's rights in this specific incident, that their rights are primacy over her rights.
Okay, so if the woman is going to die...
Specifically the
No,
life.
answer this question. If the woman is going to die, but if they kill the child, the woman will live, what's your prescription for what should happen?
To be honest, I'll leave that up to the woman to make the choice.
Well done. Welcome to the real world. You're now pro-abortion. Fuck me, that was hard work.
I didn't say that I'm pro-abortion. Because that's not the case when you're talking about when both of them are alive. You're saying make a Faustian choice, one or the other. All right? In that situation, if the woman wants the child to be born, okay, I'm going to let her make that decision because she is the mother. All right?
Sure.
In this case, one of the two is going to die. Guess what? When somebody can't speak for somebody else, when somebody can't speak for themselves, they have to rely upon the nearest family members to speak for them. And that's all you're doing in this case.
Really? Even though the mum's already got the actual voice.
However, when you're talking about where both of them are determining to live, no, the mother doesn't have the right to sit up there and go, you know what? So when the baby's just sitting there in the bassinet, I should be able to go right up and say, well, since I was the father, I could put a gun to its head and pull a trigger. That's
How does
not
that
murder.
work? The baby's born. It's now a citizen.
No. What do you mean now that it's a citizen? It's a citizen upon conception.
No, it's not. You know it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not, and you know it's not.
Believe it or not, in the United States, if you
show me the fucking law, then, MC.
All right.
Show me the law.
I'm telling you now.
Show me the law. I will not let you get away with this. Show me the law now.
Is Ted Cruz a U.S. citizen?
Because he was born in the country. Well done.
He was not born in the country. He was born in Canada.
Oh, did he emigrate and then apply for citizenship?
No. Both his parents were U.S. citizens, so therefore he was a U.S. citizen.
When he was born, yeah?
No, he was a U.S. citizen when he was conceived.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, yes, he is.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, yes, he is. He wasn't born in the country.
But his mum and dad were, which makes him by definition citizens. It's like if my mum and dad went to France, I would be a dual citizen of France and fucking United Kingdom.
Not anymore. Well, I don't.
Yes, there would be.
Not in the United States anymore, but that's a separate issue. The United States no longer allows dual citizenship.
Yeah, I wonder if that's because of the Republicans deciding that you couldn't have people that were being born in that country to be able to stay in that country. I wonder.
Whether you agree with what the Republicans are doing or not, it's not immaterial to this. All right?
Well, it kind of is, because it's actually detrimental, because they had to wait for the child to be born to claim citizenship.
No, well,
they couldn't do it beforehand.
I'm telling you, well, they probably could have, but
no, they couldn't have done. That's the whole point of argument. You can't do it anywhere in the world.
You're not recorded. The federal government doesn't record you as being alive until and this
you're born.
The federal government, okay, doesn't record.
The state government doesn't do it either, buddy.
No, the state government doesn't. But that doesn't change the fact of whether or not you were a human being.
I don't give a fuck about if you're a human being or not. I'm talking about the rights that you seem to think supersede the women's rights.
All right, that supersedes the right because whether you have a right as a U.S. citizen or not as a U.S. citizen, you still have unalienable human rights.
No, you don't. But besides the point.
Oh, well, really? So illegal aliens don't have rights, the same rights of rights of freedom of speech in this country?
Are they born?
No, they're illegal aliens.
Are they born?
It doesn't matter if they're born.
It literally does.
No, it doesn't, because you're using a standard, all right, that has no meaning. All right,
it
you want to sit up there.
It's the standard used for law.
No, that's the standard you use for your law.
It's the standards that are used for all law.
It was not the standard of our law, and it's not the base of our law. And what's more is the roads. If you want to say that that's a base of our law, then how come the Supreme Court did not, when it stood up there and issued Roe v. Wade, how come it said, well, you can outlaw abortion in previous trimesters, it's up to you? To say that it's part of our law, that it is enshrined in our law, is nonsense.
So Roe v. Wade is. So the right to get an abortion is.
There is no right to an abortion that's written in the Constitution that sits up there and grants a woman a right that her child doesn't have.
It's interpreted under the 14th Amendment.
The way they wrote it, they came up with a ridiculous reason, all right, for the right to privacy.
Is it ridiculous by your
standards? It is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous reasoning for all of America.
Can you show me in the 14th Amendment where it talks about the right to privacy?
It doesn't talk about the right to privacy. You shouldn't have one.
What the fuck are you on about?
Because that's what they also based it on. They based it on the right to privacy, which
That's
they
Roe
then
v.
read.
Casey.
And they rolled
That's
all
Roe
of
v.
this.
Casey.
They rolled all of this case into a right to privacy and also the right to
That's
however you want to.
Roe v. Casey.
Right,
not
and in Roe v.
Wade.
In Roe v. Wade, they sit up there and said, they sit up there and tried to say that a woman has the right, all right, to an abortion, but the
Via
abortion,
the 14th Amendment, yes.
but that ignores the 14th Amendment talking about who is a U.S. citizen or a unique person. All right. In other words, you're not talking about just the woman in this case. You are talking about another human being, and her rights do not subsume the rights of that other human being.
But the right of that other human being subsedes the right of the mum, right?
No. How is her right being violated?
She doesn't want the child. That's her life.
There's
That's
a
her
lot
property
of
at that
things.
point.
There's a lot of things I don't want to do. Just because you don't want to do something, or you want to be able to do something you can't. Welcome to life.
Okay, so why can't I have an abortion?
Because your right stops at your uniqueness. And when that baby's there, you cannot sit up there and say, I can then say that another person's uniqueness, all right, I can then subsume their rights when I feel like it.
How is it subsuming their rights when they don't
because
have
they're
any under the law?
They do. Once again,
They
did have rights under the law. In fact, the
When?
state laws, Roe v. Wade was all about the state law that gave that child rights. Now, isn't it?
No.
Yes.
It was the right to abortion. Roe v. Wade was literally about the right to abortion.
No. Understand this.
I
That,
read the law case.
Okay,
I've got it saved on the computer.
And what were they arguing? They said the state doesn't have the right to sit up there and to declare that abortions are illegal.
No.
Okay. Yes.
No, that wasn't the argument.
Yes,
No,
it
it
was.
wasn't the
Because
argument.
there's never been a rule by the U.S. Congress about sanctioning abortions or allowing abortions.
So, what do you think that the argument was for Roe v. Wade?
Well, exactly. We're going to invent an inalienable right under the, and we're going to sit up there and try and tie it to the enfranchisement of African Americans.
What?
The 13th and the 14th and the 15th Amendments were put in place to re-enfranchise African Americans in the country, to prevent the states from barring them as U.S. citizens.
No, it doesn't. Do you want to know what the case was actually argued about, rather than trying to pretend that you do?
Okay, what was the state arguing?
Right, so the actual question that was put forward to the courtroom was, does the Constitution recognise a woman's right to terminate her pregnancy by abortion?
Right. In other words, to violate the state's laws to prevent it.
No, constitutional rights.
No, it was the state that was banning it.
Listen to the question.
Does
the Constitution recognise a woman's
I understand.
right?
Does the Constitution acquire a woman a right, which is not what it's supposed to do, because it's only to deny the right to the states, which is already should show you a problem here, because you're trying to sit up there and say
listen to what the question's worded as. Does the Constitution recognise
that this is a woman's right? The
yes,
Constitution.
because women normally have children. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Right, but you're not recognizing the man's rights. You're not recognizing anybody else's rights, and you're definitely not recognizing the right of the human child, the child in the womb. Once again, you want to sit up there and say that the child has no rights, and I'm telling you that the child does have human rights. And what's more is the Supreme Court ruling was bad law, because it really had nothing to do with the Constitution. The Constitution left this, if you read the Constitution, leaves these kinds of decisions up to the state. It doesn't sit up there and come back and say, other than these amendments, all right, well, we'll kind of invent this as part of, this means that it's a right to
what does the Ninth Amendment say?
I don't remember what it says exactly off the top of my head.
Okay, so I'll paraphrase it. You can have a look at it and anybody else can have a look at it. I'll paraphrase it. The Ninth Amendment basically means and says that any other rights that come forth after the Constitution has been written will be classified as a right. Now, I am very, very much paraphrasing. The wording that I've just said is not the same. If you want me to read the
enumeration
wording...
in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed as to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Okay? In other words, just because we didn't outline these rights in the Constitution doesn't mean that these rights don't exist. Okay?
No.
Yes, that's exactly what that means.
No, it doesn't. It literally says, I'll read it verbatim this time for you. To the Constitution of the United States, part of the Bill of Rights, formally stating that the people retain rights absent specific enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights.
I'm reading this from the Constitution. All right, the enumeration, okay, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed as to deny or disparage others retained by the people. That means that the Constitution doesn't necessarily, all right, say that the rights of the people, all right, exist that are only enumerated within the Constitution. In other words, the rights that are specified.
Yes, that means if you add more rights. That means if you add more rights.
Not if you add more rights. It's saying it's not talking about adding more rights. It's saying that the rights that these people have, all right, already, all right, doesn't mean that we're going to add to them. It's saying these that are still retained by the people can still exist.
What does enumeration mean? What does enumeration mean?
It means what's specified within the Constitution.
That's what you think it means.
The enumeration in the Constitution. In other words, the ones spelled out in the Constitution.
Okay, so from my understanding, enumeration would be meaning to add, counting, or made something into fact.
No.
No?
Well, if you look at it from that perspective, it's even worse for your case because it's saying that you can't give rights, all right, that the people have. You can't add to rights.
It's literally saying that you can add to it. It's the
it's saying
process
that you
of
shall not be
making or starting a list.
It's saying it shall not be construed.
Yes, it's saying that you can add to it because it won't be construed from the rights of the Constitution.
What it's saying in this thing is that the rights that are spelled out in the Constitution are not the only rights retained by the people and retained by the states.
Correct, which means that you can add extra rights to it, and it can be
because
also
because rights always exist. All right, so now you run into a situation, all right, of when you sit up there and you talk about this all the time, and you've even asked the question, well, when do you get rights? That's up to society. That is not up to when does a human being get a right? It's up to society of certain things, okay?
Do you know when society decides that generally?
Well, when did society decide it in the 1950s?
They did decide that in the 1950s. They literally decide that in the 1950s.
Okay, and in the 1950s, was it Roe v. Did that count for Roe v. Wade?
I can't remember when Roe v. Wade was actually done, to be fair.
Once again, there was no congressional right to an abortion.
Nobody... What is your... Because it's not written that it's not allowed.
Because you're talking about law. When you start talking about law, all right, then you're going to start talking about, okay, what do we recognize within this law? All right? Now, the Constitution.
But I told you what they recognize, and you disagree with the judge's interpretation.
I do disagree with the judge's interpretation in this case. All right, because you totally ignores the rights of the other individual.
You're talking about the
because
law,
a woman is not because a woman is not the only plaintiff in this case. It's not the only person that's involved in this. It's not the only human being.
Can you name any
plaintiff?
Hang on. Can you name any plaintiff that hasn't been born in the case?
No, I cannot find.
Then why the fuck would you bring it up?
Because the fact that the judges sit up there and ignored this case, all right?
They didn't ignore it. They ruled on it.
No, they didn't. They did ignore it. They ignored the fact that there's a human being already in the woman.
They did not.
Yes, they did.
Did you read the actual outcome? Did you read the outcome?
Did you sit up there and understand that the way that they wrote this thing, sit up there and allows abortion, all right, which is ridiculous, up until birth. All right, and then at the same time, within those decisions, they said, well, it doesn't really apply to that. But yet, at every opportunity, what have the courts been doing? Instead of allowing society, which these court justices weren't, and what's more is if you really want to talk about this case, let's talk about the merits of the case, because the entire thing was based on a bunch of bullshit to begin with, where she sat up there and tried to claim that she was raped, and it was all got a case of her trying to abort a raped baby, only to find out later she had lied through the courts, and in fact, not only did she lie to the courts, all the people that were defending her, that were part of her legal team, they all knew it. All right? They knew it was a lie. All right? And they helped her go through to present this case as it went through the various court systems. All right? So
but they didn't rule on that.
Oh, I didn't say they ruled on that. But it
then
would
why the
never.
fuck did you bring it up?
Because, and when it comes to the law, this case never would have gone to the Supreme Court. All right? If it hadn't been for a. No, it was a poison pill. In other words, you had already damaged the court proceedings.
You haven't read the actual outcome, have you?
I've read the outcome. I know very well about this.
So what's
but the reality is, it still comes down to one major fact. When does human life begin? All right, and if you can sit up there and you want 9 judges to, on their own, every single time, to sit up there and make this decision. And it doesn't work that way.
So you're going to calm down a little bit.
Am I?
So the court doesn't actually talk about it having a unmitigated right to an abortion.
It ignored the right. You're correct. But the reality of it was, that's what happened. Okay?
No, it didn't. It literally said, right, in the 3rd or 4th paragraph, it states, in the first trimester of pregnancy, the state may not regulate the abortion decision. Only the pregnant woman and her attending physician can make the decision. In the 2nd trimester, the state may impose regulations on abortion.
And when they did that, what was the result?
What do you mean when they did that?
States repeatedly tried to sit up there and put that restriction on after the 1st trimester.
Yes, of course they did. Yes.
And what happened?
Did you then had Roe v Casey?
Well, no, you have a lot more cases that went up in front of the federal court.
No, listen, you had a separate case that was called Roe v Casey.
All right, and what did they choose?
They then said that it should come to a point of viability, which is also put into the idea of Roe v Wade.
Right, but the problem with saying it's viability is based on what? Technology.
Whether or not that it can whether or not it can live
No,
outside.
it's based on technology, because a body outside of the thing can be saved now much earlier than the case for Roe v Casey. All right, so it turns all of a sudden now into a case of, well, we're just going to have this ever-encroaching medical condition. In other words, we're going to decide once more again, all right, against this, and then succeeding case after case that the Supreme Court allowed to stand, denying abortion prevention in a 3rd trimester, which was absolutely ridiculous, kept going on and on.
They did not talk about that at all.
No. I'm telling you, but what was the reality? What really happened? Federal judges were overturning laws that tried to prevent it even in the 3rd trimester, to try and prevent partial birth abortions. They went in there and case after case, they stood up there and started breathing this in there. But it's never been decided by society.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Because it's not... What do you mean, what? Why?
Do you know why that they were trying... Do you know why that they said that the partial births didn't count as viable?
Why?
Because they're missing their fucking brain.
No, that's not what it was. Partial birth abortion in this country, the brain is still there, and then they suck it out.
That's not what you said.
No,
you said the reason in the cases.
No,
you said the reason for the 3rd trimester cases.
So what you're saying is well, in this one case,
you do realize that they never. You do realize that after, in the middle of the 2nd trimester, I think it's around about 15 weeks, they can't actually pull the baby apart anymore to be able to put it out that way.
Oh,
they
really?
have to. Yes, they have to initiate.
You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. All right, it depended upon the different rules within the state. There is no law that says that they cannot pull the baby apart anymore.
No, it's to do with physicality, mate. They physically can't do it. They physically can't pull the baby apart. After 15 weeks, they can't pull the baby apart, which is why they don't do it.
They can pull the baby out.
Yes, which is why they normally do that.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not pulling the baby apart. You're just pulling it, and sometimes the leg comes out, and sometimes it doesn't.
Not very often, but okay.
Okay. Well, no, not very often. You know, I mean, he's going to play around with individual aspects of this, but it still comes down to the same thing.
No, I'm trying to point out that your broad brushes don't count.
Any more than your broad brushes does? When does a baby
Because you're trying to
begin?
state that the singularities that happen are the broad brushes.
No, I'm not talking about the singularities that happen. I'm talking about what happens under normal cases in this country. The vast majority.
So you think that the majority of people that are in the middle of the second to third trimester are having their babies pulled apart?
Either pulled out or pulled apart. All right.
Okay.
The only reason they're not pulled apart.
I suggest you do some more research.
I suggest you sit up there and take a look. When you say pulled apart, all that means is that the baby doesn't come apart as they pull on it. Okay, but it doesn't matter. It's still a child. It's still a human being. And until you're allowing
this moral argument,
and until you
about the laws.
No, you're talking about the laws as they came up after after Roe v. Wade. You're not talking about the preceding laws for 100 years prior to that, are you? It's really interesting that all the laws within the states all sit up there and agreed with each other about abortion until Roe v. Wade.
When was medical abortion capable?
I think medical abortion was probably capable in the 1930s.
When did Roe v. Wade happen?
1970s.
Okay, I need to check to find out when medical abortion was able.
They could induce abortions with drugs. For how long? They knew about abortions for how long about drugs?
The abortion laws have been in force in each state since at least the 1900s. So there were laws on the books since the 1900s about abortions.
Not in every state.
Oh my god. Of course it's not in every state. Actually, sorry. And anti-abortion laws have been in force in each state since at least the 1900s.
Well, considering that each state didn't exist as a state, all right, in the 1900s, that's kind of an impossible statement.
It states the laws have been in force in each state since. That means they began in each state.
All right. So how could they begin in the state of Arizona when Arizona wasn't a state yet?
You understand that they're talking about when it started from every state, right?
Right, but the states were not recognized as states.
Yes, if it wasn't recognized, it didn't start in a state, did it?
All right, so I'm being pedantic. I'm being a dick. I'm sorry.
Yes. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I mean, Hawaii didn't become a state until 1960?
I have no idea. But that's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is you saying that they weren't talking about abortion until the 1970s or 1950s when they were. There was even laws about it.
But there were laws against it.
Yes.
That's my point.
Which is why it then comes into force about, is it unconstitutional for them to say you can't get an abortion?
Right.
And they've ruled that it is unconstitutional for you to stop them getting an abortion.
But in that process, they made a bad decision by denying the baby its constitutional rights.
The baby doesn't have constitutional rights.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Name one that has one. Name any one that has a constitutional right.
Any baby has a constitutional right. Once you're
when it's born, sure.
Once you're a human being, you have constitutional rights.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
So you're saying that when I'm being fertilized in the UK, I have inalienable rights and a constitutional right in the USA?
Yes, you do.
You're a fucking idiot.
I'm not
idiot. I'm sorry, MC. That's just fucking retarded.
I'm going by the current law, which says that you have constitutional rights whether you're a U.S. citizen or not.
It doesn't, because I don't live in the US. I don't have any constitutional rights.
Even if you don't live in the United States, you have constitutional rights within our jurisdiction.
Listen to what you just said, my friend?
Okay.
What did you just say?
I
What
said
do I
within
need
our
to
jurisdiction.
be? What do I need to be if
You
yes,
had to have been within our jurisdiction, but that doesn't
to
that
have the
doesn't change.
constitutional rights extended to me? Yes.
The rights are there for you. They already
No, they're
exist.
extended.
The
They're
rights are not
extended.
extended. You have rights
Jesus.
that because they exist. These are inalienable rights.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
You know how bad that I got a headache the last time we talked when we were talking about the Second Amendment.
Okay.
This is so much worse.
Another inalienable right. But
If
it's because you don't accept the term inalienable right.
No, there's just no such thing.
You think that those things are granted. Well, I disagree
There's
with
just
you.
no. There's just no such thing as inalienable right. You're saying that inalienable
just
right
say
is
that-
something that I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a right. It
Yeah,
means I can do it.
No, you have a right, and your rights, all right, end at you.
Sorry, what?
In other words, your inalienable rights end at yourself as an individual,
You mean I can do what I want unless it hurts somebody else?
unless another individual is involved. Yes.
Yeah, that's not a right. That's an action.
No, that's
Jesus.
an inalienable right.
It's an action. It's
An
literally
inalienable-
actions.
An inalienable right is one that even if somebody else is involved, you still have the right to do it. For example, if you're within hearing range of somebody, you still have the right to sit up there and speak, whether they're in range of hearing or not.
That's an action. Well done.
No, it's a right. You have the right.
It's not.
To speak.
It's literally an action.
No, whether you decide to exercise that right or not doesn't change the right. If I choose not to speak, is that an action?
Where do these inalienable rights get given? And if they're inalienable rights, why can I negate them?
They're inalienable rights from the moment you are conceived as a human being. Once you become as a human being.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
What? What's your question?
I'll say it one last time, mate. Why is it that I get these inalienable rights, but if I went somewhere...
them. They exist. You don't get them. They are not issued to you. There's no one sitting up there saying, this
then why
is
can
now
they be
yours.
negated?
It
Then why
can't
can they be negated?
The
Then why can they be
inalienable
negated?
rights. The inalienable rights can't be.
They can be. They're always negated.
No,
Look
they're
at
not.
prisoners. They're always negated.
No, okay, with prisoners, all right, those rights are not negated. They're actually removed.
Jesus Christ, what do you think negated means, mate?
Negate means, all right, there's a process without due process. All right, they're not negated without due process. Due process is a negation procedure.
So they're not inalienable then?
Well, no, they're inalienable. They're still there.
No, they can't be if they're negated.
Well, they.
Jesus
they
Christ, mate.
decide-
That's the whole reason why I'm against the idea of inalienable rights. If they can be negated, they're not inalienable.
You can argue about that, but I do agree. I do understand your point there. You do have a point with that, but they're not granted to you. They're already there. You have to negate them. And I didn't say that they're not unviolable, okay, violatable. People can violate rights all the time.
That's fine. So, what did you want to talk about for another, probably 20 minutes at max?
5 to 20 minutes max. I think we're pretty much talked out, aren't you?
Oh, I can talk about a hell of a lot more. It's just, I know that you don't do it on purpose, but I wish that we'd just stick to the topics more rather than fleeting about.
Well,
I know you don't do it on purpose. I do understand that, so I'm not picking.
When you're trying to talk about a topic, well, then you have to sit up there and when you're discussing on something from a societal level, all right, you got to understand what are direct effects within that societal level that are going to have to get dragged in. When you're talking something as broad, especially when you're talking about something like Roe v. Wade within the United States, there's so many aspects of this, all right, that have to be adjudicated that you have to sit up there and explain. All right, you have to explain unfortunately, you got to go into the Constitution. What's the Constitution supposed to be? In order to have a discussion, for me to have a discussion, you have to have a full understanding of the Constitution. You have to have a full understanding of the rights of states, full understanding of federal rights. All right, the rights that the federal government is supposed to have versus what it does do. All right, then to the individual rights. All right, to come across all that and say, okay, we're just going to talk about this narrow little subject is damn near impossible.
Sure, but when you talk about the aspects that you've just done, and then you say that sex fits into that, because somehow sex is destroying social norms, I just don't get your reasoning behind it.
I said that depravity is one example of where it's helping to destroy social norms because it's overexpression of individualism.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's a bad thing. Why is expressing individualism a bad thing?
Because if everyone expresses individualism to their maximum extent, you end up with the destruction of society.
So you think that expressing sexualization is so individualistic that it would destroy society?
I think that there's other ways of dealing with sex.
That's not the question.
Hold on.
No, I want you to answer the question rather than beating around it.
Well, no, there are socially acceptable ways that don't destroy society, and there's individualistic ways that do.
I don't get what that answer even states. If you're stating that
right,
sex does these things,
because
which is why I'm asking you the question,
you're looking at it as the individual act of sex, right? But first of all, the individual act of sex doesn't exist unless you're masturbating. Right? Then it's an individual act of sex.
Sure.
Right? Anything else is not an individual anymore. As you said, it's a society of two.
Hang on one second, because I wanted to check this. Mm-hmm. History of abortion in America. From the 1600s up until the 1800s, abortion was completely legal in the United States. In fact, it was so widely practiced that it was advertised in papers and could be purchased for pharmacists, homeopaths, midwives, and even sent through the mail.
Right. In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. Because I guarantee that there were areas where it wasn't permissible. They're talking about it from a state level because it was being handled at that point on an individual level.
Do you want me to tell you the words again?
I understand.
Do you want me to tell you the words again?
And I'm going to tell you right now that didn't necessarily apply to each and every city, and it did not apply to each and every county within the country. Okay?
It literally says from the 1600s up until the 1800s, abortion was completely legal in the United States.
And I'm telling you that that's a bunch of crap. All right, that when they say that it's completely legal, they are ignoring, especially when you start with the 1600s, where it means that there hadn't been any codified restrictions in it from Britain, all right, as we were British colonies, but mainly, all right. But I guarantee you, in the Spanish colonies, it sure as hell was. All right, so to make that kind of comment,
by religion.
Well,
because it was done by religion.
Whether it was done by religion or not, it does sit up there and prove the point that they say throughout the United States, it wasn't accurate, was it? It wasn't completely legal.
Yes, it was, because they weren't part of the United States, and when they were, it was legal.
Well, okay, so then you can't say that it was part of the United States since 1600. Because the United States
didn't exist. You do realise that wait, stop. If I have a country that's only 100 miles wide in the 1600s, and then it gets so massive that it's 16,000 miles, and I say, well, since our conception, we've had abortion legal since we were conceived. Does that mean that every single country that was now part of the United States or United States of Jason, does that mean that all of them had it legal at that point in time, or does it mean from the country that was established?
Well, you had from the countries that were established, you had countries.
Well, that's the whole fucking point, isn't it?
Hold on here. But you had Maryland, all right, which was more or less established by the Spanish.
More or less, but wasn't.
All right. Well, no, the colony was established. Florida was established by the Spanish.
Was it part of the United States of America?
In the 1800s, it was. Florida was.
So not in the 1600s that we're talking about at the moment.
Well, in the 1600s, it was part of the United States because the United States didn't exist. Was it a colony that existed on our mainland? Yeah. You see, people write these things, all right, without even thinking about what's actually even being said. And they write it with a personal point of view, with a point of view in mind. You can't tell me that Spanish Florida, all right, sit up there and allowed abortion. That it was perfectly...
Was Spanish Florida a part of the United States of America, buddy?
Yeah, it became part of the United States of America.
It became. Well done.
Well, there was no United States since the 1600s, so why did you say that the 1600s exist? You're including things that weren't part of the United States then.
So, 1600... America in the 1600s. America in the 1600s.
You gonna tell me that the Pilgrims, that the Puritans, all right, allowed abortion?
Puritans may not have done, no. But that's not the whole. That's not the whole.
Well, you said that they were part of the whole country. They were part of the original 13 colonies, the Massachusetts Bay Colony.
Actually, as far as I'm aware, actually a lot of religious people did at that point in time allow for things, because it's actually allowed in the Bible.
If you say so, I don't think so.
I'll read you the fucking passage.
That's the whole point of the Scarlet Letter, right?
So let me just read this passage to you. Yeah. Numbers 5:11 through to 31 states that if a woman strays from her husband, he must bring her to the priest, who will serve her bitter water that brings a curse, essentially condemning her to miscarriage.
Oh no, you mean that they had the ability to medically do an abortion? Back in biblical times? Is this what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Dude, how do you think that destroys anybody's argument? It destroys yours.
Because when you start talking... No, it doesn't. It says that because they had a law, didn't they? And they had a very specific law. They did not say abortion on demand. Were they referencing a woman that's not married?
Why?
No, they mentioned a very specific incident.
MC, what's your fucking argument here?
My argument remains the same. When you start talking about law, right, and when the laws were put into place, right,
it literally states, dude, look, before you piss me right the fuck off at the minute, right, I'm getting really close to being really pissed off. It literally states that in certain circumstances they can have an abortion. Is that a law or fucking not?
No, that's a law.
Okay, so does that mean that biblical error means that they were allowed under certain circumstances to have a fucking abortion?
Was it a biblical error? Yeah.
Okay.
From an inalienable right? If I'm the one judging it, yes. If you're asking about me as an individual, the answer is
no.
Yes.
I'm asking you from your position of being religious in some aspect.
All right, from a societal norm, all right, to establish it as a societal norm, it's okay. It's not perfect. Nothing is. It's acceptable.
So why are you against it then? If God says it's okay in certain instances?
Because I said we're just determining where those instances are. You're asking me.
That's not your fucking place. That's God's place.
No. That is society's place. It's always been.
Okay, so society tells God on what His morals should be.
No, I just...
So what's your argument here now, then?
God, if you read the Bible, there are a lot of times when God sits up there and says, it'd be better if you did this, but I understand that. Okay, so if you really want to play a game of where the biblical aspect of this is, but we're not talking about the Bible, and we're talking about the United States and Roe v. Wade.
Sure.
All right, so when you start asking...
Do you understand why... Hang on. Do you understand why I brought up the biblical error?
Right, because you were using that as a codification of law.
No. What were we talking about just before I brought up the biblical error?
I don't know.
We were talking about the Puritans, where you tried to say that you thought that the Puritans wouldn't have abortions.
I said that the Puritans approve of abortions.
No, you said they wouldn't have one. Do you want me to rewind it back?
Just because there's a passage that sits up there and says that this is what they were doing in Numbers, all right, which is actually the Old Testament, doesn't mean that the Puritans would be following that aspect. It was
the Old Testament.
All right, but the Puritans
didn't follow the Old Testament. Do you not think I know little bits about the Bible?
Oh, no, but did the Puritans follow the Old Testament? Did they adhere to the books of Deuteronomy and Leviticus?
In some aspects,
eating animals? In some aspects, yes. In some aspects, no. So how do you? So to say that they approved abortion, all right? You have no evidence of that. Because they may or may not have done that.
Dude, I literally just cited you saying that there is studies to say that they did approve of abortion since the 1600s. Your rebuttal to that was that, oh, well, the Puritans
but
wouldn't
you
have
did
had
that
it.
in context. You did that in context of the medical procedures of when you could safely sit up there and perform abortions.
You do realize that that classifies as a medical procedure, right?
Right. So it classifies as a medical procedure. And then I sit up there and said, okay, from a legal standpoint, where do you start dealing with it? You start dealing with the anti-abortion law. Hold on a second.
That's not what you said.
This is it. What do you mean it's not what I said? It goes back to
talking about the Puritans as a rebuttal to what I
said. Because of that part of the rebuttal of what you said. What I said was the stupid statement that, well, it encompassed the entire United States before.
Yes, because the United States grew.
The United States was in the 1600s didn't exist, but the Spanish colony in Florida did, right? So either you include all of Florida and Massachusetts, or you don't.
You include the United States as it was going to be founded, which is why it starts in the 1600s, because they are the founding fathers and founding members.
The founding fathers did not begin in the 1600s.
When I said founding fathers, I mean founders, not as in the actual founding fathers.
Guess what? You had Florida as a founder as part of that aspect of it as well. It wasn't part of the original. It wasn't part of the original 13 colonies, but it was definitely in the United States. It was definitely a part of what was going to become the United States that existed at that time.
Yes, that was going to become. So, I literally went through this argument with you before.
So the individual colonies were going to become the United States as well.
MC. If I have a little island that's off of the coast of England, and in that island I say abortion is always going to be okay, and then I conquer England, and then I conquer Scotland, and then I conquer Ireland as a whole, and I then go, since our conception of this great country of Jasonism, we have always been a abortion-friendly country. Does that mean that every single country in that aspect has always been that way, or does that mean since I conquered it?
The United States has never been. It doesn't get.
It's literally a colony, and it's literally been colonized. God damn it!
But you're saying then that one state is sit up there higher than another state, and that doesn't exist.
What are you on about? I'm talking about the expansion of when it happened.
No, the expansion of when it happened. All right. Of when it takes place isn't in the 1600s though, is it? So it doesn't apply to the 1600s. No, it doesn't start. If you say that it starts at the 1600s, it starts as the
United States. Those are the people that come to start the United States.
If that's the case, then it has to include Florida.
Why does it? That wasn't part of the original colonies.
No, because it starts. If it starts in the 1600s, they were a part of it.
Why do you want Florida so badly? Is it because it's not part of the original colonies and you think it just proves everything else?
No, because it was a frickin' Spanish colony at that time.
I know, which means that you think it just proves everything else that's been said because it's one thing that's not in context.
It shows you that shows you that the context of this thing is absolutely ridiculous. It's showing that the statement itself is false and flawed. Because Florida was part of the United States. And Florida didn't allow for it. To say that it was throughout all of the United States doesn't accurately affect this. Not from its beginning. Its beginning didn't start in the 1600s. If you say that it did, then
How do I know this and you don't?
The foundations of America does not start with. It starts with colonization of the North American continent, and that includes Florida now, doesn't it?
Last time I fucking checked, buddy.
In fact, it precedes this.
Buddy. Last time I fucking checked, Florida is not in the fucking north.
Doesn't need to be.
But you said it started with the northern colonies.
What do you mean? I started with the northern colonies.
You said that it starts with the. You said it starts with the original northern colonies.
No,
that will be considered the beginning of the United States as you know.
The United States, all right, begins after 1600. All right, so you can't refer to it before 1600. Because the United States doesn't become... You're saying that it does. You're saying since the 1600s. From the 1600s. Then you have to include all the states. All of them.
States.
Nothing was a state then. When a state becomes a state does not make it subservient to states that preceded it.
Are you being like this on purpose, or do you?
No, I am actually trying to understand how the hell you can't understand that Florida is as much of a state in the 1600s, all right, as the colonies in Britain, all right, in 1623.
Really?
Or 1628. Yes.
So you think that the original colonies that were the foundation of the United States, that is what we're talking about as the original part of it, as in the foundation of it, that would be the United States, also started in Florida at the same time?
I'm saying that the United States, when you talk about the entire United States,
but nobody's talking about the nobody's talking
hold
about
on a
the
second,
fucking
because
landmass.
this.
No, because you're getting it wrong.
No.
Nobody's talking about the fucking landmass, MC.
Yeah,
Nobody's talking about the landmass.
Yes, you are. In the 1600s, you are talking. What are you talking about? The 1600s.
MC, we're not talking about the fucking landmass. We're talking about the original colonies being considered the foundation of the United States, and then spreading over to make sure that that's the rest of the United States as its foundation.
But whether it's the foundation.
Do you understand now?
Then
no. Do you understand what we're talking about now?
It's not that's what you want to say it says, but they start at 1600.
Yes, from the 1600s. That could be the whole of the 1600s. That's not from 1600 itself.
All right, we'll start with whatever time frame you want to start with 1600. And when you then sit up there and talk about the United States, you have to talk about the United States as all of the United States. Throughout the 1800s, all right, this was a base because you used 1600 as a starting point. If you want to say, from the foundation of the country, but the foundation of the country, all right, Florida is as much of a founder of the United States as Massachusetts is.
It's a shame that history says that you're wrong.
Sam, I'm wrong all you want. They existed.
Was it a part of the original 13 colonies?
No, they were not part of the original.
Then it wasn't fucking part of the original part of the United States, was it?
Did it exist? Does it exist as the United States today?
Oh, did Hawaii exist? Was Hawaii a part of the United States at the beginning? Or was the United States completely completed when Hawaii was started in the 1970s or 60s?
When you start saying things from the
30s or 40s.
When you start saying from the 1600s where states didn't exist, all right?
But that's not what we're saying.
No. You start. That's where that statement starts. Is from the 1600s. If you're going to say, then it says throughout the United States.
It says America.
All right, then throughout America. You're going to tell me Florida's not part of America?
Not under the country definition, no. Under the landmass it is, but under the country it wasn't.
Okay, so what definition are they using when they say throughout America? Are they excluding Florida?
I'm trying really hard, MC, not to be combative with you at the minute. I'm really trying.
I'm trying to sit there and really understand how it's different, how you cannot conceive, all right, that if you're going to
because you're talking about the landmass, and I'm talking about the idea of the country's borders.
But the ideas of the country's borders didn't even exist in the 1600s.
But the colonies did, which is what they're talking about.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Well done. I understand not all of them.
All right. And when they use the term throughout America, then why do I have to sit up there and go, okay, they're only talking about these colonies at this time? All right,
because when they classify as America. Hold on
a second. Here's why I say you cannot sit up there and say that you go by that and then at the same time reference 1600.
What do you think I mean by when we reference the 1600s or the 1620s?
When you say the 1600s, I think you're thinking of the entire landmass of the United States.
Then you're fucking wrong.
Well, that's the way it should have been written. Then it was poorly written.
America would be the idea of the colonies. Was Florida not actually part of Mexico at that point?
No, it was not part of Mexico. It was part of Spain.
So if I check the Mexican borders at that point in time, Florida is not part of Mexico.
Nope. Florida was never part of Mexico. Mexico doesn't come into existence until after the United States.
Really?
Yes.
I definitely want to check this now. Oh. Images of Mexico's borders 1600s. Oh look, it goes all the way over Florida.
All right. Mexico as a country begins when?
Hmm?
September 27, 1821 is the founding date of Mexico.
Yes, but the actual country
up
itself...
up to that point, it was part of Spain. After the coalition, when Mexico becomes independent, it did not sit up there and include Florida.
It looks like it did.
It did not. You already had the whole Louisiana Purchase, all right, that took place.
Oh, yeah, for some reason I'm thinking Florida's California, and it's not California.
No. California's different. That's a different subject.
It's a little bit different. Not by much. You still have stupid people in that area.
We got stupid people all around the country.
We've got stupid people on the internet.
Unfortunately, two of them are arguing right now.
More than that.
I just said
I think we have more than one fucking people. I'm just saying that's not part of the original colonies, and you know it's not.
I didn't say it was. But the
16... Yeah, but they're not saying it was either.
I think they are, because they said they include 1600.
No, they're not. They're not. They're talking about the original colonies, buddy.
Then they need to learn how to write. All right?
Okay, not you actually understanding them. They need to learn how to write to you.
No, they need to learn how to really be specific. Because if you make an attempt to say that, all right, what it starts to indicate is that there's a primacy of certain states over other states in the Union. Okay? Because if
Florida was, as you said then, Florida was actually part of Spain.
Yes.
Yeah, for how long?
Until the I think it was like 1830s,
1840s. So what is your point on your answer to your question then? What is your point? If it's not even a part of what will classify as the United States into the 1800s, why even bring it up?
Because if you mention the 1600s, you have to include all the states that are part of the landmass at 1600 and colonies that existed.
But they weren't. That's not part of the. That's not part of the United States, is it, though, buddy?
Were they a colony? Were they a colony?
Not of the United States. They weren't. No.
They were a colony that was going to be part of the United States. The United States.
No,
is the
they
United
weren't.
States.
Spain was never going. No, listen. Spain was never going to be a part of the United States.
The colony of Spain wasn't.
No, Spain would never be a colony.
The colony
it was a
of
Spanish
Florida.
colony.
My mistake. I reversed the order.
That's fine, no problem.
The colony of Florida was. The colony of Florida was no different than the colony of the Massachusetts Bay Colony or the Virginia.
You really think so? You really think that the foundation colonies, the original 13 colonies, has nothing to do with the fact of them being the foundation of what America would be and the idols that America would be?
I didn't say that they wouldn't be part of that.
No, they are literally the foundation of it, which is why they talk about the 1600s as being the foundation of America.
They are not the only part of the foundation of America.
Okay, can we just move on? Because I'm getting really pissed off with this. Can we just move on, mate?
Can you sit up there and tell me that the Florida did not bring anything to the United States? Is not part of that founding of the United States as it exists today?
What do you mean as it exists today?
As it exists today. See,
Florida obviously was always going to be a part of the United States.
Okay,
but that doesn't mean that it was then.
Always. All right. But then again, neither was anybody at 1600. So
yes, it was the 13 original colonies.
The 13 original colonies didn't come. Some of the original colonies didn't even come to being until like 1650.
Does that not mean it's part of the 1600s?
No, I mean it's part of the 1600s, but it doesn't.
So where's the falsity?
Because you start
at
them. You start at 1600, and you're talking about...
No, I said 1600s.
Okay, all right. We'll start at 1600s. When you talk about 1600s as colonies, all of these areas were still colonies, including Florida, right? Did they all contribute to the United States?
No, they didn't.
And yes, they did.
Eventually, they may have done.
Okay,
but they weren't.
But it didn't stop. When you talk about the rest of that overall arcing conclusion where they talk about the United States
Do you
from
understand
and
my
to the,
analogy of when I said that if I take over a small country and then I take over other countries, does that mean that they were always part of my country, or does that mean that they became my country?
Did Florida get taken over by the United States?
Yes, it decided
No.
it was going to be it decided it was going to be a part of the United States because this colony was going to be taken over.
Right. So if a colony says, if let's say Britain right now sits up there and goes to the United States and says, well, you know what, we decided we were going to be part of the United States. Do you become part of the United States?
I probably would, but I don't think the rest of my countrymen would.
Well, no, let's just say that the rest of your country went insane and said, we want to be part of the United States. Are you then part of the United States?
Yes, if they accept
No.
us and we become under their jurisdiction, we are part of the country.
Okay, so you have to be accepted into the United States. And if you take a look at the way that paragraph is written, it includes all the states in the latter part of the 1800s. Now, doesn't it?
It doesn't. What paragraph are you on about?
The paragraph that you read. The paragraph where it talks about since the 1600s, all the way through.
Yeah.
All right? It includes areas where other states were a part of it until the United States. It's talking about the United States as a whole. Okay? So if you're talking about the United States as a whole, you have to include the 1600s when Florida was a colony.
No, you don't.
I don't know why this is so difficult.
Because you're trying to force something that's not correct.
Are they talking about throughout the United States? Well, they're referring to
they're
the
not
United
talking
States
about
as a
the
whole.
goddamn landmass.
So they're only ever talking about the original 13 colonies and not the rest of the United States.
Because most normal people would, when talking about the history of the United States, would say that the history of the United States as a country began with the original colonies.
But
as
the
in the original British colonies.
The original colonies also, whether you like it or not, includes Florida. Because it was
No,
originally
because
a
they're
colony.
not a part of the original 13 colonies.
The original states. We don't refer to them as original colonies.
But they are, by definition of history.
No, we refer to them as the original states. Not the
So
original
why does history
colonies.
say that they're...
That's what your history says. That's not what
No,
ours
it's what
says.
your fucking history says as well, MC.
No,
Fuck's
we're
sake.
Oh, for crying out loud. How difficult is this to sit up there and understand that if you're using a paragraph that includes the entire landmass of the United States, which that paragraph does in the after part of it, that you can't then go, well, but before we're only including this little bit that makes sense with?
Nobody says that, mate.
Read the paragraph.
I did. I reread it.
Okay.
America, the 1600s, African women brought as slaves to the United States were using cotton wool to abort as a result of rape, typically from slave owners. They also used the savin from the juniper brush, pennyroyal, tansy, eggrow, and sanak snake root to abort pregnancies. History of abortion in America. From the 1600s up to the 1800s, abortion was completely legal in the United States.
From the 1600s throughout the 1800s, right?
Up until.
Up until the 1800s?
Yes.
So up until the founding of the Constitution?
The Constitution was in 1776 or 1778?
1798.
Really?
Yes. 1776 is the founding of the nation, but the Constitution didn't come into effect until the latter part of the 1700s.
Okay. So is that the 1800s or is that still the 1700s?
Well, that's like.
If you're going to be pedantic, I might as well be, right?
We'll say 1798.
So is that the 1700s or is that the 1800s? Come on, let's be pedantic. I can do it too.
Right. So are you referring to when you say throughout the 1800s? Does it say throughout the 1800s or until the 1800s?
It says up until the 1800s.
All right. So since the founding of the nation, all right, until the 1800s, which is a period of less than 20 years.
Notice how you just stated that the founding of the nation was 1776, and then you said, well, the founding of the nation was 1798.
Okay, so it's a little over that. Let me rephrase that. It's 1776.
Mm-hmm.
So since for 24 years, okay, for 24 years of the nation, it was legal throughout the United States.
That's what
in
it says.
In every single spot. And I'm going to tell you that it wasn't. It may have been legal from a federal perspective, but not from a local perspective.
How do you even know that, or are you just assuming that?
No, I'm saying that because of how our system, all right, was created. You have to
Answer the
understand
question.
something.
Answer the question. How
I
do
am
you
answering the
know
question.
that every state would allowed or didn't allow abortion? How do you know?
Because it wasn't based on a state level. It was based on individual counties and individual cities and individual towns. When somebody makes that statement to you,
so you
are you
can't
going to tell me?
prove that then?
Well, let me ask you this. Can you prove that it was legal in every single county, in every single state, in every single district, in every single township throughout the United States?
It was so widespread that you could advertise it nationwide. You could purchase it nationwide from pharmacists, homeopaths, midwives.
We had
it was sent through the mail.
You had drugs that you could purchase, but to say that those drugs were
What do you
widespread.
think a fucking abortion is?
No, it's saying that those drugs didn't just use, all right, or weren't just available strictly and only for abortions.
U.S. abortion was legal. U.S. abortion was legal before quickening, the point at which you can feel the fetus moving in a womb. Even a church remained unopposed to abortions at this point.
You said it was illegal before quickening? All right, now we've already put restrictions on abortion, and long before the third trimester.
You do realize that this is after the 1800s, right?
But you said that there. Once again, when you start talking about these rules and they start making these broad assertions, all right, if you want to say from a federal perspective, yeah. To say that a state could sit up there and advertise it, guess what? You could advertise anything from a state. And back then, you could purchase anything, including cyanide. Okay? Does that mean cyanide use was legal? All right? No, didn't mean it was legal.
Do you realize that this is talking about laws on the books, right?
I'm talking...
This is talking about laws on the books.
Is it talking about federal laws in the book, state laws in the book, local laws in the book, county laws in the book? Which ones are they talking about?
Listen... It was talking about how it was completely legal.
And I'm telling you that it wasn't completely legal. That
prove
they had
it with your facts.
No, you prove
your facts.
Here's a better one. You prove to me, right, that they sit up there and looked at every single state and every single township and every
realize
single.
That they literally do this as a point of history, right?
No. I think that these are people who are trying to make a point about history,
You
not
can
doing
think
this.
all you like. This is done from an actual citation.
Okay, and does that make it right? Does that mean that they didn't lie? Does that mean they overstated the case?
It means that they checked
it
the
means
laws.
They did not check each and every law, I guarantee you, because they'd still be doing it.
Really?
Think about that. Think about every single town, village, and everything else of what it would take to go through all of that documentation.
You don't think that you could just phone up and go, can you have a look between this and this time to... No? You don't think that can happen?
You can phone up, or are you going to call each and every single town? How many towns
are
you going to call?
How do you think that this type of stuff's done?
All right. How do I think?
Do you think one person goes to every single goddamn place to find out?
I think they find a couple of things that work in their favor, and they write the books, because I've watched them do it.
I don't believe you.
I know you don't believe me. You want to trust in people.
No, I don't. I read the fucking sources. I read the fucking
and I'm telling you that most of these sources are biased.
Dude, and everything's biased.
And you can't trust.
Do you know what's not biased? Do you know what's not biased? The fucking data.
Do you think? All right, let's talk about the data. Oh, they already came out and said that there were religious things that people didn't want them doing this, which would indicate that there's at least not part of the social norm.
What did you think it meant? What do you think I said?
Right, well, you're saying that it was completely legal throughout the United States. That means everywhere in the United States, it was perfectly legal. And I'm telling you that's bullshit.
Yeah, so why?
I'm telling you because I guarantee you, all right, within the Puritan sects, as they existed within there, like the Quakers and everything else, that it wouldn't have been tolerated.
Yeah, tolerated doesn't mean that it's illegal.
They would have made it illegal. What do you think I mean?
There's a fucking difference in that.
All right, when I say that, what do you think I'm referring to? When I say
there's a difference in legal and tolerate.
They would have stood up there and said that this is illegal, that what you did was illegal. The whole purpose of the frickin' Scarlet, if it was such a big thing, why then do we have a book called The Scarlet Letter? Because you won't listen to what I'm trying to say. You just
it's because I don't believe what you're saying because you've got nothing to back it up.
All right, the Scarlet Letter. Tell me how the Scarlet Letter gets written then.
I have no idea. I haven't read it.
Yeah, okay. I'm telling you, these were not legal, all right, in the sense that they're talking about.
What do you think that they're talking about?
They're talking about in every place, in every hamlet.
No, they're talking about laws on the fucking books.
No, they're talking about federal laws on the books.
No, they're talking about laws on the books, buddy.
No, they're talking. If they want to go back and tell me that they look through the entire laws of every single village, of every single community, of every single thing.
You do realise, mate, that you can have places saying that this is legal for you to do, but then have the village stop people from doing it regardless, right?
Then it's not legal. Right?
No, that means that they stopped you. That doesn't mean that it's illegal.
Okay.
Laws are the point that we're talking about, not the moral justifications of each village.
And I'm trying to point out, okay, in each village you have codifications of this stuff, right?
You're trying to be pedantic and argue a point that nobody's talking about, mate.
I'm talking about
laws on the books.
The laws on the books.
Laws on the books.
A village doesn't have its own laws?
The laws were not on the books.
Yeah,
that is the point.
And I'm telling you that the laws were on the books somewhere, right?
They weren't.
I guarantee you that they.
Bud.
And I'm telling you that you assuming that is you're believing that they did their due diligence and looked at every single possible village that existed from the 1600s all the way through to the 1800s to say there was nothing written down on that. And I'm telling you that right now, that is number one, impossible to do.
Step it down. So you're telling me that if you can find one village that had laws on the books, that you think that this doesn't matter anymore?
I think that means that statement is false.
So, say for instance,
because it's not throughout the United States anymore, is it?
Okay. So would you not say that majoritively then, that the laws were not against abortion?
I will say that, yes. I will agree with that.
That's the whole fucking point.
But that's not what they said.
That's the whole point. You're arguing points that nobody's making, or at least that I'm not making.
I'm sorry, but then don't use words encompassing everything.
I am copying what they said, so you can understand what I'm showing you.
And now you can say why. Now you can understand why I am saying their work is bullshit.
No, you're being pedantic for no fucking reason.
No, I'm not being pedantic
you're
for
arguing
no reason.
Points that
they are arguing. So they didn't say throughout most of the United States. They said throughout the United States.
Yes, because there was no laws on the books.
No, there's no laws that they looked at. And I'm telling you, it's impossible to look at each and every law back to that time frame.
Did you realise that in the United Kingdom, for instance, we have all of our laws, and they are stacked back until about the 13th or 12th century?
Yeah, I realise that. Do you also?
So when you say it's impossible, hang on. When you say it's impossible to look for all of these laws, we literally have scholars that do that every fucking day.
And I'm telling you that they did not sit up there and utilize that technique.
How the fuck do you know that?
How do I know that? Because of the time. Because of the time and the cost of doing something like that.
What do you mean the cost? What do you think it? How much do you reckon it cost to phone up to an archives place that looks after the laws to go? Can you look in the archives because it's your fucking job to tell me the laws between this time and that time?
You're not allowed to. You might get some places to do it. Other places will charge you for doing that. In the United States, if you're trying to go back into that kind of a deep dive, they'll tell you over the phone, do it yourself.
Sure.
Which means you don't believe me? Try it.
No, I do. Calm the fuck down, buddy. Do you not think that if Harvard is doing a study for this aspect, do you not think that they will have an alumni that is close to that area where they can go, can you go and do this for us? Save us a trip. Then send it over via picture.
No, I don't think that.
You don't think that colleges would not be able to instigate that type of organisation?
Not to the degree that you're talking about. No.
Oh my god. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, fine, whatever.
Let me give you an example of something, right? You got this.
I don't care. I want to talk about abortion. Like, generally, that's the whole point of what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about all of these aspects that you go on a tangent about.
Let's go on about abortion then. All right? To say that it was not written in law since the 1800s on, right? You have from the 1800s all the way to 1973, you've got almost 200 years, right, of precedents banning abortion.
And you've got 200 years of it not being banned.
No, you don't have 200 years of it not being banned. You only
1600 to 1800. How many fucking years is that?
We did not exist as a nation prior to that.
Oh my God.
And if you're going to say that we do, and we can do this, then you got to accept the fact that in Florida, they have to include it. You cannot sit up there and say, well, afterwards, we got
fine.
this much.
We have a 50-year precedent saying that it is legal for them to have an abortion. Well done. Welcome to your own argument.
All right. So you have 50 years, and it was poorly decided, just like the Missouri Compromise.
It wasn't poorly decided. It was actually really well written. And actually really well explained. Even to the point of viability was explained pretty well, which is why Roe Vs Casey was explained really well.
That's why and what did it do? It totally ignored, all right, the human being.
There was no human being. That's why they didn't read that.
That's your interpretation of when life begins. You don't accept that person in the womb as a human being. I do.
Sure.
All right?
I don't accept... No. Can I correct you? I do accept them as a human being. Right, I just do not think that they have any rights at that point.
Then why shouldn't somebody have the right to walk up to a child and just pull a gun in the head and pull the trigger?
What do you mean a child?
Well, let's say a child that's 1 year old. Why can't I just walk up and...
Because then they have rights, dickhead. Because
why do they have rights?
Because they're born. They're citizens of that country.
Why do they have rights when they're born?
Because they are born. They are alive by definition.
You're alive by definition as soon as you start to grow. All right?
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. Something that grows is by definition alive. Yes, plants are alive.
Are plants alive?
Yes, plants are alive. Yes, plants are alive.
To the same degree that humans are.
They're not human beings, but they're alive.
To the same degree. Listen
what do you mean?
To
what degree? What measure are you using?
Oh my God! You want to talk about measuring the aspects of rights, and then you want to try and talk about
No.
What
I'm not
do you
talking
mean
about
by
measuring the aspects of right, because I've said this from the beginning. The moment you are conceived as a unique individual, all right, you are a human being. I haven't wavered from that. The one who's trying to play the parsing game. The one who wants to play the parsing game is, I want to decide when it was born. But what are you using as a justification for when it was? Why when we were born?
You don't have any rights under the state or country that you're in because you're not.
We don't have rights that way in America. Okay? Once again, the United States does not grant rights. The Constitution does not grant rights.
It also only applies to people or citizens.
And they're a person.
Yes, person normally means
human beings.
Citizen.
They're a human being. They're a human being.
No, person normally in a legal document normally applies to a citizen.
No, it doesn't just apply to a citizen. It applies to non-citizens as well.
I understand, but
all right,
they always say...
So don't sit up there and tell me citizen anymore. All right, since we know that they apply to things
mostly,
that are outside of it.
Okay.
No, well, okay, what's mostly now? All right.
I said mostly.
What is your standard? What's your demarcation? Your demarcation is as arbitrary. Right,
it's
that's
not.
your demarcation.
It's a fucking hard line.
No,
born.
You know what else is a hard line? Conception.
That's not a hard line because you're not alive
at that
point.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes,
you're not alive at that point.
You are alive. That's growing on its own. It'll grow by itself.
By definition, you're not.
No, that's your definition.
You're by
saying
medical definition.
No, not by medical definition. To hell with the medical definition.
A human is not alive at that point.
I hate to tell you that doesn't freaking make a difference.
You want me to search it and pull it up
on
the screen
care.
For you?
Show me where it says that person is no longer alive. That person isn't alive.
No, it means that they are not alive.
When do they become alive? Only when they're born? Nonsense!
No, they talk about viability. That's the whole point of
viability. Once again, viability depends on what? Technology.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, because legal precedent is not set by the technology.
Is legal precedent was set that abortions were illegal long before your precedent. So if you want to talk about precedent,
long before your own precedent, it was set as not being illegal. So why don't we just stop trying to one up each other and carry on the conversation?
It wasn't talked about. Okay, but we're talking about when do we.
And it was accepted by the church and even pushed by the church.
You got this whole thing. Well, it was pushed by the church. Well, have I mentioned the church at all? No. Have I sit up there and mentioned any of this? This comes back to when...
You did. You talked about, do you think the Protestants would do this? Do you think the Quakers would do this?
No, that was after you had brought in the whole freaking thing.
Okay.
No, that was after I said that it was basically.
I did
not
bring it up
illegal.
in that regard, but that was. But you had brought in the
literally
religious.
did.
You had brought in the religious aspects of this long before then. But I will agree that yes, I did bring that in. At
No,
that
the
point.
reason why I brought in religion was because you were talking about, do you think that the Quakers and the Protestants that come to the country were like this? And I
No,
pointed out where
I
in the
said-
Bible it says this.
Okay, but we're talking law. But you're also talking law. What was codified and what wasn't. And I'm telling you, the United States is much too broad to be able to do the kind of studies that these people you think that they did in order to justify this kind of comment. Now,
In your
I
opinion,
will say,
okay, great.
I will say, like I said, the majority that they found, I agree with you from a majority standpoint that was accurate. I've already agreed with that, right?
Sure.
But that doesn't mean when you use the term throughout the United States has a different connotation to it. Okay?
No, that's your connotation.
Okay, well, if it's my connotation, all right, then you tell me why I'm wrong to believe it that way. Just because you disagree? When you
No,
say
because-
something that throughout this area,
Okay, I'll wait.
this stands. Right?
Finished?
Yeah, go.
So when something says throughout this place, it's talking majoritively.
Why? Why do you so assume that?
Because there's always outliers.
That's not how how I've ever interpreted.
I know, that's why I said your connotation may
That's
not
why
be correct.
that's why we use terms like most.
No, that's why you want to use the terms most.
No, that's why the term most is more descriptive and more accurate.
So
Throughout
when
most of
I'm-
the United States, that would have been
so
a
when
much
I'm
better
writing
way of saying
different,
it.
so when I'm writing different assignments for doing different aspects in college and things like that, when I write throughout, the college and people that read the assignment will normally have the understanding that when I say throughout, that I'm talking about the generality or the most of the time aspect.
That has not been my experience. Okay.
So that's why I said our connotations are different. Not that
Right,
you're
well-
wrong. Not that you're wrong, but the connotations are different.
My experience when writing things like that, and when I was writing for
I get it. That's why I just... Can we move on? We already agree.
Yes, we agree. Okay, you're right. We're agreeing about that. But it still comes down to whether you like what's your definition of life and human beings. All right.
No, that's
where
not
all
the
this comes
definition
down.
that you need to go on to. It's about when
No,
rights
that is a
start.
definition. No, once again, inalienable rights are not starting or stopping. They're not given to you. They're inalienable. You have
Well,
them
we've
automatically.
already said that they can be negated.
They can be negated within the confines of the United States.
And that's
yes.
why the Constitution negated them to the mum being able to decide
No,
to have an abortion.
It
or not.
allows them to be negated, but in this case, they're not saying that they're allowing the decision for the other person to be negated. They're not.
Yes, they are.
saying
They,
that
they
all-
are
no,
implicitly saying that.
No, okay, you can say that that's an implicit statement, but it's never mentioned. It's never talked about. It's bad law.
It doesn't need
it's
to.
poorly
look,
written.
Stop,
it
stop,
did
stop,
need
stop,
to be
stop,
there.
Please stop. Please stop.
All right, let me explain this to you so you understand.
If they state that a woman is able to have an abortion and they deem it constitutional, which is what the whole point of Roe v. Wade was, then they are saying that the negation of the baby's rights or the human's rights that's in the womb is superseded by the woman's rights.
Right. Okay. I
So
realize
the
that's what they said.
inalienable rights that you are screaming about in Roe v. Wade are being negated.
And I'm saying that was a bad decision.
And I don't care about your decision. It's
hold on. That was flawed. All right, and should be
In your
overturned.
opinion.
And not
In your
just in my
opinion.
opinion. It's not just my opinion anymore. In the opinion of most of American societies, all right, in the opinion of most of the states, they do not believe that exists. All right, all the way to the point of birth. Or you wouldn't have constant challenges to a decision.
You
And
do
what's
understand
more-
that having
hold on.
you
Hold
do
on a second, I'm
understand
not
having
finished yet.
challenges. No. You do understand that having challenges to something doesn't mean that you disagree with the actual ruling.
Okay.
It means you disagree with aspects of that ruling. You understand that, right?
I understand that you're disagree. You can say that it's that disagreement with the ruling or aspects of the ruling. All right, whether it was an aspect or not, it's still a disagreement with the ruling. All right.
No,
And
by
what's more
definition,
is-
it's an aspect.
Hold on. And what's more, okay, is in the United States, when you want to talk about society making this law, all right, it wasn't society making a law. It was 9 robed justices making this. Okay? In other words, 9 robed justices sit up there and said, we're going to sit up there and make this, and we're going to impose it on the entire nation. It's bad law. It's not based on the Constitution, regardless of them going.
It was.
No, it was not. It was read into. We're gonna write into the 14th Amendment. Hold on a second. You're gonna tell me the people in the 14th Amendment. No, you can't finish your point until you let me finish this. You're saying it's based on the 14th Amendment, and that the founding of the people who wrote the 14th Amendment had it in their minds to sit up there and allow abortion, all right, throughout the country.
That would be the interpretation of them being able to have the right of privacy, the right of life, the right of liberty.
No, it was not part of their intent. Okay? To say that it was part of their intent, sit up there and denies the fact that they were allowing abortions to be illegal across the United States since what you said, the 1800s, right? So if that was if that's not the case, because the 14th Amendment didn't come into place until 1865, I believe.
70 years after. 70 years after, yes.
All right. So that's
you
not
could
the
argue
case.
that you could argue that the Ninth Amendment also carries that as well, which is what they
You
did
can
argue.
You can argue anything can be pieced together into this.
They also
and a
argued
right
that
to
the
privacy. Show me
also-
where there's a right to privacy in the Constitution, because
in the
that's
Bill of
another
Rights.
one. No, it's
in the
not
Bill
in the
of
Bill of
Rights.
Rights. Where in the Bill of Rights?
Is it not in the Bill of Rights?
There's no right to privacy in the Bill of Rights.
Cool.
There's a right
worries
for your papers and your possessions to be secured against unreasonable search and seizure. All right, but that's not a right to privacy.
Is that not interpretation of that's a right to privacy?
No.
Is it not?
No.
Oh.
It means you can't sit up there and just break into somebody's house and ruffle through their papers whenever you freaking feel like. That's not the same thing, all right,
That's
as a
not
right
privacy.
to privacy. No, privacy is people.
That sounds like you're allowed to have the right to privacy as long as you don't break any laws.
No, would you come back with that?
That's what it sounds like to me.
No, it's not. That's not the case. You don't have a right to privacy even if all right, even if you're breaking laws, all right, or not breaking laws. Now that's a reality, and privacy would indicate if somebody can't see a law being broken, if nobody knows the law was broken, then how do you charge somebody when you don't know the law was broken? Okay,
Your argument,
that's what
buddy.
that's privacy. That's privacy, but that's not a right to privacy. There's nothing in
Is
there
it
that
not?
sits up there and says it's not specified. No.
I thought it was a sort of a form of protection that you're able to have some sort of form of privacy from the state.
That was another thing that was been interpreted by a bunch of people who come back to Roe v. Wade to base that decision upon.
That's not Roe v. Wade. That's not Roe v. Wade.
Well,
Try again.
then which case did Roe v. Wade cite as a right to privacy?
That one I don't actually know.
Because there wasn't a right to privacy until Roe v. Wade.
No, you're correct. It seems to think that you have right of due process clause of the 14th Amendment, which is a fundamental quotation right to privacy.
Right. So in other words, you create a right to privacy, and then on top of that, you create a right to abortion from privacy, even though abortion is not a private thing.
Of course, it's a private thing. At least you're saying
really?
all medical aspects are not private.
All medical aspects are private. If you're involving anybody else, it's no longer private, is it?
Okay, so that means that you should be able to tell me and the government about if you're vaccinated or not.
Do you have a right to privacy? What?
Exactly, my friend. So stop using that as a crap argument, because it's not a good argument.
Do you have a right to privacy? No,
I
don't
think
have a right
you
to
do,
privacy.
yes.
All right, and the reason that they can't look at your medical records is there's a law called HIPAA.
What do you think that stands for?
Doesn't matter. Health insurance.
Because it doesn't stand for what you think it does.
It's a health insurance, privacy, protected, something like that. I don't remember exactly what the thing for HIPAA.
Yeah, it's not a actual right to privacy.
No, it's a law.
No. Listen, It's not a right to privacy. It's a right for your insurance companies not to share your information with other companies.
And it's not just the insurance companies. You can't. None of your. It specifies that the medical facilities cannot share your medical information.
Oh, really? So when you're knocked out cold and then get to talk to your medical providers, your insurance providers, they're not allowed to do that?
Nope.
Oh, so why did they do it all the fucking time?
Because they break the law all the time.
Really? I'm not sure that... Anyway, carry on.
They break. Look. Okay. For example, they charged a nurse for HIPAA violations when she stood up there and told the press that a certain celebrity was staying at their place.
Yeah, because that literally is a break of personal information.
But they charged her under HIPAA. You're telling me that HIPAA doesn't do this? Yes, HIPAA does.
That's not what I said.
No. My point is, they when I tell you that they break the law all the time, I want you to understand they break the law all the time.
Jesus Christ.
It's the HIPAA. The HIPAA is another law. It's bad. I will admit that. All right. And do I think that HIPAA should be corrected? Yes, I do. I do believe that HIPAA should be corrected. And yes, when you're asking that question about the if you correct HIPAA and you correct the rest of this, does somebody have the right to say, hey, I want to see your insurance card or your card here, right? Then you have the right. You do it. They are within their rights to tell you that. All right. There's
sure, I still don't understand
how
how this is what we're talking about with abortion.
Right,
We've literally been on for 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours. Well over 4 hours.
All right. But you asked me what I mean by privacy, all right? So that's how we got drifted into this thing.
No, I pointed out that you would argue that nobody has the right to know what your medical aspects are.
Right, but
that is a right to privacy.
I agree. I disagree with you. They do have the right to sit up there and do that if they want to. All right, it's not illegal for the medical company to share your medical.
That's not what I stated, and you know it's not what I stated,
all right.
buddy.
Well, okay, then what are you saying? Well, you're making an assumption about what I would do, and I would disagree with that? No, I don't disagree with that.
You're saying that you don't have a right to privacy.
Correct.
And we use the example of the fact that you are allowed a right to privacy.
And the example you used was the vaccination card.
No, vaccination status.
Your vaccination status, right? And what did I say?
You said you don't believe that you have the right to that.
No, you don't.
But
you
the
don't
fact
have
is
the right
you... But no, man. The argument is not what you think. It is the fact that it is, which is part of the support for the Constitution of right to privacy, buddy.
But you don't have that right because that right was not granted to you. That right comes under HIPAA, another law, not a right.
Wow. You do realize that that's under the idea of the 14th Amendment, right?
Whether or not under whatever idea it is, it doesn't matter. It's not under the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was never used in that manner, or ever for a right to privacy.
For right to privacy, it has been many times.
All right.
It's commonly referred to that law as a right to privacy.
And since when?
It's commonly used as point.
Since 1973, yes. Prior to that, no.
No, it was used before that.
When was it used to a right to privacy?
It's mostly been interpreted since its inception as being a right to privacy.
No, it has not been interpreted that way. Where do you get the idea that this was interpreted, the 14th Amendment, all right, came up on a lot of legal cases, all right, prior to 1973?
I didn't say that it come up as a legal case. I said
it had to have come... Okay, it had to be interpreted this way. It means it had to have come to the federal court. It had to have gone to SCOTUS.
That's what you think I meant by it, bud.
All right, then which court was using the 14th Amendment?
In what aspect, buddy?
All right, and the right to privacy prior to 1973. All right, which court was using it as a right to privacy prior to 1973? The 14th Amendment.
I don't know. I'll have a look for you because I actually like having sources rather than just using my feeling.
Okay. I'm out of water.
Yeah, too much shouting, buddy. Literally for no reason.
Probably. I do apologize for that.
It'd be a good idea if I actually put right to privacy rather than right privacy. Right to privacy in the Constitution. Interpretation from. The words right to privacy is not written in the document. However, many interpret this by reading Article 12, which states no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interferences with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to attacks upon his honour and reputation. That's from literally the beginning of Article 12 when it was written.
Okay, so
Of the amendment.
Article 12. Right?
Of the amendment, yes.
All right. Well, where does the right to privacy, all right, get specified, all right, under the 14th Amendment?
Under the 14th Amendment, Article 12, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy.
Article 12
home.
is not Article 14.
What's Article 14? What's Article 14 then?
Article 14. Let me read it to you.
Oh, sorry. It's a Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's for Europe. My mistake.
Oh. I didn't think the 12th Amendment said that. I was going to be shocked. I was going to have to take back a lot.
That's right. I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. I'm just
I
not
would admit
normally wrong.
I would admit I was wrong in this case.
No, I'm just saying in general. I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. I'm just not normally wrong.
All right. Just as an FYI, Article 12 of the U.S. Constitution says no preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another. Nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another state. That's actually a pretty important one. Well,
Mm-hmm.
That basically says you can't. If for example we're pissed off at California, we can't say, okay, in order to come into here, right, you got to go through a port of entry, right, and we have to document you coming in here. Right. By the way, we're putting an extra tax because it came from California on on these goods.
It's still mostly understood as point of the 14th Amendment from its inception.
Right.
It's mostly interpreted that way.
Right. From what date? What date was the first attempt at right to privacy added to the 14th Amendment?
70 years after the original.
Right. What do you mean? Back in it's more than 70 years.
No, it's directly 70 years or 74 years. I've already written it down before. Where's my Twitter?
The 14th Amendment was in the 1800s.
Yes, it was only 70. It was only 70 years afterwards.
All right. I guarantee you it wasn't 1973 is Roe v. Wade.
77.
77?
77 years difference.
Between the Roe
The
v.
original
Wade,
set, and
Uh-huh.
the 14th Amendment.
No, the 14th Amendment was fully okay. Let me rephrase that. Right? It depends on how you look at the acceptance of the 14th Amendment. Okay.
Right, so the 14th Amendment was written in 1868. The original was written in 1791. You can do the maths. 77 years.
All right. Hold on. The 14th Amendment was written in
1868.
1868. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The
1868.
original is 1791.
The original what?
The
Roe v.
original
Wade?
amendments from the 1st to the 10th.
From the 1st to the
10th.
10th? All right.
Yes, 1971, the original documents.
1971 for
1991. 1791.
Okay, 17. See now you understand why I'm getting confused. I'm trying to understand what you're referencing. All right, so from 1700, all right, to when the 14th Amendment was written. Okay, I understand that aspect of it, but that's not what I'm referring to.
from the time the 14th Amendment created, in your opinion, all right, the right to privacy, all right, to
Yeah, it's
the
mostly
point,
been interpreted that way.
all right, you're saying it's mostly being interpreted that way. And I'm telling you, show me a case where it was interpreted that way prior to 1973, Roe v. Wade.
I didn't realise that I needed to do that straight away. You should have said that before we actually come on. I would have found it for you.
I actually thought that you knew that I had already done that.
Well, why would I worry about that? I would presume that if the 14th Amendment is interpreted that way, it would be...
That's a modern interpretation.
How do
of the
you
14th
interpret
Amendment.
it? How do you interpret it?
All right, let me read the statute. Right, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge these privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall a state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction equal protection of the laws. Okay?
So how would you interpret that?
I interpret that as saying that you have that a law cannot sit up there and be arbitrarily applied to you in Kansas when that same law is in New Mexico. Or, for example, right, and this is where the Equal Protection Clause is actually applicable, all right, to gay marriage. If Massachusetts recognizes gay marriage, all right, that these people are married, then Kansas can't say, okay, but we don't recognize gay marriage because under the laws here, you have an equal protection of these laws. Now, can you assume that to be too broad-based? Meaning that it's not between the states, that it's within the state, that's a possibility as well. All right, so it's a secondary interpretation to it. But at no point does it sit up there and give you, all right, privileges of privacy.
I mean, I just don't see how you don't see it as being something to do with privacy.
Because it has nothing to do with privacy. It has to do with, okay, what was the original intent behind it? Number one.
Yeah,
And
what do you think? What do you think that is?
The original intent was to prevent blacks from being disenfranchised by ridiculous state laws that said, if you're black, you can't do this.
So you don't think that has to do with civil rights acts and things like that? That
No,
gives them the right of...
The Civil Rights Act it does, because for example, to say that a state has a law that says colored people have to ride in the back of the bus.
But
Okay.
you do realise that literally come from the 14th Amendment.
That comes from the 14th. That is violating the 14th Amendment to have a state that says that. All right, to have a
So
state
that's
law or
at
any law that says
18.
that.
That's at hang on. That's at 1866. That is stemmed from the 14th Amendment.
That is the 14th Amendment.
That it comes into power with the 14th Amendment.
Yes, it comes into power with the 14th Amendment.
Yes, the Civil Rights Act that talks about that aspect of it.
Yes, that aspect of the quote-unquote Civil Rights Act, yes, comes from the 14th Amendment. But the Civil Rights Act itself is not a constitutional amendment. That is a law passed by Congress. It's a separate thing.
You do realise that that's really fucking sneaky. What you're doing right now. You asked me to cite you a case. Look,
No,
listen.
I asked you to cite me a case where privacy was determined, all right, under the Constitution.
What do you think civil
under the
rights
14th Amendment.
does?
Civil rights has nothing to do with privacy.
So you don't think that it has anything to do with privacy?
No, it's equal treatment under the law. That's its primary goal. It's not privacy.
Okay.
Notice it doesn't even talk about happiness here. It talks about life, liberty, or property.
Yeah.
All right, so what does a woman's happiness have to do with anything when it comes to the abortion ruling, as privacy goes?
Because it was a part of a different aspect of it?
What aspect of it? I'll read it to you again.
I'm sorry. Let me just pull up my citation to be able to go through Roe v. Wade again. It's only the fact that I've been through it with you 4 times already today. So, inherently in due process clause of the 14th Amendment is a fundamental right to privacy. That protects a pregnant woman's choice of whether to have an abortion. However, this right is balanced against the government's interests.
Where's this? Stop right there. It has to do with the right to privacy. Where did that come from?
As I told you before, it's interpreted as that. It always has been, or at least mostly has been.
No, it hadn't been until Roe v. Wade. There's a reason I asked you to sit up there and cite privacy, all right, against the 14th Amendment. Where's this been at? You do not end up with this right to privacy people talk about, all right, as part of the 14th Amendment until Roe v. Wade.
Give me a second. Right, so you have the Slaughterhouse case, which was the 14th of April, 1873. It states that the citizens of each state to all privileges and immunities of citizens in several states. Immunities of citizens in the several states. And to the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed protection of the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Miller reasons that two clauses protected different bundles of rights, with Article 4 protecting the rights of the state's citizenship and the 14th Amendment protecting the rights of national citizenship. The privileges and immunities of the US citizenships were narrow and only those specific in the Constitution, which included the right to freely travel throughout the state, not included. That's just one. No, that's just talking about the point of immunities of the citizens. That's not an actual direct point, obviously, of saying that that's right to privacy.
Right.
Not that one then. Finish on right to contact, which obviously isn't actually given as part of the 14th Amendment.
Actually, it talks about deprives a person without due process or deny any person within its jurisdiction of equal protection under the law.
So what law says that you're allowed to have a right of contact
Right,
from the 14th Amendment?
Not from the 14th Amendment. That one actually goes.
That's what you're talking about, and that's what it's used as this from. That's what the 14th Amendment comes from.
The contact, the hold on. But we're not talking about contact with another person. We're talking about right to privacy. Show me where somebody mentions the right to privacy.
The reason why I'm pointing this out to you, buddy, is because there is no right to contact in the 14th Amendment, but yet it's interpreted to be able to have that right of contact
because
as part of those rights that have been talked about.
Because of the privileges and immunities of the citizens of the United States. Okay,
well done, yes. Which means that they have a right to privacy, which is why it's been interpreted that way.
That has nothing to do with the right to privacy. That means that the privileges within a state, all right, have to be applied to everyone within the state. That does not mean you have a right to privacy. How did you make that jump?
What do you mean, how did I make that jump?
I'm trying to understand how you made that jump, that means right to privacy. The privileges of the citizens doesn't necessarily mean a right to an abortion or to a right to privacy. Where did you make the leap?
Conflating.
I did round it back.
Yeah, but that's why I think that you're having this massive disconnect.
No,
listen. I let you speak. You keep on coming up with the idea of saying, "Tell me where it says abortion in this bit." Tell me where it says categorically that you're able to have this right to privacy. But where I'm telling you, and using this as an example to show you that it says that you're allowed to a right of contact.
A right of contact does not mean that you have a right to privacy. How does the
Listen to
right
the
to
argument
visit...
before you open your mouth. What do you think my argument is?
I'm going to let you go.
Thank you. So the argument is, from yourself, that there is no direct terminology saying that you have a right to privacy.
Mm-hmm.
In the aspect that I'm using for the 14th Amendment that has been cited by the Supreme Court beforehand, that it states that you are able to have the right to due process, that you're able to have the right to travel, that you're able to have the right to contact. But guess what it doesn't say in any of these previous cases on the 14th Amendment? It does not state that you're allowed to have any of these rights. But yet it is interpreted, insinuated that you can.
That is interpreted. I will agree with it so far, but at no point does that mean privacy. Privacy is a very narrow definition here.
Only to
Contact
you it
with
is.
another person is not privacy. Okay? At no point do they mention privacy. Privacy as a right to privacy is never actually mentioned anywhere until 1973 in Roe v. Wade.
But do you understand what my argument is here?
No, I don't, because in other words, they sit up there and created privacy out of whole cloth
forget
here.
privacy. What do you think my argument is with the right to contact, the right to travel, the right to be able to have
The right to travel is specified in other specified in other aspects of the Constitution.
No,
Right,
this is
within a state.
specifically interpretation from the 14th Amendment.
All right. It sits up there and says that the privileges and immunities of the state shall not deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction equal rights. But it also sits up there and says, no state shall enforce or make any law which abridge these privileges or immunities.
I completely not agree. What do you think
All right.
liberty means?
What do you mean? What's liberty?
What do you think liberty means?
Liberty is freedom, personal freedom of travel,
So what do you think personal freedom means in general?
personal freedom of travel.
No. Forget the travel bit. That's the correct
Okay.
interpretation of what they've used it for. But what do you think personal freedom means?
The ability to do what you want
Without...
without due process. In other words, due process applies. You can't do anything that you want with due process.
Can I finish? Can I finish now?
Okay.
So if you're saying that you think that it's... What did you say it was again?
Due process.
No, the bit before that.
To do what you want.
The freedom to do what you want without due process, yeah?
Right. Yeah.
So what do you think that would mean for somebody that wants an abortion?
I think it means nothing to them because you're not dealing with just one person anymore. You're dealing with two.
But you don't disagree that would apply to some aspect of that then?
I agree that at that point you have to go through a due process or adjudication process.
Well, that's what they were talking about in Roe v. Wade.
No, it wasn't.
It did literally was.
No, it wasn't, because they weren't sitting up there saying it's between these two individuals that we were deciding that.
No,
In
not
fact,
between... No, look, stop. They weren't
That's-
talking about the fucking... No, stop. Because I'm getting really pissed off. They weren't talking about the mother and the child. They were talking about the right of due process between the mother and the fucking doctor.
Well, it was wonderful, but that ignored the due process of
Nobody
the child.
cares about the child. Nobody cares about the child.
I care about the child. To say that
I know,
nobody
but
cares
it's
about
not
the
your
child
fucking problem, is it?
No, it is my problem because
No,
it's
it's
my
not.
country and it's our rules. All right,
not
and
your
to sit up
problem,
there
though,
and
is
say, no, it is my problem.
It's not your
Right?
child. It's not your child. You don't have the right to tell another woman what to do with their child. It's
Why
not
not?
your child.
Why not?
It's
Why
not
not?
your child.
Well, so what? It's a child, isn't it? Either I can sit up there and define when a child begins or when a child doesn't exist.
But we
And if you do-
disagree
and
on our
for-
definitions of when it begins.
All right,
though,
and once
don't we?
again, right, which is why you have to do it through society.
And
Well, you-
society generally states that
But
children
society
normally-
didn't. Then you shouldn't have any problem with overturning Roe v. Wade because it won't make any difference throughout the entire societies of the United States. Let
will,
them decide.
Because you have religious people.
Who
that
cares
think
if
they
that?
have-
So you don't like religious people? So what?
Can you let me finish before you try and put words in my mouth?
No, okay, go ahead.
You have religious people that are trying to dictate to other people what they can and what they cannot do, even though their own Bible says that they can do certain things at certain times for certain reasons, but yet won't even address that when you speak to them about it.
All right. First of all, once again, if you're talking about Christians, under that goes, they've already told you that they don't read.
Great pedantic argument. What is the national faith of fucking America, buddy?
We don't have a national faith in America.
You're literally classified as Christian.
Okay, well that's what. Thank you for classifying us as that. But
No, I don't. The country classifies itself as Christian.
Where does the country say we're a Christian country?
What is the most?
Show me whether or not it's the most popular demographically or not is absolutely immaterial to this statement.
So
whether people are
let me
Christians
finish.
or not.
Let me
Hold on.
finish.
Do those religious people if they're the majority have the right to say we want a society a certain way? Do they not have the right to sort of say we would like society to go in a specific direction?
Do people have the right to put... Let me answer the question then. Do people have the right to vote slavery in if they like slavery?
Actually, you could try and say that they could try.
No, answer the fucking question directly, buddy. Do they have the right to vote in slavery if they want to vote in slavery?
No,
and
because
they could.
It's against the Constitution.
Oh, it's against the Constitution.
Right, that's against the Constitution. But
so when Roe v. Wade has the interpretation of it being against the Constitution, you disagree against it.
I disagree with it when you do it, because when you talk about enslaving an individual, okay, that is affecting that individual. When you talk about an abortion, you're talking about two individuals. You deny that the other individual exists, all right, or doesn't have any rights.
Rights, thank you.
And I disagree with you. Because how rights are inalienable. They are not given to you by this person, this state, that state, this country, that country, or this law.
Sure. I mean, you can say that all you like, but I just
understand. Well, understand this. If you sit up there and say that it is, then the entire constitutional basis is gone.
No, because they say that
because you're saying
to be inalienable rights.
No, you're saying that you can violate whatever rights you want because these rights are given to you.
Well, how do you think people do the rights all the time and then disrupt the rights? There's not some physical barrier that stops you doing that.
There's not some, and what they're doing is illegal. And what they're doing is against the Constitution.
Standards? If I take that law away, is that illegal?
Well, is it? It's who?
I'm
going to answer the question. How do you sit up there and adjudicate that? It goes in front of a judge.
So you're not going to answer the question then. So if you take
I just did.
So if you take the law away, how can you adjudicate on the law if there's no law?
Then you got to go to a judge. If there's not a law,
listen to the question, MC.
You have to go to a judge to create an interpretation. That's not the same thing.
Listen to what I asked you, MC. If you take away the law, how can you interpret anything?
Well, then it becomes an individualistic determination. And at that point, then you have a problem because two individuals who have a different interpretation come into conflict. Now, how do they resolve that conflict? We can either do it violently or not. There is conflict.
There's no conflict because there's no law.
No, there's conflict. There's physical conflict. There's physical disagreement. To say there may not be a legal conflict, there might be a legal.
Sure.
There's not a legal.
There's no conflict on the law because
there's no legal. There's no legal conflict, but there's disagreement and conflict.
Sure,
the whole purpose of the law. What's the whole purpose of laws is to sit up there and create a situation of where we sit up there and have commonality and say this is what our interpretations as a society are. That not as every individual is.
Sure. But that's how we deal with people with society, and we encompass everybody, not just religious people.
But that's a problem then when you sit up there and don't allow that within the American system as it exists, all right, by sitting up there having judges sit up there and invent two rights that never existed before.
They didn't invent them.
They did invent them. You show me where the right to privacy is mentioned as the right to privacy anywhere within the United States prior to 1973.
And show me where you're allowed to have the right to contact and where you're allowed to have the
right to contact and travel has nothing to do with privacy.
Listen to the point. You say that they're not allowed to create the right to this because you disagree with the right of that, but they also created the other rights that you agree with. Why are those rights correct, but the other rights aren't?
Because those are codified.
No,
right?
they're not. The right to contact is not fucking codified.
And what's more, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. When you sit up there and have the law say you can't stop a person from traveling from state to state, that is codified.
After it's been codified by the actual fucking Supreme Court, yes.
No.
Constitution.
Not by. No, it is codified by the Constitution.
Yeah, how so?
Look, if you take a look at these, this is because it says that you cannot sit up there from one state to another state, all right, impose taxes, tariffs, or abridge the freedoms, all right, from somebody from another state. That is in the Constitution.
Now that's using the wrong amendment.
No, whether I'm using the wrong amendment, it exists. So when this comes back and says, where is this in the laws, as it mentions the privileges and immunities of citizens of the land, all right, then it applies.
Do you not think that applies to women with abortions?
No, I do not, because it's not just a woman. You keep ignoring the fact that the baby exists.
No, I don't ignore it.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Have you mentioned it? No.
I have countless times. I just say that it has no rights.
No, it has rights because the rights are inalienable. All right,
they're not inalienable. There's no such
thing. They are inalienable rights. That's your opinion. Welcome.
Exactly.
Welcome. Now, but that opinion, all right, if we apply that opinion to the Constitution, which talks about inalienable rights, what you said is that the Constitution.
That we take these. No, stop. It says we take these to be.
No, that is the Declaration of Independence.
Sure. So what does the Constitution state as these being inalienable rights? Where's the paragraph that states these saying these are inalienable rights?
They're deeper inside of there. I'm not have
where?
To know exactly where it is. I will have to look. I'm sorry. I don't know where that is.
Yeah, I know you don't, because I'm starting to get pissed off with it. Because when I say things, you're like, prove it. When I say things to you, you say prove it.
Right.
To prove it. Where does it say in the Constitution these are inalienable rights? And to be fair, I only have about another 10 minutes.
What are inalienable rights? The Declaration of Independence.
That's not what I said.
I know. I'm reading through this thing just like you do. All right.
I normally sing the Pop Goes the Weasel song.
All right.
You know you want
Delegate. All right. All the men are equally free. This is from George Mason during the delegation of the Constitutional Convention, and hold.
So it's in the delegation, not actually in the Constitution.
Inherent rights as natural rights, which they cannot, by compact, deprive or be divested by during their posterity. All right. So we're going to go through this.
So that's in the delegation of the Constitution, not the Constitution.
We're not going to. Yeah. That is in the. That is another aspect of it.
Really? Okay. Carry on.
I will look through this. I will find it sooner or later.
Right? Okay, cool.
It talks about rights, right? Inalienable rights. And I will sit up there and say another thing. All right? If you really want to know where you really want to talk about this issue within the Constitution, let me go back here. Let me read this to you. Whoops, there we go. I got it. Sorry. From the Constitution of the United States. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
Yeah, that's great. I never disagreed with that.
Okay, well, but that's where this disagreement comes from. Because this was a disagreement between a person, all right, and a state was saying that there's two people involved, not one. And you know what you won't find prior to 1973? I've said this many times.
When did the state argue that? Can you show me where the state argued that in Roe v. Wade?
With the argument.
Because the whole question of Roe v. Wade was literally to ask the question of whether or not it was right to constitutionally get an abortion.
Okay.
Because I have a feeling you're talking about Roe v. Casey.
All right. Bolton argued that the court had no basis of deciding between competing values of the pregnant woman and the unborn children. All right, Justices
Sorry, who says that?
William White and William Rehnquist in the dissent to the court.
Yeah, so read the rest of it.
This decided that, all right, in a companion case as well, issued Doe versus Bolton, argued that the court had no basis for deciding between the competing values.
That's why I asked you to read the rest of it. So it wasn't in Roe v. Wade.
No. It wasn't Roe v. Wade. This is the Roe v. Wade dissent. They're saying that the case of Doe versus Bolton, all right, applies in this case because they had no basis for deciding this because of the difference between the unborn children and the pregnant mother or the pregnant woman. And that the court had no basis for making this decision.
Can you send it to me in private chat, please?
Which one?
The one you just cited, so I can read it.
The Doe versus Bolton? Okay.
No, just what you just read to me. Just that bit there. Just cite the page.
All right. I actually got it off a wiki page, believe it or not. Under
I'm
dissents.
not surprised.
Well, I just, that was the first.
It's fine. It's fine. That's why I've asked for it. It's fine. That's why I've asked for it.
It's the first one that came up, but this is their dissent. You can read it a little bit closer to it. Hold on. Wrong thing. Private chat. You said. Paste. There you go.
Which was issued with Roe's companion case.
That's
the case adjacent with it.
Right.
Not the actual Roe v. Wade case. That's a companion case.
Right. Go down to dissents.
I'm literally reading where you were. Argued that the court had no basis for deciding between the competing values of the pregnant woman and the unborn child. I find nothing in the language or history of the Constitution to support the court's judgment. The court simply fashions and announces a new constitutional right for pregnant women and, with scarcely any reason or authority for its action, invests that right with significant substance to override most existing state abortion statutes. The upshot is that the people and the legislators of the 50 states are constitutionally disentitled
yeah,
to weigh the relative importance of the continued existence and development of the fetus. On the one hand, against the spectrum of possible impacts of the woman, and on the other hand, as an exercise of raw judicial power, the court perhaps has the authority to do what it does today. But in my view, its judgment is an improvident and exaggerant exercise of power of judicial review, and the Constitution extends to this court. Do you want to know how many people voted and what the vote was for Roe v. Wade?
It was 7-2. I know what it was.
I thought it was 7-1.
No, 7-2.
I thought it was 7-1, and I thought he was the only one to actually.
No. It was the other one was it was. I'm trying to remember who the other one was that said no.
7-2. Yeah, sorry, White and Rehnquist.
Yeah.
Surprising, because White's religious and Rehnquist's religious. Interesting, that, isn't it?
So were several of the other justices that voted for it. That doesn't.
I understand. I understand, but notice how the other people that were religious went with the idea of trying to interpret in the best faith what the Constitution states, because it's.
But it wasn't in the. It stops right there. It wasn't in the best faith when the court was.
Do you
not
think
being
there was only
presented.
Do you think there was only the 14th Amendment that was actually used in this citation of courts?
No, it wasn't the only one.
but
What do you think was used?
It was the majority one. I don't think that I don't know which other ones were brought in, to be honest.
It was the first. It was the first, the fourth, the fifth, the ninth, and the 14th Amendments.
All right. The first of all, the first, the fourth, the first, the fourth, the fourth, the first never had no basis. Okay.
Of course it does. It's saying that she has the right to have an abortion. That's definitely something that should be protected by the First Amendment.
That doesn't say that in the First Amendment. All right. So why even?
No. Listen to what I said, MC. I said that she would definitely have the right to be protected to say that she has the right to abortion. Listen.
That's true. But in this case, that's not what she was arguing. That was not part of their argument.
Yes, it was literally part of their argument. That's why they used it.
No, it was not part of her argument saying I have the right to say something. That was not part of their argument.
It literally was because people were trying to silence her, saying that she was. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
All right. The second thing is the Fourth Amendment, right? Which, if you're going to look at something from a privacy standpoint, you have to look at the Fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not the 14th, the Fourth.
I understand, buddy.
All right. Well, but you don't understand why the 14th was used as a right to privacy from 73 on. All right.
I do.
But if you read the Fourth, it's very specific in what it's trying to say. All right, and it has nothing to do with quote unquote privacy by yourself. All right, that you have a right to privacy. All right. The ninth comes kinda skirts the issue a little bit as well. The 14th, all right, is where they went around with it because they set up they wanted to use the 14th, and the reason the 14th was used was because of the equal protection under the law clause. That's why they reference everything to the 14th.
Yes, the reason why they reference everything to the 14th is because without due process. And they thought that this... Listen.
I'm telling you the reason behind it.
I know the reason behind it.
Apparently you don't. Apparently you don't. Because, see, this was a case where they were trying to make the case that it extended to every single state. The only way you can make the case that it extends to every single state is with the equal protection clause under the law.
But that's the reason why they said that it goes through. That's the reason why they use it under the 14th Amendment.
All right, but when they talk about the right to privacy, all right, and in the majority opinion,
which is the Fourth Amendment, as you quite rightly stated.
Right, but he mentions the 14th. He does not mention the 4th during the majority opinion.
Yes, because he's talking about due process.
Right.
He's talking about due process.
He also talks about that. I thought he also stood up there and talked about the right to privacy. Under the majority opinion, under Blackburn.
Yeah, which is to do with the fact of them being able to go after life and liberty. Under freedom and then due process.
Right, but in the process, like I said, they totally ignored the whole thing. But they only mention in the majority opinion, he doesn't sit up there and mention any other amendment except for the 14th.
No, this is taking. If you're talking about like the Ozzy sort of like adaptation of it, that's not the full aspect of it. So when it's saying that's one of the main reasons that people use it as, but it's to do with the right of privacy, to do with the Fourth Amendment, that's then enshrined with the fact of the right to liberty and the right of due process under the 14th Amendment.
But the right to privacy is now being mentioned as the 14th Amendment, not as the Fourth Amendment or anything else. And in his majority statement, at no point does he bring up the Fourth Amendment. He does bring it up. No, he doesn't. He only brings up the 14th Amendment.
Right. So even when it's
in the opinion of the court,
when it's talking about the facts of the case, and it's talking about the actual whole 4, 5, 6 page document, it's stating how many of the amendments that it's using, and it's using the fourth of the grounding for the right to privacy. But he's saying that it's enshrined by the 14th Amendment due to the fact of it being liberty and the right to due process. He's saying that the 14th Amendment enshrines the right to privacy via the 4th.
I don't see that anywhere yet.
Okay, download the actual PDF.
I'm looking at it. That's why I said yet. I don't see his opinion on that.
It's literally as part of the facts of the case. Like, the whole reason why he uses the different amendments of the case.
Right, but the facts of the case are not accurate.
I understand.
Right, I'm reading the whole thing and the facts of the case. I don't
Okay,
see
I'm going to
this.
get ready to go now anyway, because it's
Yeah, it's getting
very,
late
very
there.
late.
I know. I've kept you very, very much. I do appreciate you coming out there and talking about this. I'm trying to read. Where's it? Okay, under the opinion of the court. And you said under the facts of the case.
I do enjoy
I don't
talking to
see
you,
that.
MC. I just wish that you wouldn't try to jump before people were finished. Like, if
That
I
is
if
a
I
problem.
said something that was wrong and things like that, I appreciate you telling me, but it's just a case of... No, I do appreciate people telling me when I'm wrong. I have no problem with that whatsoever. It's just a case of... When people jump before I finish, they don't know what the argument is, because you're only assuming what the argument can be. And
Well, it's
that
hard-
annoys me.
It's hard to describe the. Okay, the United States is so much different from a legal structure, right? Than Britain ever will be.
Sure,
Right,
that's the whole reason why they're different countries.
All right. Well, that's not the whole reason, but I mean, it's the when you try to
That
describe.
Quintarian's still coming out.
Well, no, it's not. That's not. But it's true. It's not.
I never said it was the whole reason, but besides the point.
But the United States, the power of the states, okay, within the federal government, right, is a lot. It's supposed to have been a lot stronger than what you're currently and what we've seen, all right, in our time frame, okay. And this is a problem when it comes to the Constitution.
Sure.
Either you're
But
following
that's the
this
reason
or
why
you're
they
not.
use the Constitution as justification. Remember, you're talking about them telling
Everybody
others... Let me
uses
finish.
it.
Let me finish.
Mhm.
That's the reason why you're talking about the idea of them telling what states can do. Now, Roe v. Wade doesn't tell the states what they can do. They just say that you cannot stop them from having an abortion in the first trimester. They say that you can do stuff in the second, and they say you can't do anything in the third.
I realize that's what Roe v. Wade said, but the problem was that that was was not what the actual facts were. Because when like I said, when states immediately did that, the first thing that happened is they went in front of federal judges who struck it down because they came back and said, well, we don't find your interpretation as reasonable. In other words, they placed everything that the state was doing, all right, under their jurisdiction, which is exactly what Rehnquist was warning them about by saying this is judicial overreach, all right, far and above what the states can do. If the states want to do something, they have the power to do this and get into the description of the fetus, something that is never mentioned by Blackburn. All right, during his entire majority opinion, at no point does he try to bring up the fact that there's a fetus involved, and that's a problem because to him the
That
fetus
wasn't the
didn't
point
exist.
of the case. That wasn't
No,
the point
to
of the case.
That's his view.
No,
all right?
no.
He
no,
didn't.
No,
No,
literally, MC.
No.
MC, the point of the case was to find out whether you could, under the Constitution, have an abortion.
No, the rule under the Constitution was as to whether or not a woman has a right against another right of the child, and to
That was
describe
not the rule.
describe
That's how you're...
the-
I'm going now,
No,
MC. I'm going now. Thank you very much.
Good night, CSG.
Right. But thank you, everybody, for anybody that's still here. It's been a massive long one. I've actually spent longer on here than I have being awake, so that's always that. Thank you, everyone, for turning up, and anybody that does watch it at some point in time. And I understand that it's very long, very convoluted, but sometimes you got to follow the rabbit to be able to catch it, right? So Thank you very much, guys. If anybody wants to talk to MC or Nomad or follow them, you can go to the description underneath the channel or underneath this video. Go to the Bants and Rants channel, and Nomad features on there quite often. Right, with that being said, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and however you may identify, I'm so tired I can't finish. Speak to you later. Bye-bye. Bye.